Welcome to the third series of the NEBVEMBER tournament. I'm joined by Scape GT today.
Yeah, okay, so, I am going to spoil something that I have heard from the whispers in the walls about what, Freakbob's Fenthouse, is going to do in terms of strategy and also, well, fun stuff. So, strategy. I've been informed that their official strategy against 120 SPM, which is the team they're facing off against, is to make them mauled and then win by default when the team forfeits.
It could work. Morale break is a very real thing in these games.
I'm going to say, based on a couple of matches that happened the other day, this strategy is actually might be more viable than you would think. Because evidently, the 120 SPM team did a scrim against a bunch of randoms and lost horribly. And then last night, they did face off against Freakbob's Fenthouse in a test match. Freakbob's Fenthouse brought 2 mine CLNs, and evidently the team comms for 120 SPM were not all that good. And there was a lot of insults being thrown.
So we're fully expecting this to be a war of banter then.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Also, I have been told that some of the players on Freakbob's Fenthouse may have changed their Steam names after loading into the lobby. So although their names appear normal now, when we actually load into the game, they will be different. So there is that too. Which, of course, right? It'll make it
Could
really
we ask for comprehensibility in a NEB tournament game? Absolutely not. You've seen the team names. NEB players should never be allowed to name anything ever.
I'm actually impressed that Twitch is okay with Freakbob's Fenthouse being in the title of my stream. That was a...
we had a trouble with maintenances of Birch, because they were called something else, very similar spelling, but...
Twitch did not like that one, but is okay with Freakbob's Fenthouse for some reason.
Anyways.
As a last-ditch emergency sub teammate on Freakbob's Fenthouse, I am aware of some of their shenanigans that they were planning to do, just by having the quote-unquote privilege of being in their team chat.
Alright, looks like we're just waiting on Iris to ready up. So, business as usual, Gold Rush first drop. Let's do it.
Alrighty.
This is also the stream going to be a...
Hi,
that was Levy accidentally joined the channel and leaving. Very well. Good. Okay. Right. Anyways, we're going to do a 2-game series stream today. So we'll be doing the first 2 or 3 of these 120 SPM versus Freakbobs. And then afterwards, I believe that we had... Where's the tournament chart?
5 Girls,
that was going to be
versus Collapse the Electron is going to be happening later today after this one is done.
Yep, so stay tuned for that. We'll probably have to kill some time doing, I know, some flea editor or other nonsense in the meantime, but yeah.
That's fine.
All right, let's get into the matches then, shall we?
ANS or OSP for you, Neko?
I'll do OSP. You can do ANS today on the start.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep. All right, just have to also pull up the chart showing who's who. See, Notes currently known as Backline Fan 123. So
I think that's the only person on 120 SPM that changed their name to a point where it's not recognizable immediately at a glance.
Yeah. Okay. This seems like a good enough spot to start. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd game series of the NEBVEMBER tournament. We got 120 SPM scoring off against Freakbob's Fenthouse. I'm Nekaboy Blue, and I'm joined at the co-casting booth by Scape GT.
Hello, everyone.
All right. Team 1 is going to be 120 SPM. Team 2, as you can tell by the tag, is going to be Freakbob's Fenthouse. Scape, you want to introduce those Team 1 players?
Sure thing. Team 1, this is the 120 SPM stack here. We have Backline Fan, who is Notes, Solus, Mildly, and Iris.
All right. Team 2 in the Orange Trunks OSP, we've got Falk Tethys Drive Yards, Spy Eye, and 2 Cosmic Eradicators. That's going to be Columni and Mr. Clark numbers along with that.
Which are definitely not alt accounts at all.
Yeah, totally not.
I can confirm that one of these Cosmics is indeed the real one. We will see if we are able to tell whose Cosmic is who. But anyway, taking a look at initial deployments here on Gold Rush here. Freakbob's Fenthouse, I'm seeing a monitor ball high and a CLN in the back, scattered liners and cap assets around the map. Looks like, surprisingly, based on the deployments, looks like a pretty standard play from Freakbob's Fenthouse.
Yep, nothing really strange coming out there.
Double
ANS
levy
side, we've got a
big
big battleship, common deployment location, a couple beamstones scattered about. I'm seeing a levy of their own. Quite a few destroyer count there. All right, you want to go through ANS or OSP to start with?
I'll take ANS because I took them in the intro.
All right. I think I'm watching Spy Eye. I recognize the name of this monitor on the drop.
That's not a monitor ball.
Uh-oh. Are you sure?
All right.
Looks like it might be a monitor ball.
I'm getting the zoom in on one.
That's a 5 monitor ball there.
No, that is a monitor ball. They have a different thing somewhere else. All right, anyway, starting off with notes here, brought a double levy. We've got standard looking levy, more standard than we saw before. It looks like we're doing bomber heavy, which was the previous meta until S1s kind of got their return to form here. All S3s, Heiko countermeasures, and then 20mm nose gun, S2 missile bay. Tontos here, probably going to be relying on those SDM-200s. Yep, you've got some in the mag there. Up next, Iris is running the battleship here. Comms jammer on the side, chaff launcher, VLS-2 backpack. Parallax radar, so no long-range quad TC spy, but still solid. The escort is a Sarissa Scout brick. Mildly running the pretty standard cap fleet here. This is Dumbass 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Corpse, Carcass, Cadaver, and Skull. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. Yeah, Skull. Oh, okay. Mildly and Solus running the same fleet. Okay, so that brings ANS's total to...
double cap. Interesting.
Yep, 8 beamstones, and I believe all of these... No, whoa. That's 10 beamstones. This is the 5 beamstone variant.
That is a lot of beamstone here.
Are they
These
all
are Dragonfly beamstones by the looks of it.
Yes,
I expected maybe some tech in here, but no, okay.
All right, so ANS is playing heavily for that initial cap capture and then beamstone hold. They only have 4 gun cappers in total. That is 2 gun cappers and 2 cringe cappers per player.
I feel like they could have tuned this a little bit differently, but at the same time, affording 5 beamstones in fleet is expensive. We see these beamstones are pretty naked. Shaft box on the top, the lock on the bottom there, right on the chin, and then not much else attached onto them, saving points wherever they can to fit all those holes. Taking a look at OSP side, already seeing some decoys being launched out here. Let's see. Cosmic Eradicator, the first up top, has a 250 liner moving its way towards the E point, providing Overwatch cover there. No secondary batteries on this one, I can see, but still very... Actually, no, 1 secondary on the belly, or is that a rebound?
No, it's a secondary.
No, not a rebound. That is a... Am I just wrong? That is a T20, okay.
T20.
Right, rebound's ANS specific. I am cooked today, apparently. All right, Yub Brick along with this size 2 monitor, good tech device there. Nice little arsenal this thing has got itself. Looks like 100 missiles in there, so that's 5 salvos, as I recall. Cosmic Eradicator then rounds it out with 1, 2, 3, 4 T20 Pavise shuttles. Very good stuff there. The other Cosmic is going to come in with a rocket shuttle towards the seaside point. We're going to see that they have got a T-30 liner obelisk-style plasma on that as well, moving its way towards that sea point. Another one of these things is going to be hanging back for the moment, covering the A side. They've split them up a little bit, but can consolidate to focus fire. Another rocket shuttle just hanging back for the moment. Tethys takes to the skies with a carrier here, 3K... no, not quite 3K more line. 2
R2s.
Empty cappers.
It's R2s. 284
R2s we saw very
R2s
strong.
in there. 200. That's going to be absurdly effective against those beamstones if Tethys is able to find them.
No overwatching... well, maybe some overwatching, actually. I was thinking at normal state, you don't have enough beamstones to get that cover, but now taking a look at the double cap fleet tech, this could end up working with the XXL Aurora strategy we've seen before, so have to see how that goes. And lastly, we got Spy Eye coming in with their monitor balls here, some of these funny names along with that. And yeah, not much to say about that. It's a pretty standard looking monitor ball. Plasma, T30, C90, just kind of the usual gubbins you expect from this. 8-point cap is going to go to the hands of the ANS pretty fast, as they are going to send 2 of their naked cappers. One of them gets locked on immediately. Cosmic Eradicator going to open up with their aiming C-53s here and T-30s to follow. Yeah, that Corvette's going to be in for a world of hurt.
That is a cringe capper there. It would appear that one of the
It's dead.
Cosmics...
It's already
dead. Jesus, okay, wow. I knew it was a cringe capper, but I've never seen a cringe capper die that quick, Jesus.
100 mil liners do not play around. We
Anyway.
see them now wasting some shot on it. They need to reload and go for the second one, otherwise we're
Crimson,
this
though.
A-cap potentially go
Crimson
through.
is going for the hit, though, with missiles out from... Looks like the Yub brick, those missiles curve around and hit the cringe capper. A is denied.
And there we go.
SDM 200
A denial with it at 80%. Beams on the fighters
Massive,
now,
yeah,
as
we
we
have
saw
a
there.
very aggressive engagement at A from both sides here. Dragoon Squadron are bombers. They send out their torpedoes as Crimson with the rockets comes in. Unfortunately, no kills for them as they start getting SDM hits from Splinter here. The Beamstone comes in from Mildly here, 1-Corpse. Also tries to get some beam hits into Crimson. Crimson taking some pretty heavy losses. All ships dead at A. No A-cap today. Meanwhile, across the map, OSP takes E and their natural of D. ANS takes...
Beamstone actually cleans up the fighters above A point there briefly. Sorry to interject, but...
Very, very excellent play from, those were Modley's Beamstones there. And Solus has a couple around, too, that are in position. Yeah, the Beamstones in really, really aggressive positions around A. They do not want A to fall. Meanwhile, though, on C point here, Cosmic steps onto C with one of their T-20 shuttles.
There is a beam destroyer, the Bone, in position from Solace that is now rotating over. That said, there's a rock in the way denying that angle.
Yeah, that is a really bad angle for that Beamstone here. This Capper, I think, is going to take the point before that Beamstone is able to find it.
Heartbreak Flight dodging for their life as that beam is fishing for them right now. Doesn't quite get it with the B-Short, but potentially could clean this up.
Yep, Tethys immediately starts flank speeding directly towards that where that beam came from. They are low on fuel, though. 10 seconds left on Heartbreak Squadron. I do not think that they're going to have enough fuel to strike. They will
Vector Flight has got a minute in the tank there, so they might be able to get around the flank and attack. That said, Crimson Flight is on standby with SDM-2s covering this destroyer.
Yep, you can see notes over there is sorting out those SDM-200 Tontos. They're always ready to defend the Beamstones here.
Crimson Flight gets the engage. Nada Lights here going to go out. CMD with Wake secondary.
Rockets
one of them going to find target. Other one going to find as well. Rockets quickly flick shot.
Those were
see if they are in range.
We'll see if those are enough. Multiple rocket hits will be enough.
One good impact there. Takes in the mag, but that's non-essential.
It's damage. Spectre Squadron forced to withdraw. They have no ability to win this fight. The beam comes out and eviscerates a little bit more of Heartbreak, which is stuck on RTB. Straight pathing. Meanwhile, Cosmic pushing really aggressively with one of their autogun liners here. Pushes directly into ANS's backline here. All of these Beamstones are now attempting to pivot. Although Cosmic does get a nasty broadside
there at first
on one of the A-cap Beamstones. This A-cap Beamstone was revealed early on when it attempted to deny A, and now Mildly is going to get shredded here. Solus...
Gonna go ahead and call that a bit of a misplay on their attack. Looks like they fired before they'd established lock. A lot of those shots went wide and did not get the kill that they should have, given that this thing was caught completely broadsided.
It's damaged.
It is slightly damaged at the moment, but...
SDM-200's now out from Cosmic's 100 mil liner here, going into Buckshot Squadron.
Take a look. This thing, ooh, bit of tech on this. Double swing arm launcher is going to be able to see off some of those later threats. Actually, hang on, triple swing arm on this.
Whoa, Act CMD Val, SDM-200s. Never seen that particular type before. Although contact is lost with Buckshot Squadron, so all these SDM-200s will not hit. Unfortunate timing as Cosmic is forced into cover to avoid getting beamed. Down low,
good pullback
Solus.
micro there from backline fan, as it were. That's notes according to my little notepad here.
ANS's advantage of having a bunch of Beamstones is already probably paying off here. You can see that Solus's 1-Corpse low on A side near C is already pivoting to try and get an angle on Cosmic's 100 mil liner that pushed out. Meanwhile, up top, Photon Squadron.
Ooh, Mildly going to get found over on the east side here. One of their destroyers gets Hellstruck, going to, looks like, have a cell cook off in about 50 seconds. This thing is not long for the world.
Did it get ruddled, or what did it get hit by?
Looks like, from the impacts, that's a missile strike of some sort.
It was a missile.
Didn't quite see what that was.
Rebel Squadron, probably? Is Rebel empty? Yep, Rebel's empty and RTBing to the carrier. That's definitely what it was. Although, ANS still
looks
has
like some more missiles here.
E
These are, what the heck? SGM Killjoys chasing after these fighters. Do these have warheads?
Perhaps a little bit of mistuning those missiles here, as Iris probably uses the Z Prio command to fire SDM-200s. but the
Yep, those must have been
were
set to
yeah,
all
you can see
targets
the
instead of
priority
just
defense.
missiles.
You can see the priority defense command. Unfortunately, a little bit of a misplay, misdesign of the missile tuning there. Although that was all of the killjoys in this BB. That BB's out of killjoys.
That's unfortunate. Right.
I don't think there's really much OSP has that can take advantage of that, but if OSP had a container liner, that would be a really, really rough situation to be in.
Beamstone underneath of A point looks like it's going to get fished here by a couple size 2s. That said, bit of a staggering issue is the missile launchers do not appear to have been timed correctly. We're going to see a bunch of these size 2s kind of come in at an odd pace.
Ooh,
Still, without
odd
defenders...
Angle. They come in, yeah. They came in at an odd angle. Chaff is out.
These are act with Thermval. The ship is moving. That said, destroyers are too small, I believe, for Thermval to
validate
kick.
on destroyers. No, destroyers are way too small. Yep, and then all those go for Chaff. But OSP does know that thing is there now, since it deployed Chaff.
Eyeball Flight doing their best to run interference. Steady stream of these SDM2s. How many on this 100 mil liner do they still have left?
They still have 6 left.
Still have 6 of them.
That's a pretty impressive number, considering that that's a liner. You can see probably where a lot of... I already know that the Cosmic Eradicator with the 100 mil liners, that is the fake Cosmic. The real Cosmic is the one with the Yub monitor and 250 liner.
All right. Talking briefly about the fleet comps here. Backline fan, which is Notes, doing the right call, which is keeping their carriers very far back, knowing that there is a lot of R2 strike potential. They've decided to put them in the safest spot they can behind all of this layering of Beamstone. Still, ANS kind of given up ground. Very hard to push into them with their sheer number of Beamstones. Even after losing one of them, they had 9 Beamstones on the board effective. One of them, or maybe 2 of them lightly struck.
That being said, OSP doesn't need to push right now. They managed to snag C right under the gaze of multiple Beamstones. All ANS has to, or all OSP has to do is hold against this enemy team comp here. More Yub attempted on that Beamstone. One of them acquires, 2 of them acquire. Do they have the maneuver?
Going to be an ARAD act, swing and a miss, just barely with one. One impact across the top on the chaff box and reactor.
Chaff launcher. Ooh, that's going to probably force a restore of the reactor in order to bring that beam up maximum. But Cosmic, at the same time the missiles hit, pivot around in their liner here and catch this
100 mil liner does get the track on this.
Wrong angle. That's 250
Not
HE
firing for
belly.
some reason. There it is. There's the command. Took him a second.
Yep.
That 100 mil should just tear this thing apart.
No plasma. That is HE, though, so it should... Yep, there comes the plasma. Beam is already starting to try and pivot back to target. FPA down, Bullseye down. Ooh, Bullseye down. This Beamstone will be unable to provide
This destroyer is not long for this world.
The panels are down, too. The Beamstone can't see the liner.
Liner, after it finishes its cycle here with the T-30, should just remove this Beamstone from the game. The corpse will live up to its name. ANS, I'm going to say it right now, was a little too complacent. They allowed the OSP to move up. Sure, they've got their half of the map secured, but with these 2 points, C and E, in the hands of OSP, they're feeling pretty good about their situation. The dispersed liners right now kind of just need to be dealt with. They have Beamstones in the area. They've got bombers as well, but so far they've just not gone for any kind of aggressive play, instead being complacent to sit back and just kind of hope that the OSP walks into their jaws.
ANS, though, does step back onto C, and you can see here that Solus moves -5 Bone onto this pretty much the C point itself, trying to get a really aggressive angle on that 100 mil liner. Cosmic is already moving up one of their Ruddles, probably to try and deny C or recap it. Missiles out.
Missile strike on the left, going to go find mildly. That is the crippled ship already.
These ones are out for the deny.
All right, missiles towards C point. We saw 2 strikes actually. Size 2s take out the skull from mildly there. These missiles going to go towards that C point and all get seduced onto chaff there.
Yep, that is a cringe capper with no radar. ARAD act is not really going to work well against that. You can see here, wow. Notes is massing a massive strike here of 8 bombers, probably looking to eviscerate one of those liners and get C firmly in the hands of ANS here.
Nightshade Flight has a lot of torpedo potential here. These are CMD Saw and CMD Hodge. Do these liners have the ball jammer on them? It does not appear so. They've got 4 warp launchers on this. Wow.
Fury Squadron, which is Piranha Rocket Strike, catches Cleaver and Malice on east side, which are bomber squadrons. No anti-fighter capabilities here, as assuming that Fury Squadron has enough fuel, they are just going to shred all of these bombers apart. Malice
Fury
forced
does
to
struggle a
dump
little bit
early.
on the chase there, as they are still set to go evasively, as we see them trying to run them down. Bombers flying about 100 meters a second, the fighters going about 110. They will eventually run them down, but as we have seen before, ammo count on the chase is something that you have to keep an eye on. Sometimes can be worth turning off your guns in order to let your guys catch up a little bit faster.
Malice Squadron was forced to dump early onto this this gun shuttle here that was heading for Boxer. It wouldn't have arrived anyway, considering that
Honestly,
there are
decent
3,
collection on
4
that. They may
beamstones.
have thought that was a Ruddle going for the beamstone nearby the carcass.
It's possible.
Some missiles
Fury
flicked off here. Piranha
R2
rockets
dumps. That was a
launched
full,
on
that was a full
Mildly's
gun capper.
capper.
That was a full gun capper. Annis doesn't have many of those. And you can see here that Mildly is already, and Solus 2 are already repositioning their beams to try and get hits on Fury Squadron, but Fury Squadron is just leaving right now. Meanwhile, look at this. Cosmic is also sending one of their gun cappers to A, although it has already been target locked by one of the damaged beamstones overlooking A. That being said, there are multiple looking at A right now, although only the
I
one
think
in
that
the
this is
whole
definitely a
rock-
missed opportunity from OSP not killing one of those beamstones earlier on.
Right.
They had successfully seen off a couple of them. Bastion Flight looking like underneath the map, they're going to find the corpse here with some rockets. The corpse as well, despite the 100 mil liner strikes, these destroyers had lived through that. Now Rocket's going to clean up
finishes
that
it up,
thing,
though.
but
Yeah. Taking a look
Nightshade
here.
Flight's still loitering nearby. There's quite a few of these just light rocket strikers just hanging out. Nightshade has fuel for the next minute or so, but that liner has pulled back significantly along with its compatriots.
Right. I think that... Oh, here we go. Cosmic sending the Ruddle towards C. Will this be caught by a beamstone? You can see here Solus has already moved back the beamstone that they pushed up pretty aggressively. It is on track. ANS knows it's... Or, sorry, OSP knows it's there. Missile Yub
Size
attempt
2 is going to
at
go into the
beamstone
A-hole there.
At
See if
A.
it catches mildly.
Cosmic does manage to get their capper into cover.
Uh-oh, it's going to miss, and instead Solus, I think, is caught slacking. Last-second chaff attempt, but
those are all
maybe too late.
Nose.
All right, that's going to be the beam
Restore.
taken down.
Beamstone is recoverable, although that is a lot of beam health lost. Second missile strike comes in, unfortunately misses as Mildly pulls back corpse.
Bit of a missed timing there. If they had gotten this size 2 strike as well as Cosmic Eradicator moving their shuttle onto the A point, they may have gotten that cap. Still, OSP currently leading 410 to 248 on the board. ANS and OSP both holding a 2 cap, A staying neutral. I'm going to say it right now, with the defensive assets being slowly bled on ANS side, I think OSP is in a much more favored position right now.
Look at
To
this.
see if Nightshade gets through.
Iris's BB pushes into plasma range of the monitors, takes some plasma to a really
That is a bad angle to get yourself found at.
Yep, that's Hesh and 100 mil now going into this BB. It will likely start pulling back. SDM-200s go into Impulse Squadron, which is the ASF Squadron providing air cover for the monitor ball.
Nightshade Flight gets jumped by Aurora fighters, and they are going to be having a field day as these bombers have no defense.
8
Panic
bombers
dump
at
on the
close range.
torps.
They panic dump onto the Yub monitor. That is still a valuable target to go down, but nothing like the much more valuable liner that
Yub monitor does get removed here. Very soft target, backline asset. So honestly, as far as pickoffs go, that's a pretty decent one. This thing had, I just checked, it was like 40 of its missiles left. Manages to flick fire off a couple of them. So
at the last
still
moment,
a good pickoff there as
these
far as they
ones
could.
are just blind firing through the gap in the A-Rock here. OSP steps onto A, completely undetected. The beamstone's out of position. The beamstone's out of position. They were forced to pull back to avoid the missiles. And now, yeah, A is completely open. These missiles that go through the A-Rock, they acquire chaff.
They're going to now actually lock on to the corpse of Mildly and see if they have maneuver. One of them catches it in the tail.
And knock out the
drive. Drive snipe on this thing.
That beamstone is going to be unable to deny A, as OSP, I believe, is just going to take A.
Yep. OSP will get the A cap here. No other beam destroyers in position. There was multiple areas, but the corpse, well, both of the corpses in the cadaver were all forced back by some of those R2 and size 2 strikes. Very good positioning there, generating some like pressure, making it so that there's this opportunity to push in. Taking a look top of the map, Iris is kind of just exchanging fire with this monitor ball. We've seen this in previous games. The monitor ball versus battleship trade is pretty neutral until a deciding factor from supporting teammates comes in. You see that one of the monitors does get messed up pretty bad, loses all of its guns for the moment, but is slowly drifting back into cover.
2 restores means they're going to be able to bring up a lot of that. Fire from the BB has swapped to a different one now, allowing that thing to start recovering. You can see here on the C flank as well, Cosmic's Ruddle flank onto that Beamstone doesn't really end too well. It gets hit by one of the bomber squadrons. Although, that being said,
Sunderflight cleans up Aurora's.
Sunder Squadron...
There's 2 Sunders, actually.
Yeah, in the same area. Sunder Squadron is ASF for notes, and Sunder Squadron for OSP is a Ruddle strike that is attempting to find that Beamstone. That Beamstone's
ANS Sunder will find them first. Throws a Naginata type out there.
Yep, Tethys just panic dumping the rockets now, just to make sure that they get them out before they get struck, and those are going
Might
to
not have actually seen these guys on radar, given the directionals.
That is a mission-killed Beamstone. C now has nothing guarding it other than the carrier. If OSP can muster a capper, that's going to be a relatively easy grab. Meanwhile, Cosmic finds another one of the Beamstones with their 100 mil liner. This is Solus's carcass under fire. Its beam was facing A in the completely wrong direction, leaving it completely open to this flanking shot here, although I do believe it imcomps. No, it doesn't. It goes dark. Not sure why it went dark.
And R2 strike from behind as Lancer Flight catches it.
Didn't even see that. The execution from behind from Tethys clears out yet
I gotta
another
say,
Beamstone. OSP
these
is doing
light
a
R2
masterful
strikers,
job.
these have been deadly this game.
OSP Team Freakbob's Fenthouse is doing a masterful job of coordinating these Beamstone snipes here. As you can see, Cosmic with the 250 liner finds one of the cappers from Mildly here that was going towards E and just absolutely annihilates it with the 250 liner. E is relatively safe now as OSP hangs on to that really strong 3 cap here. Their frontline forces are much better developed than OSP's, ANS's. Mildly's been Iris, Jesus, has been kind of forced outside of the map above C, a point that they already own. Meanwhile, you can see the liners and monitors from Freakbob's Fenthouse are really aggressively in position around EA and
Falcon
Dagger.
chat, they're talking about how they killed the, 4th, 5th Beamstone this game. One of them is mission killed, and there's 4 dead. Considering this is a double cap fleet play, they are doing surprisingly poor on the points. They had a lot of screening, but were really trying to get that 3 cap and hold on to it. It just never managed to do that this game.
ANS started with 10 Beamstones, only down to 5 functional ones now. You can see Mildly has 3 in various states of damage. Solus has 2. One of the beams on Solus's Beamstones is really injured here. Not a good
C-point cap. Cosmic Eradicator might be getting struck. They are trying to clean up the Gluttony from Solus, light Corvette. There is 6 bombers currently moving towards them and no fighter coverage nearby. This may be the first successful, proper strike on a capital that we see this game.
Out of SDMs, there go the torpedoes. These are Act Saw and Act Hodge. It looks like they're going to do a TOT type thing here. Does Cosmic have comms jamming? Is the question.
They do not.
Warbler. No Warbler on this thing. They do manage.
This is going to be an impact then, and that is a dead liner. It's just gone.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa. I've never seen.
It's double. Oh, it's double storage. No.
Oh no. DCX means that thing is not going to be able to resist as all the restores get sniped. Okay. I was just going to say I've never seen a liner. No. Yeah. There's no reinforced DC on this thing at all. Folks, this is why you bring. This is why you bring reinforced. Yep. This is why you bring reinforced DC because if this Cosmic had brought a DCX, they would have lived and been able to restore a little bit there. Meanwhile, Breacher does send their last torpedo out onto... Oh, Cosmic's gun capper, but it misses.
Yep, that's a seeker accuracy for you right there. There's a little bit of inaccuracy at play, and it was just enough here.
ANS is now cycling
bombers. Might take a Breacher here.
ANS is now cycling bombers. Breacher forced on RTB directly through the point defense field of that shuttle there.
Yep,
it
there's
takes out both of them.
Kill.
C is relatively open now. The BB is in orbit. The only thing that's really stopping them is Solus's little gun capper here, which if Cosmic plays this right, they should be able to win the gunfight against eventually.
Iris going wide in the orbit now, going to find these monitors here from an odd angle. Monitors, I don't think we're expecting that have to quickly swing their noses around and rotate on this rock. Still, Iris going to be very out of position up in the kind of orbital space here. Not able to provide pressure on that left side of the map for a while.
Simultaneously, it looks like the BB is trying to push them into the Beamstones here. As you can see, Mildly and Solus send a couple of their Beamstones over the A-Rock here. They start flanking towards the monitors. What is that range bracket? That is
really close to the effective fire range.
Almost within range, yeah, as Mildly, I think, is just going to flank speed these Beamstones here to try and get the kill on the monitors, trying to dislodge them from A to allow a cap attempt to happen. The Battleship doing a really impressive job of pivoting here. You can see Spy Eye immediately recognizes what's going on and immediately swaps the Beamstones over to, or the monitors over to firing at this Beamstone here. Beamstone has fire order. It is out of range. Will it be able to fire?
100 mil is going to start tickling the front of this thing. Beam is already losing health bar.
Yep.
Beam is down to 14%. That is going to be a denial as it gets sniped out. 100 mil is very effective against that.
Spy Eye, a really impressive play there, immediately recognizing what the opposing team was trying to do there. It immediately pivots over. Although that being said, both Solus and Mildly have additional Beamstones in that A-Rock there that they might try and do the same thing with. Jamming
Where they don't have Beamstones is the C point right now, as there's a gun capper fight going on. T-20 shuttle does not have the heading command locked.
No, it does
not. We talked before about how the front of this thing is very hard to kill, but from the broadside here, the Corvette will take the favorite engagement.
Yeah, you need to put heading there in order to win that fight there. Cosmic is sending a Ruddle, though, to help with the C thing here. Solus now flanking the damaged Beamstone onto the point, although this thing is missing its arming missile and its beam, which means that it will not be able to contest.
Congestion there as they're trying to go around. Iris doing their best to rotate in here, getting aggressive, trying to use the battleship's armor and health bar. They know that this monitor ball has been degraded over the course of the game, taking a couple of shots here and there. They're trying to just push in now, saying, screw it, I don't need armor anyways. I'll take these plasma hits if I can kill you.
Look at Slasher Squadron. That is a sortie of 12 R2 bombers there. I believe that those are probably going for the BB. They have been target locked. Is the BB going to fire SDM-200s? It still has...
Battleship has two SDM-2s. That's not enough.
Sarissa is now firing from the Battleship's orbital support reins. Slasher needs to flank speed to that Battleship just to help with...
Sarissa's actually in a very bad arc here.
There
if
they
Iris
go. There
can,
goes
they need
the
to rotate this thing sideways.
SDM-200's out. CMD Nagananta is out on Slasher here. Slasher's likely going to take a couple losses here, but with only 2, I highly doubt it's going to be enough to be able to stop this strike here. We'll
see one gets splashed. Other one appears to just misses. That's unusual for command.
Slasher now flank speeding directly towards that BB. They are going to strike with their rockets. They are taking some losses to the Sarissas, although are they going to commit? I believe they are. They are within range.
If this frigate was in a proper broadside position, Slasher Flight would be under a lot of threat right now.
Slasher swapping target to the reins.
May actually be the tech here. They're going for it. Yeah, there's the R2s, knowing that this is going to be an air support asset. They're going to remove it from the game with that R2 strike. There is the hits as we see this thing trying to roll.
Mostly as Slasher, mistimes the launch. The Reigns does live, loses a Sarissa though.
Mildly apparently can't spot a plasma liner for some odd reason. Interesting stuff. Taking a look on the east side, we're going to see that 100 mil, or no, that 250 liner going to be cleaning up shop here. The
meanwhile,
Bloodkin from the 8 is... Oh, actually, this might be the Snorkel effect going on. So, due to some of the weirdness of how the liner hull works with its size, the radar measurement point is from the center. Potentially, they just don't see the center point of it due to the weird geometry of these rocks here.
We have an ASF engagement by the monitors as the escorted bombers from AMS do manage to clean up the fighter escort for the monitors. Looks like they do get strikes through as most of those monitors are pretty gutted now. That was the majority of OSP's frontline is now going to get picked apart by the BB as ANS finally gets the advantage they were looking for on frontline, though. Although, at this point in the game, OSP secured a massive cap advantage. They're going to take C as well. The Ruddle from Cosmic manages to kill everything else on C point as OSP takes a 4 cap here. Will they be able to hold is the question. Mildly flanking.
Well, they need to hold is the other one. Now, at this current state, almost 800 points on the board right now. 4 cap situation. ANS very deprived of their cap assets. They're down to... Let's see, how many working beamstones? 2 working beamstones with very damaged nose guns on this thing. They are not looking good in the cap situation. Iris is very far out of position right now. They're not on any of the cap points. And, well, with the carriers that far in the back line, there's a lot of cycle time for the bombers here to have to come back.
I don't know if the remaining
despite the advantage,
ANS can get onto points in time, there is a sacrifice play attempt on A. Mildly sends in their crippled beamstone to try and take the point, although multiple ships have arc to fire. Cosmic's 100 mil liner, the remaining one, has put itself in a very advantageous position. Low there, able to deny large portions of the A area here. Beam engagement on Eclipse here as Blackjack gets beamed on its Rocket Strike attempt on Solus's Skull. They strike early on Cadaver instead, not wanting to get beamed. Those are missed.
Does take out the beam there. No restores left. Beamstone
Another
ineffective.
Beamstone down, which leaves, I believe, only Solus's 3-Cadaver as the only functional Beamstone left. Or the only one that still has its beam up, right? No. Skull does as well and begins beaming Cyclone Squadron, although there is a still fully healthy 250 liner here at
trying, and they're going to be short out their beam there.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. This liner.
That said, there's not really much for them to hit over here. Game looking pretty decisively in OSP's favor. ANS just bringing in a lot of these defensive assets to hold a lead, but they just never could establish it.
Tethys is committing with the 20. How many?
22
oh
fighters.
That is going directly towards the BB.
Yep. I just realized these are named Pikes. This is
incredible.
A bit of funniness there. All right. Battleship in the broadside has been plasma on the left there. Let's see if they go for the angle or not. They may just decide to hell strike this thing.
The Sarissa Reigns with a little bit of a misplay. It's their knocked out Sarissa that's facing towards the squadron. Their active one is
unfortunate.
Rolled to the wrong angle. You can see the Reigns is attempting to roll right now to try and get that onto target, but it is too little too late as Voodoo is going to have nothing stopping them from just striking here. The BB is out of SDM 200s. No Sarissa support as Voodoo's just going to get real close and just dump onto this this BB.
Defenders will kick on as they enter the range here.
Doubles back. There we go. Tethys
going for the widespread formation. There's the simultaneous strike, and that's going to be some good impacts.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot of good impacts. Take a look at this thing. Pretty redded. If there was frontline to capitalize on this, this would be a great time for it. A lot of those armor plates on the right side have now been stripped down due to those rocket impacts.
I should probably mention that Tethys still has 150 R2s remaining in their carrier.
Dear Lord. All right,
anyway,
8-point Cosmic Eradicator is going to step on with their admittedly kind of wounded 100 mil liner,
looks like
but this thing does have enough to put itself together.
Looks like it got struck by Chieftain.
Yeah, Chieftain gets torps through there. So these liners, I will say they're a little bit greeded in some ways, going with this double storage instead of a complex. That's only a 10-point like cheapening. You definitely can fit complex, and it's. I'm going to say like every time it's worth it.
I think they're meant for more of a sustained frontline-like engagement with the number of restores they have, although that makes them super vulnerable to those carrier strikes, as we saw with the other one here. I've never seen a liner get one-shot by a torpedo bomber squadron like that before. That was actually a little bit impressive.
Double basic CIC, double storage. These are incredibly fragile, but if they survive the strike, they can definitely put themselves back together with the double storage.
Seaplane being contested as a Beamstone.
Reactor bloom goes off from the shuttle, it looks like.
Did that knock out the Beamstone? No, it's still contesting. Okay, so it's going to be an infinite contesting on C, considering that Beamstone is not combat effective, and the...
this is... Okay, so let's take a look. Yard drive shuttle here. Okay, so the rocket shuttle is currently considered ineffective.
Yep.
Those cells are empty, and it's missing its... Oh, okay, there we go then.
Fenthouse is going to take round one with excellent carrier play from Tethys, able to just annihilate... Honestly, excellent play from everyone on Freakbob's Fenthouse. The anti-beamstone strategy worked absurdly well here. I believe that Freakbob's Fenthouse probably anticipated the mass beamstone play here based on their fleet comp. We saw a lot of 100 mil liners, lots of 250 liners, and the R2 carrier worked very, very well against the massed beamstone strategy that ANS brought here. All of the beamstones bled out at the end, a lot of them really early on, and a lot of them at very, very inopportune moments for ANS. The team play really working out for OSP there. The battleship, unfortunately, was just kind of forced into orbit by the monitors, holding a really aggressive stance on A. Although the monitors ended up getting killed in the end, they managed to hold for long enough for the points to tick up for an OSP victory there. Notes did get some strikes through at the end there, but for the very opening parts of the match, we're just completely unable to get strikes through on those early cappers and early aggressive plays from OSP, which allowed them to secure the cap advantage. And by the time they were able to get strikes through, especially on the monitors and on some of the liners, it was kind of already decided due to the points lead that OSP had gained.
Yeah, OSP comfortably getting that advantage in the early game. The backline for ANS, while they went for this very bomber-heavy style, which can be quite effective, as we saw, they just eviscerate one of the liners when they caught it out of position, also suffers a bit here as the fighter coverage was just so heavy on the OSP side with all those R2 strikers. All you need is a little bit of 20 mil to see them off.
And yeah,
we just do our running
Levy here. Can I
as...
quickly mention something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bonnie
that's
specifically told them, do not run this team comp, you're gonna die to Tethys.
All right, well, there we go then.
All right, yep, ad break
All
time.
right, anyways,
We're gonna
folks,
quick run
3-minute
and
ad break. We will be back afterwards. See you
quick
then.
intermission.
Meow, meow.
Yep, while the teams decide the next map. All right.
For the 3-minute intermission there. We are returning to round 2 of the game here between 120 SPM and Freakbob's Fenthouse. Teams have swapped over. Team Fent is on Team 1 ANS, and Team 2 is going to be 120 SPM. This is a best of 3, so potentially we will see a 2-0 knockout, or we'll be going on to Game 3. Honeycomb was the map of choice.
Yep, 120 SPM lost the first one, which means that it is their map pick here. They choose Honeycomb. Advantageous play for them. OSP has a little bit of advantage on this map just due to the range bracket of their weapons. So they get probably what could be considered home field advantage here. We will see how Freakbob's Fenthouse responds to this. The teams are being selected right now.
Might be a substitution going on here, as we saw one player drop down.
I am actually a member of Freakbob's Fenthouse as an emergency sub. It appears that they're subbing in Levy right now. Yep. Levy is going to join up, and we are going to just chill here for a bit and wait for that sub to happen as the teams choose their fleet comp and start strategizing.
We're discussing a little bit in the intermission there what OSP had done in the last game. They got some very good R2 strikes, and we saw en masse they can hurt a battleship. Maybe not as effective as torpedo bombers, but certainly can punch a hole in that battleship armor where it counts.
Bongi has just pinged everyone in her server. At everyone, decisive 8k damage combined with a total of 10 beamstones. Congratulations to 120 SPM for losing against Freakbob's Fenthouse.
Both of these teams know each other, and there's some fun bits of banter. All right. Levy has been swapped in here, so we should see them ready up shortly. We try and keep the intermissions between games quickly, as we do have multiple games to play through today. So, see how things end up developing. Honeycomb, as a map we had discussed, is a little bit OSP favored due to ranging brackets. That's not to say that ANS can't bring out some of their own tools and toys to counteract that, just that OSP likes to get some of the positions held there. 415 liners can keep the ANS dodge dancing in the orbital space. Monitor ball in the center can ward off some of the other lighter threats. Same time, leaves you open for a couple cheeky missile or beam plays there that the ANS loves so much.
So, is that OG Cosmic or the second Cosmic? It is both the OG Cosmic. The OG Cosmic is the Vice Admiral, and the fake one is not in this one, is in the spectator booth right now. If you want to look back at the first one and know which Cosmic is which, the real Cosmic is the one that brought the 250 liner and the monitor and the campers, and the fake Cosmic is the one with the 100 mil liners. I can tell immediately by looking at the names of the ships. I swear, what's going to happen is after this, I'm going to get DM'd by, like, Tethys or Cosmic or something, and they're going to be like, you fool, we swapped up the names, and you gaslit yourself on stream, woo! It's going to be rough. But anyway, I have been sworn into secrecy to keep the actual name of the fake Cosmic a secret. I will be referring to them as fake Cosmic.
Anyways, since we saw how effective R2 Rocket Strike was in the first game there, I'm wondering if Team 120 over here is going to be bringing any of that themselves, or if they will go with something maybe, there could be anything broad. Honeycomb is a map that the backlines are relatively close to the front here, and you can see some, kind of quick rotations depending how teams want to position. So doing things like carriers or container liners in the backline can get compromised decently quick.
Right. Iris is a very skilled CLN player. I have seen them in action. They are very, very good at it. We will see if they end up going with CLN or if their team elects to do something different in the backline department. Team 2, which is 120 SPM, has already readied up. It looks like they've got their team comp and strategy put together. Freakbob's Fenthouse is still trying to figure out what they're doing, it looks like.
Getting their sub in, they're probably figuring out fleet comps, maybe exchanging a file or two here and there. See what ends up happening. Looks like everyone in the spectator booth is ready, save for one of the Cosmics.
All right, here we go. Here's the ready up from...
Yep. Dramas asking them to please lock in and ready their fleets and such, so yeah.
The timing of the matches that we have leaves a little bit to be desired, as if all 3 games go off in this first round here, then there's not going to be much time to ready up for the 5 Girls, 1 Grungler versus Collapse the Electron ones, but...
That's the second set of matches we have slated later today. Briefly answering chat there is Wasting Tuna. We paused redeems and VTuber avatars and stuff just for the recordings here.
I have not paused redeems. People are still redeeming. I should remember to do that. Oh shit, we didn't gamble. Fuck, that would have been a good one to gamble on, considering that it was kind of an upset. Anyway, gambling started. I will stop this one when everything readies up. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Don't redeem. I'm gonna reject and refund all redeems while the tournament's going on. Just,
yep.
We're being professional.
For anyone just tuning in, round 1 went to Team Fent there, as they came in with some very good R2 strike and deprived the ANS of their 10 beamstones very well. We're now going into round 2, which is taking place on Honeycomb. As you can see, teams have swapped. Fent is on Team 1, ANS, and then Team 2 is 120. 120 facing their knockout here. We got 10 seconds on the drop, so let's see how things go.
Alrighty. Gambling is started. I will stop the gambling once we load into the thing, just so that the initial deployments that you can see on screen with the arrows don't influence the outcome. Makes it fair.
Yep.
Majority of people voting ANS, actually, for this one. 5.2k to 1.7k. As the morale
For those of you want to
break,
get in on that, you can check out Scape's channel for that.
as the morale break already kicked in for 120 SPM.
Potentially. All right. Let's do this introduction. I think I did OSP last time,
Yep,
so want to swap around?
Yep, you can take ANS. I'll do OSP.
Excellent. Gotta wait in on the drop. Hopefully no disconnects. So far, server has been pretty stable for this tourney. I think most we had was a map not loading at one point or other.
The most unstable
pre-game
thing
lobby
has
setup.
been Discord event stage of all things.
Yeah, right? Just the UK, and then it was Texas just couldn't connect for some reason. Very strange with one specific channel that doesn't work. Oh, that's going to be a DC. Yep, there we go.
Yep, we'll have to rehost this one. Yeah, that is a DC from
all right,
Spy
well,
on load in. So yep, let's rehost this one.
Yep, just
okay, what are the rules around Alt F4 do not see fleets? Yep, Dorama should do a countdown to Alt F or Spy. I can just do that.
You see them just players Alt F4 and that. All right, well, there you go.
Okay,
That's going to be them do a disconnect.
Yep, it'll be a second for them to all load back in. It should be quick though. They've already got their team comps and strategies defined. I'm gonna pretend
This is interesting.
I don't see
I'm not following
this.
anything on deploy, and I've got a big rock.
A lot. Well, due to the Alt F4, some of the ships have already deployed. Actually, I had a zoom in on a ship, and I can see the lobby is
10% time dilation, and
the lobby is killed. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see any of the strats that the teams
we're just
were
gonna
playing, and
get
we're gonna
out of
hop
here
right
real quick.
back into the lobby when it loads up. Make sure if you
remember
are
how I said with my big mouth, "Oh, we've had stability. This is fine. It's not gonna be an issue." Well,
Neko.
little did we know.
Everyone blame Neko. Everyone blame Neko.
Yep, womp womp.
Sorry, you guys have already put in your bets for the teams right now. I'm not going to change those because that is definitely a little bit of a spoiler that happened there with some of the teams if you managed to catch it. I'm going to pretend I didn't see them. It's still up right now. It's some people are still in the spectator thing. People need to leave and go back in. If Dramus has access to the server, they can probably manually reset it, but
they might have done that. I think I just lost it on the listing here, unless I am blind.
It's not on the list, no. I'm seeing it. I'm continuing to refresh to
there it is. Error on it. Says in progress. Should be reset in a second or so.
Yep.
Fun.
If you are spectating, if you are still spectating, please exit the lobby. You need to be out of the lobby for it to reset.
Probably gonna take like a 3-minute time to like cycle or whatever it is. So, anyways, yeah, that's our first proper case of scuffage there for a lobby. Lost Leviathan gets the random disconnect that happens occasionally with Neb. Netcode is netcode. Sometimes just things happen.
It happens. The rehost hopefully should go off without a hitch here once the lobby resets. I'm still just going to keep refreshing and looking for it.
There it is. NEBVEMBER is up. Gonna type in that password now, and we should be able to get this going once again.
What do you mean it's up? Where the fuck is it? Hang on.
Match lobby NEBVEMBER round 1. It appears to be up, and we're getting the teams back in. So.
God fucking damn it, it's not showing up for me.
Maybe you have to relog your game. I mean, we're just getting set up now, so
I'm
it
gonna
should
have to
be
relog
pretty
the game.
fast.
I hate it when it does this, when the servers occasionally just don't show up. Great. Black screen for everyone on my end as I close Neb and reboot it really quickly, just to recycle the lobbies and get that lobby back. If they're gonna go, just let Dramus know that just couple seconds for me.
Yep, just told you you're relogging. Everyone's getting themselves back in here, so we'll just do our setup. And yes, for anyone who's just tuning in now, Levy was subbed in for Team Fent here. They had, who was it they tagged out? One of the Cosmics it was.
Yes, they tagged out for the fake Cosmic, which leaves Real Cosmic, Tethys, Levy, and Spy Eye as the team roster for Freakbob's Fenthouse for this one. Sorry for everyone who was expecting a quick right into the match there. A little bit of a lobby issue there. It happens, whatever.
Teams will just get themselves arranged here shortly, and we should be good to go. How's your load going?
I am loaded back up. There's the lobby.
Excellent.
I fat-fingered the join button without putting in a passcode. Let me try that again.
I should see it in a second. There's snipes. There you are.
Okay, we're back.
All right, excellent.
All right, teams are already in. Map is already loaded. They need to get their teams together and ready up. Ideally, the teams didn't see what the other teams were bringing and maintain the same team comp. Although
We hope for the sportsmanship on this.
OPSEC is not something you can forget when it happens, unfortunately.
Yes, this is what happens when Levy doesn't Steam Deck Neb. Lost Leviathan, one of the streamers that we know for Neb, and also one of the mad lads who plays this game on a Steam Deck, because you can do that.
And also an unpaid artist that gives me all the art.
Yep. We appreciate them for this.
We do. Getting DMs from Tethys.
Oh no.
Did I actually do anything to that BB last game? Asked Tethys. I don't know, maybe watch the fucking VOD? Like, you can do that. Spy Eye
should have everyone back in now, I think.
Spy Eye, calling off their team's motto there, I can feel the power of Fent coursing through my veins. Oh, no, not the Reddit. If they change their badge to the Reddit University, I swear to Christ.
Anyways.
Welcome in, engineering. So, in the first one, Freakbob's Fenthouse manages to win as OSP against 120 SPM as OSP, or as ANS, whoops. ANS brought masked beamstone tech, and OSP countered excellently with most of their fleet dedicated to annihilating those beamstones, and it worked really well for them.
All right.
We will see
attempt number 2 on this.
We had a little bit of a DC issue there. Lost Leviathan disconnected on loading in for this one, so we've rehosted the lobby, and we are trying it again. Hopefully this time it works. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. I don't know if you heard that through my mic, but I did just knock on wood there. My desk is made of wood. Yay.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
All right, spawning fleets, fingers crossed. Let's hope that this works. I'll read off ANS, you read off OSP, and it'll be a good time. So
there we go. It worked.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third game series of the NEBVEMBER tournament. This is 120 SPM versus Freakbob's Fenthouse round 2. Round 1 went to Team Fent over here. We see them dropping in the blue trunks. ANS. I'm your host, Neko Boy Blue, joined in the co-cast booth by Scape GT.
Hello.
All right. Team 2, you want to tell me who is playing for the 120 SPM?
Hang on, don't we start with Team 1? What's going on here?
Oh, well, I figured I'd give you the first bud.
Turn. I can't believe you're doing this. Oh, anyway, I don't care. Team 2 is 120 SPM playing OSP here. We have mildly backline fan who is Notes, Solus, and Iris.
Team 1 for the ANS, we have got Freakbob's Fenthouse Spy Eye, Lost Leviathan as a sub-in from one of the Cosmic Eradicators. The real Cosmic Eradicator, we're pretty sure, and Falk Tethys Drive Yards here.
If that is the
We're on Honeycomb, which
that's the Vice
should
Admiral
be an
Cosmic.
interesting fight.
It should be the real one. Taking a look, I'm looking for specific ship names from that Cosmic.
I'm seeing...
let's
see.
I'm seeing Hephaestus.
I'm seeing 2 ships named Sensitive Femboy Shark.
Well, that's
so a little bit of psyop there. One's a battleship, one's a triple box.
Anyway, I found the battleship.
Seeing a Cello on the drop here, 450 Aurora's pretty standard affair. Shall I go through ANS first and you take OSP then?
Yeah, take us through ANS.
All right. Anyways, this is potential elimination for one team. All right, Cosmic Eradicator comes in with a 250 Vox. Looks like defenders all around on this size 2 backpack. A couple of hybrids, active decoys, SDM2s, and a carrier to go with. This thing has got some guns and defenders. Looks pretty standard build. A couple of bombers here, size 3s, missile projectors on some of those.
Looks more like a
They've got
support carrier with ASF build.
Ooh. Skiff with Sprinter Masquerade. You do not see that tech very often. That's kind of cool.
That's interesting.
All right. Falk Tethys Drive Yards comes in with VLS-2 reigns here. It looks like they got one of them as a Sarissa brick in orbit here with Pinard and its own size 2 launchers here. Little sensor hunter. They got themselves 1 and 2 Capper Corvettes with rebound instead of defender there. We've got Lost Leviathan coming in with the 450 frontside battleship size 2 backpack on this, some active decoys, and a bunch of SDM2s on this thing. This is Spyglass track correlated. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. Checks out. Then they've got themselves 1, 2, 3, 4 cringe cappers dispersed around the map. Lastly, rounded the team, Triple Vox coming in from Spy Eye, Task Force, Birch, look-alike. These things have a VLS-2 on the back. They got some SGM2s here, so that just regular SGM2s, no hybrids or SDMs. That's interesting. See,
Huh.
they've got some support modules on these ones. All right, and yeah, that's hang on, that is a lot of missiles. There is 60 SDM or 60 SGM2s in that Birch like fleet. That's
How
all
the
right.
fuck did they get that many in there? What?
That is a very good question, actually. I don't know how they afforded
How
that.
did they get the points for that? Some of those have to be Killjoys, right? Like, anyway.
Spotlight Illuminator must be Saw. Interesting stuff.
Could
Anyways,
be. Anyway, taking a look at OSP. OSP did change up their team comp from the DC. They brought 2 more lines the first time. This time they were going with the full frontline tech. We've got 2 monitor balls, one of them being brought by Nodes and the other by Iris here. Are these the same build? Yes, they are the same build, same ship names. I will only go over one just for the sake of being able to get through everything fast enough. Pretty standard monitor ball here. Mix of 100 mil and plasma on each one gives you nice redundancy and survivability. Meanwhile, escorting the double monitor ball is Iris and double Acellos. Yes, it looks like OSP is going with the amassed frontline tech here. Solus is running the camp fleet. I'm seeing a double 250 liner, a scout early warning tugboat, and various cappers around the map. One of them steps onto Boxer, 2 step onto Boxer. One of them gets killed by Tethys' missile play. Tethys already fishing the backline here for the any backline, but yeah, OSP hasn't brought any today. Interesting.
we talked briefly about this, how the backlines are relatively close on this map, and potential aggression can go really fast there. If they caught a container liner there, that would have been huge.
It's only 2 gun cappers from Solus here. The rest of them are cringe cappers. One of them dies on Boxer, and then one is in waiting at reserve on Dagger, and the other one is also on Dagger side waiting. Looks like it's pretty standard rollout.
Tethys just here with the no backline callout as they fish for stuff and potentially get the ident on this. They're gonna recognize that there's 2 monitor balls just given the positioning now. Gunfire from the one and radar tracks from the other. Acello is a little out of position here, actually, as they're trying to get into gun arc.
It's possible Tethys might be able to get some missile hits here as the Acellos are pulling up to engage the BB and one of Cosmic's CL here. If Tethys gets missile strikes out, that's going to be pretty big. Those Acellos are nowhere in range to guard here. ANS sees the bombshells coming out to deny. C-Point here knows exactly what those are. Bombshells only being fired by Iris here. Iris is the one that's on track, although Notes pivots to Dagger to deny that. All right, so ANS...
CCAP may go through here as the Sacrifice Corvette. It's getting plinked at, but the aux steering and the drive still alive for them.
Uh-oh. Taking damage.
This
it's
might
diving
make it.
down. It's pointing its aux steering towards the incoming fire. Not what you want to do. You wanted to keep that pointing
up.
Oh,
it gets sniped at the last second. Got to about 80% of the cap mark there. Given the amount of overwatching fire, that's impressive it survived as long as it did.
Gunfire now being traded between the battleship and the double Acello here. Ethys still with
Battleship at a bad angle as it still was turning itself around. Oh no, a small dragonfly in the big drive slot. You hate to see that. Anyways.
Not the worst idea. It does have a big drive still, so it does have a little bit of drive survivability, but still, yeah, a little bit of a rough play there. Leviathan, seeing the mass frontline here, is pulling back with a BB. They have quad TC Spy. They are undetected. They can take this engagement really advantageously here. The Acellos are unable to return fire, although I highly doubt that Levy's going to be getting accurate hits against these Acellos at this range. It does mean that they are going to be immune to counterfire.
11 kilometers means that the Acellos will basically take nothing, and the battleship in turn is not going to take anything because the Acellos don't have a good quality track to shoot at with that range. Quad TC Spy gives you 11 kilometers of 450 fire, but you will need a Bloodhound or other track provider on the OSP side.
Anyway, Solus rushing a 250 liner into the backline here. Missiles out to try and deny that. Tethys is already flank speeding away, panic dumping as they realize what's happening here.
These may... no, actually Solus coming to a halt here as they're going to try and break off, hitting the brakes, popping chaff.
Cosmic
they're
pivoting
going with a container here.
Liner.
Oh no, a Killjoy is programming. Hang on a second.
Oh,
do they have time for it or not?
One of them gets out. One of them pops out. The other ones might be tuned wrong.
And these are, because of the staging here with crews, these are not going to get seduced.
No,
Tower Flight is up airborne, has internal radar.
The second one gets seduced. The others get seduced by chaff. Ooh.
That was close there.
From Solus there, as Solus is able to dodge that entire salvo with the double Killjoy. How many of those do they have left, though, is the question. They have
Looks like 2 on the back
Yep.
bank. I see 1 Killjoy, 2 Killjoy. All right, so they still have them, but that timing is scary there. There's a reason you have these set to defensive, and then you just manual Z prio them on targets.
Cosmic is forced to try and pivot their 250 CL to deal with this liner, leaves C point wide open for the take here as Solus capitalizes that on takes the point. Spy Eye, unfortunately,
RPF
not
from
close
Spy
enough.
Eye going to come over. First salvo
close enough to
misses.
get
Second
the
one hits the
deny.
rock.
Yep, it's going to get C point as OSP is going to take the initial cap advantage here. It looks like 120 SPM is doing the very aggressive pivot here towards A. Tethys trying to flank speed out of there. The monitors now grouping back up with the SLOs. The really easy time for Tethys to get those hybrid strikes in on the monitors has passed as now they are coalescing here. Cosmic
Monitor's
is
going to find that 250 Voxel in the broadside flank. 450 catches it briefly. We see the belly gun already down to 42%.
CL is
Bunch of grape shot
locked
coming
by
out
the
here
SLOs, yeah.
towards the fighters down low. It looks like Hornet Squadron going to take a couple of hits. These are trying to go towards Solace here. They don't have any strike.
That's ASF, yeah. Not sure what that's doing
Potentially
here.
trying to
Probably-
take out the skiff or something.
Yep,
See
there
some
it goes. There goes the
250 going
engagement
up.
against the skiff. The
They have coil
Hornet
gun. They
Squadron
will
flies
take it down.
directly into the police arc of the liner there, as so is my skiff.
Hunter flight with CMD ARAD torpedoes en route. These will get soft killed by the Warbler, provided it is set to battle short.
If
They're going to quickly turn that off again.
If the liner's not moving fast enough, though, the ARAD will keep them running straight into the hull. Only 4 torpedoes, though. Not a whole lot of damage potential there. You can see here, Freakbob's Fenthouse, recognizing the heavy push, has already begun to pivot over towards Boxer side here. Tethys
Hunter
sends
flight gets
out
the torp launch.
another-
We see the addition of, I believe it was the decoy launcher from some of those torps. He's going to
Radars are
spiral around.
off.
He's not quite able to hit at first,
They
but
go for the Killjoy, but one of them
will impact
maintains
one.
track enough. Snipes out a light civilian reactor. Ooh, that's an unfortunate module to lose there. Warbler still active, despite the loss of the reactor. And
Oh,
Tethys
no, just
paths the
barely
missiles
missed with the
from-
hybrids.
No, they find the chaff, unfortunately. Yep. Unfortunate pathing there from Tethys as those sustainer missiles miss. Those are reliant on, those ones are completely reliant on, TGGI, the Pure Act hybrids.
We talked in the sort of pre-game lobby about how this map is very prone to this kind of rotation. We see now ANS has rotated about 90 degrees. OSP likewise trying to compromise these deployment zone backlines. The carrier from Cosmic Eradicator may have to rebase before too long, as Solace is continuing to advance up with these 250 liners, just going for the push right now.
Very aggressive push.
The Monitor Ball and
into-
Acellos are pretty slow, all things considered. They are trying to move up. Currently, Lost Leviathan's battleship is up in orbit. They're trying to rain down whatever fire they can, but given the cover and positioning here, they're just not able to get any good hits on target. In turn, Spy Eye with the Task Force Birch-like is flying through a very open area of backline. There's just nothing for them to really pick a fight with.
They're probably trying to... no, they're not pushing in. Not trying to get that broadside there. Boxer... ANS steps onto Boxer. Tethys sends Ghost to take the point there. Nothing to really deny that, as it looks like ANS is going to take B before OSP takes A.
OSP lacks any strike ability. They went purely for the pure brick style, the Acellos being your support asset for that.
Taking a look
Their
at
Monitor Ball kind of rising up now to fight the battleship, but I'm going to be honest, I think that's a misplay on their part.
Yeah,
The battleship
no,
is
the
not
battleship
really a
is
threat right now.
way out of position, and OSP should not really be worrying about that. Although the jamming comes out from the Monitor Ball, that is only a spyglass on that BB, means that it is going to be unable to see through the jamming. There are some AWACS up around the map. Cosmic probably trying to pivot Aegis.
Bombard Flight trying for a run against Solace here. Glitter launcher
Those
from
are
one of those. They
cluster
go for
bombs.
cluster bombs.
Clusters with decoys. The Pavises clean up the decoys.
Gonna
and
see
now
them not able to stage in time. Good attempt there for kind of a tech play. Cosmic has not built up a number of bombers here, and I'm kind of questioning why.
Well, this carrier is pure ASF support. I believe it was probably taken assuming that Protectorate was going to run carrier strategy here. More hybrids out from Tethys here. These ones staged a little bit differently. Hopefully might catch that liner. Cosmic's CL is hanging in there, although it is being flanked really aggressively here. That really aggressive push
250 will mess this thing up
Although look at
badly
this,
here as we
Spy
see
Eye
them.
flanking over the top of C, potentially going to be able to get a broadside into those monitors there. If those CLs are able to remove one of those monitor balls, it's going to
I think this is going to be the deciding factor. So we see Mildly has gone really high with this SL. They're trying to bracket the battleship here, engage it from multiple angles. And now they're going to get found by the Vauxhalls with Spy Eye coming to the rescue. Cavalry surges forwards. They are cooking along at 30 meters a second. Cleans up one of Solace's T-20 cappers and is now just going to gun it right for the broadside of these advancing ships.
The battleship is starting to take some heavy fire here. The CLs, if they want to save that BB, they need to flank speed directly towards there. Illuminators out. That's a spotlight, not a floodlight. Missiles from the CLs.
Yep. Here comes the size 2s. Speaking of missiles, Teth is going to be sending out some more of those in the back. We saw briefly Solace got struck there. One of their attempted
between. Yeah, this is a TOT from 3 different angles. Tethys with the TOT themselves, TOTing with Spy Eye here, hoping to annihilate this monitor ball that has pushed way out of position to try and hunt down this BB. This is a pretty big misplay from Iris, if I'm being honest. They should not have tried to push out to engage that
we see why keeping cohesion matters so much. Size 2 is going to find their way in.
The first one of them already pretty devastated. Tethys unfortunately missing with pretty much both of the hybrid strikes. Tethys is getting really unlucky with those. Although
both of them going to whiff. Needs to feather the salvo a little bit more. They've gone for the consolidated style. You can definitely spread out the shots a bit more. Torpedoes now just for good measure. They are within comms jam range, but I don't think it's going to be strong enough. These are still on target. They will find purchase
slam into
for
one of the
impacts.
healthy ones. Yeah. Another salvo out from Spy Eye here. Spy Eye probably needs to start closing the distance with guns eventually here. There is an Acello at C now, which has pushed up and is bow on to the CLs here, probably attempting to engage them to guard the monitors here. Battleship still pushed out of position as this is just a game of everyone's out of position.
Yeah, it's a very strange... Oh, Aurora's actually going to kick on and kill off most of that salvo. Only one impact, maybe. Looks like it just got tanked by armor or hitbox there.
2 of the monitors
250 liners in the back line are healthy, and one of them wounded, but able to recover a decent bit. Not the heaviest damage control on this. Only 5 teams, and... Actually, 5 teams, 5 restores. That's complex in storage. Maybe a little bit lighter to afford double liner in that cap lead, but...
S3H from Teth is committed onto those monitors now from an off angle relative to where it's guarding Acello is. That being said, both Acellos have moved away from Notes' monitor ball here, which is on track. If Tethys is able to identify that, they can start getting some pretty good missile hits into them. Spy Eye unfortunately zoned out by the Acello that pushed up through C, forced to pull back here. Not before sending another missile salvo out on Iris here in support of
kind of surprised Spy Eye not actually committing to a bit more gunfight here. Single Acello like that, they with their like 3K of
they're worried.
Birch,
I believe they're probably worried about the other Acello and other monitor ball, which are hanging out within support range. One of those hybrids hitting the Acello.
Hybrid's gonna find its way into the Acello. 2 of them.
Tethys probably not intending for those to go for that target.
Okay.
Pours out 2 of the reactors. One of the reactors. The second one is a drive.
More hybrids gonna find one of the line. Oh, Chaff the last second gonna save them. 1 missile impact there. 250 liners on the hunt in this backline. Carrier trying to play keep away as this rotation goes. Lost Leviathan taking some damage here to the front of their battleship. Loses the front gun. Still has restores. Does have the radar knocked out, which is unfortunate, but can be fed tracks from someone like Spy Eye, who I believe is able to get lock on these.
I've never seen the frontline engagement on this map take place this far into orbit. Very fascinating. Yeah. The BB's been pretty wounded by the monitor ball, which is now finding the flank. More missiles in support of the BB, now out from Spy Eye here. These ones are, they're being sent into the monitors. The damage done to the Acello here with the reactor down, a lot of its systems are not being able to be powered. A little bit of a miss priority target here as Levy is firing at the Acello and not the monitors. You really want to be firing at those
monitors are going to get caught here by these size 2s with the saw.
They are being battle shorted as those Auroras are going to clean up most of that salvo there. The Auroras still at high enough health that they can afford to do that. Monitors at C now. It appears that Notes is pushing the monitors over C, probably to try and zone out Spy Eye a bit more. Spy Eye, not wanting to take that engagement, recognizing that there was that second monitor ball there. Acello Obliterator salvo out from Tethys. These ones are committing probably onto the Acello, although they will probably catch the monitors.
Anything goes at this point. I gotta say, despite the strength of ANS hybrids, we've not seen very many good strikes this game. We saw one of them, well, actually, we missed one of them that hit the 250 liner down low, which has since put itself back together Lego brick assembly style.
Right. The monitor balls
for the sheer amount of missiles they brought.
As the BB does swap fire to one of the monitors here. It swaps fire to the one that's already been pretty much disabled. Its magazine is down. Ideally for Levy here, these hybrids kill either the Acello or some of the monitors or something, which will give them valuable breathing room. The CL's now pushing low down. It appears they might be pivoting to deal with the liners, putting pressure.
CL's a little out
now.
of position actually here. If they committed to the cavalry flank and helped their battleship, they might have been able to get in gun range, just staying close to that Sea Rock and holding that as a piece of cover. That said, we'll see what these Acello Obliterator
Obliterators,
do.
These are
getting
very
close.
expensive missiles that are going to fly directly
These
through
are
the
going to
police
walk
arc
into
of the
police
monitors.
range.
They are pathed really poorly as the monitors push in. Some of them surviving. Will it be enough to get hits on that Acello? We shall see.
That is
one of them,
all but
survives.
one removed by a single 20 mil.
Yep, and it's just
they will get the lock.
Aurora.
Aurora will clean it up. That is going to be a full deflection. Teth is just not able to find purchase with
Those
the hybrids
were
this
very
game.
expensive missiles that were lost in a very embarrassing way there. Boxer denied as Spy Eye pushes down and denies it here. The monitors, though, now engaging the CLs here. They have target lock. That's pinpoint lock. Jamming is not going to help Spy Eye here as the monitors start getting plasma in 100 mil on the CLs here. That is very bad for Spy Eye here. Spy Eye returning
That
fire.
is a quote from Leviathan as they get jumped by the monitors up top. All right. Spy Eye does get into a fist fight there with the monitor ball. 250 does a lot against these monitors when they're able to get the shot out. That said, this range is not what you want to be fighting at.
That was within 100 mil and plasma range. Missiles out from Spy Eye to try and deny here. Jamming is out from the monitors.
Hang on, missiles almost friendly firing one of the CLs there. Just barely misses. Missiles may decide a bit of this engagement. That said, the jamming is
the
really
jamming
strong.
Is super aggressive. You can see here that, Notes is pivoting the jamming over to the missiles, completely denying them. No Hodge backup on those missiles means that they are unable to get through. And Spy Eye is just being collapsed on right now. He is going into the hands of OSP right now, as Solus does manage to get those backline liners onto the point. This is...
Falk actually taking the D point here in a second, uncontested, with one of their little cringe capper corvettes that's just been kicking around the map. Very strange game. Hybrids will manage to impact Iris at the top of the map, as Lost Leviathan, currently out of restores, has not a lot left in their battleship.
Unlike the first game we saw from Freakbob's Fenthouse, I think the big story with this one is that the coordination and the ability to support each other just wasn't here, this one, for Freakbob's Fenthouse. There were so many points in this game where the ANS forces were in position to support each other, and they just didn't for whatever reason. As
Battleship zoning towards top of the map was very good bait for getting those forces out of position, but unable to capitalize on it. The Voxels tried and succeeded to a degree, but Teth is just not able to land the missile strikes. Spy Eye not able to get the flanking shots.
There were so many moments there where 120 SPM had mispositioned their ships in such a way that would allow either Tethys or Spy Eye or anyone on ANS to take advantage of that, and that was just never taken advantage of. Solus's aggressive flank onto A with the 250 liners, despite ANS having Yub, despite them having CLs that could fastly pivot, it was just unpunished.
We're at the point where there's 35 mil slug from Cheetah Flight attacking a liner. That's happening over here on the E point. The Pokenteers is getting chipped at by 35 slug.
With the loss of the BB and the zoning out of the CLs, I do not think ANS has a way to recover from this one.
No. OSP is going to send two of their cringe cappers. Actually, one cringe capper, one T20 gunfighter, going to go into the D point.
There were, multiple misplays from the positioning of the monitors, and the Acellos here from 120 SPM were just never capitalized on, as, they are free to just mop up now after giving, cluster bombs out on one of Solus's liners here. Will they stage in time? They do not stage in time as they clonk into the liner.
That's going to be a dud impact.
Damage. Cosmic, perhaps
Cluster
not
bomb's
really.
temperamental at best.
I've never seen Cosmic do cluster bombs before. They're perhaps unaware of how they work, as there has been no successful strikes from them so far.
They're also just a little jank in general with the stage distances they try and set.
Right. Yep, Spy has been effectively completely gutted here, and the CLs,
Yeah.
the monitors, and the SLs cleaning them up really well. The BB is pretty much dead here.
Battleship
and
alive on a technicality, and that's about it.
one of the cluster bombs does stage, but it stages inside the liner and misses. What the fuck?
Yes. This has been a bug for a little bit now. I have a clip on my channel at one point about this. Cluster bombs, like I said, are kind of weird, where sometimes they stage inside, and because of one-way hit detection, they just will expand out, as we see through here.
Yep. ANS's carrier has been found out and is getting annihilated by the 250 liners. Tethys is out of cappers, and their missile ships are dead. Levy is out of the fight, and Spy Eye is soon to follow. I have a feeling. Yep, this is going to be a 120 SPM victory here.
This was an interesting one, as it felt like OSP, in a way, kind of threw with their positioning. They were very staggered out there. The SLs were not nearby the monitor balls. They got chasing after a battleship in orbit, which really wasn't putting pressure on anything. But then ANS, in turn, just couldn't capitalize on that. Their missile strikes whiffed. Their Vauxhalls never could get into the gunfight flank position despite the opportunities. Their strike for their bombers and such never built up sufficient amounts to do crippling damage to these liners. It feels like everything was just this strange comedy of errors as both teams rotated and then proceeded to just, well, the game just kind of happened. There's not much else to say for it.
Very, very
Monitor ball on B point here. We'll cap this, make it a 5 cap for the OSP.
Yep. And without
ANS team, I think at this point, I think they're just playing for the sake of playing. I don't really see a way for them to get back into this game.
Do stage successfully on that liner and cripple it. That is a
there we go.
liner.
That's what we were meaning to see.
Too little too late for ANS, though, I have a feeling. The loss of that liner doesn't really change things. Yep, and there's the surrender from
GG called. That's going to be a...
Yeah. That's going to be...
1 point for Team 120 SPM, 1 point for Team Freakbob's Fenthouse. We are going on to Game 3.
Yep. Teams are tied now. Interesting. We will have a third round as Freakbob's Fenthouse will get to pivot back to OSP and choose the map. We will see how that works out for them.
Talking about assets here, I'm going to say this. The early warning tug doing a lot of work supporting that front line there, just being able to provide that long-range tracking awareness. We saw Tethys had one of their frigates with spyglass adaptive radar doing sort of similar thing towards that high seaside.
I don't know if you noticed this. You were still going over one of the teams when I noticed this, but at some point, really early on, Solus actually detected ANS's carrier on early warning.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Probably didn't
know
know
if they have intel on their team
They probably
didn't
know what it was, but that was a very interesting thing that happened there. Tethys, Tethys, unfortunately, their missile's just unable to have impact. I feel like if you take a look at this rock with the hole in it on C, I feel like if Spy Eye pivoted around the outside of that near towards E to cut off the Acello and monitor push, they would have been
using
well
that as
protected.
cover.
They would have been
very
pretty well
easily
protected
maneuver
from the other monitor group and would have been able to put more direct pressure on the BB. The crossfire between the CLs and the BB would have annihilated that monitor group, leaving both the BB and the CLs able to pivot onto the second one. But yeah. No, the moral of the story...
Acellos as well, a flanking shot there from Triple Vox. You will die incredibly quickly despite being a heavy asset.
Yeah, I think the deciding factor was, unlike the first one, where Freakbob's Fenthouse was able to coordinate super well in dislodging the very, very powerful assets that the enemy team brought. In this one, their team coordination left a lot to be desired, as it felt more like 4 people doing 4 different things rather than a team.
Yeah.
Doing their
Take a look at these missile performance. Each of these rains worth 1,000 points. Only able to drum up
5K and 8K. That is an embarrassingly low number of. That
ain't it, Chief.
Really low.
Levy able to tank 22K before the match and only able to deal out 7. Spy Eye does pull some respectable numbers there for the limited contact they had.
I have a feeling a lot of that was the missiles, though. Yeah, a lot of that was the missiles, as they never really got an opportunity where their guns were on target. Did you just get an invite from Star 1?
Yes, I did just get an invite from Star asking to collaborate.
How do you keep doing this, Star? This is a consistent thing.
Anyways, we're going on to Game 3. Give it up for Game 3, folks. We'll see you in a second. Gonna run intermission now.
Yep, and I will, while we're on our ad break, I will award the points for whoever won that gamble. OSP won that one, so OSP gets the points. It was 50-50 actually in terms of who was betting on what, but OSP won that one. Congratulations on your points. And yeah, we're gonna ready up for the next one. I'll see you all in 3 minutes when we're ready to go.
Once again, thank you, everyone.
Yay.
Thank you for the Raiders who showed up halfway through. So, we're going on to game 3. This will be 120 SPM versus Freakbob's Fenthouse, round 3, best of 3. Tombstones is the map of choice. Teams have swapped once again. For those of you just tuning in, I am Necaboy Blue, and this is my co-caster Scape GT. We are covering the tournament as best we can, and it's been an interesting time.
Sorry we weren't able to respond to the Raiders on Neko's channel there. We were locked in the casting, and...
Yeah, I think we were more locked in the cast than some of the players were with their strikes there.
Tethys, please explain yourself. Anyway, yeah, I still can't... There were... Because Tethys is a really good Yub player, right? And there were multiple moments... Oops, you're probably ready up. There were multiple moments there where, Anas had on track the Acellos out of position to guard the monitors, and just nothing happened. It was very bizarre to see. But
seeing the Acello killer missiles just zoom through a single Pavis and get mopped up, all save one that dies to Aurora, that was just crippling.
That second
Each of those missiles probably 50 points.
Oh, yeah, let's gamble. That second one was very much a... Freakbob's Fenthouse just kind of failed to coordinate with each other as well as they did on the first one, and they were just unable to help each other. It was very much a case of 4 people playing their own game rather than a team attempting to win. But it happens. It was still really rough to watch, considering I do know that Freakbob's Fenthouse is a very, very skilled team and does know how to coordinate. It was very
120 SPM pulled a little bit of the same as their formations got very spread out. We saw the 250 liners kind of going off on Safari. They managed to get away with it, though, as the Bomber Strike just couldn't find purchase. The Acellos lagged a little bit behind the monitors, which is unusual, as typically the monitors are the slower of the
Acellos were also double drived too, so I'm not entirely sure how
Raider
they were
Whiplash.
out of position. Probably just a miss micro there. The difference, though, is that both teams did do positioning issues and team coordination issues, but only 120 SPM was able to capitalize off the enemy's mistakes. But
Iris at one point just committing towards Levy's battleship like a golden retriever set loose on a Christmas ham.
Iris is lucky the missiles weren't on point from Tethys there. They would have gotten absolutely annihilated on that little safari they did to try and kill the battleship.
Yeah. It really was a case of OSP brought pure frontline, managed to push up with it, and ANS just, had they capitalized with any of their missile or bomber strikes, would have definitely been able to collect. I am going to be a little critical of the bombers as well from ANS side, because they had the ability to build up 4 bombers and then go for the strike, and they just never did.
Cosmic was doing... Well, Cosmic's carrier was mostly ASF. They were expecting a carrier play from OSP there, which didn't happen. They still had strike, though, but they were just... Yeah, they just never... I think that was also
trickled it in,
of,
just tried to... Yeah.
And you can see here, Tethys has been voted off of Freakbob's Fenthouse. Oh no! For Tethys's performance in the last one, they have been brought out to behind Caltrop and executed, much like Tasty Cookie was in the first games there, after giving everyone failed torpedo technology.
Yes, the failed torp tech from which teams was that?
That was Team Gigri.
The G Smash versus who was it? Check the tournament channel. Hang on.
We will. All right, match starting. We will see who wins this one here. As a little bit of.
This is a Birch versus G Smash. That was the game.
Yes.
Yeah, game 3 for that was something.
Just failed torpedo tech the entire way. All right. You took ANS last time. I'll take OSP this time for the introductions. I will end the betting once we load in. If you want to get your bets in, get them in quickly now before we load in and things get spoiled. 6% ANS, 94% OSP right now.
All right.
Wow, that's a lot of faith.
Let's spawn some fleets and play tombstones, shall we?
Alrighty.
Hello, every Neon. We're into the third match series, game 3, or round 3, whatever you want to call it. We have got team 120 SPM in the blue trunks versus Freakbob's Fenthouse in the orange trunks. I'm Nekoboy Blue, joined by Scape GT in the casting box.
Hello.
All right, we're on tombstones today. This is going to be the deciding of this best of 3 in the blue trunks for 120 SPM. We have got Solace, Iris, Mildly, and Backline Fan, which is Notes. Scape, you want to tell me who's on OSP side?
Yes, this is Freakbob's Fenthouse here. We have Spy Eye, Cosmic Eradicator, and Lost Leviathan. Freakbob's Fenthouse, after the performance of Tethys in the last one, electing to swap them out for someone else entirely here.
All right, so we're seeing usual deployments. This is Tombstones, which is similar to Pillars in terms of point layout and such. To see a lot of very similar plays there. Take a look at the pre-deployments. I'm seeing quite a few cruisers and battleships, actually very heavy on the ANS side. That is a lot of beef. Are you seeing this? I count like
1, 2. Whoa, 1, 2.
That's 6 Axfords and a battleship.
6 Axfords and a battleship. What the fuck is happening with ANS's team comp there? Oh shit! This is what is it? Topaz. This is the Topaz integrated fleet tactic that this team has been developing. These are likely going to be a mix of 250 Greedfords as well as frontline here. Meanwhile, on OSP, I'm seeing a Moorline in the back that is being brought by who the fuck knows who. Winterborn sounds like a real cosmic name, so I'm going to assume it's them until proven otherwise. Based on the names of the shuttles around the map, I would assume that Spy Eye is bringing the Cap fleet here. We also have...
definitely gives the vibe of it.
We have Bloodkin,
seeing a couple of liners and a cello pair, I think, there.
Yep, it is the real Cosmic bringing the carrier, because the fake Cosmic is bringing the 100 mil Obelisk liners that they brought in the first one here. And I'm also seeing an Acello on deployment there as well.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
One team electing to bring strike. Blue team kind of going strikeless for the most part here, just trying to get the whole count up for heavies. This is going to be a slugfest.
We will see how the Topaz play from 120 SPM works out for them. All right.
Absolutely correct on that call. I'm seeing Mark 65, the 250
Yep.
millimeter triple barrel guns on these Axfords.
This is definitely Topaz then. All right, you want to take ANS?
All right. Sure, I'll take ANS. Stuck on 10% sim speed for some reason.
Oh, no, we're going to have to rehost this. We're going to have to rehost this.
That's interesting. Is that just my end, or is that yours too?
No, this is my end. This is a bug that's been happening with the lobbies recently. All the animations and missile speed is going to be at 10%. Everything else is going to be at 100%. This is going to be impossible to play.
Oh dear.
I think we should probably rehost this. Yeah, let's
this is going to be a rehost. Sorry for the false start, folks.
Another false start.
Players will
This
Alt
one
F4,
is
go
not
again.
anyone's fault.
Yep.
All
right.
It would appear that Freakbob's Fenthouse has taken the victory.
Yeah, they totally got it. There's the win.
And it's decided.
All
It's
right.
all over. All right. Anyway, yep.
Today has been the day of bugs. We had lost to 5 and
everyone-
get disconnected during round 2, and then we had the just weird start today. So we'll just ready up.
We'll say
and
everyone
then,
exit the lobby. Darg does the
Yep.
end debrief. I'm going to
Get
exit
the-
out and
yep.
rejoin just to make sure that things work out well.
Yep, good call.
Um,
Exit back out and then back in,
and to
and
saw
we should
all
be
of
good
the
for that.
ANS fleet, that is true. They should have Alt F forward. I will insult
Yep,
them. for that.
we're trusting the players here with the sportsmanship to not do scummy things for it. So yeah.
Well, ideally, the team comps should be same enough, I guess. Who knows? That one was unfortunate. Yep, this is a bug that's happening. I have a video on my channel about it where we experience it. The time dilation bug. Not sure what causes it, but what happens is missiles and all the animations move at they move at 10% speed there in coordination with the time dilation, but literally everything else is at 100% speed, which leads to a really, really weird situation where missiles just genuinely do not work, and everything else is really difficult to determine what's happening. So yeah, we want to rehost that. That would have been very, very. That would have been a very interesting.
Certainly
one
would
if
have been
we
an
actually saw that one out.
interesting game 3, but let me know when you get VOD up. We'll GitHub it. Yep, you can actually look at the VOD right now if you so desire. You just go to either mine or Escape's channel. You should be able to find the VOD there. Just go to the video section. It'll be the latest one, so you can get a clip or a timestamp of that. And yeah, hopefully that gets fixed. Nebulous is a early access in development game, so there will be bugs. We try and work around them as best we can. If you want to contribute and help submit your bug reports along with logs and such to the respective bug report channel on the Nebulous main Discord, we have seen multiple bugs get fixed due to things that people have submitted or footage found from various streams that we've done. So we're very appreciative of people who are putting in that info, because if you don't have it documented or logged, you can't fix it.
Dark says we can actually solve that problem with console commands in the future. Ooh, that might be helpful. Heads up, OSP, ANS, OSP did not Alt F4. Yes, very interesting. We definitely need ANS to know that if they want to vary their team comp. In the future...
I think we saw ANS had they'd all Alt F forward, but I don't know if OSP had. Same time, it should be all right. Assuming they go in with this, they might change up their team comps slightly, anyways. But yeah, we'll get that set up. Yeah, you can go ahead and check that. We're trusting players to maintain sportsmanship for this, but yeah.
Levy says they were closing their game with Task Manager. This is not an Alt F4 situation, though, by the way.
Yeah. All right. All of OSP ships are good. Yeah, OSP ships, I believe, were all intact. I remember seeing ANS gray out and punch out there. So, yep.
Yeah, we need the organizers to, yeah. Might have been my fault there. I did call
that's a
for
10%
rehost.
sim speed bug there. I think calling for the rehost. Yeah.
Right. I did.
Sorry
I
if that's an error on our part.
Yep, I meant it to be rehost question mark. I don't think I typed that though, but that is. I'm gonna blame myself for that, and we're gonna move on.
Yep.
Yeah. Leaving you to use the set timescale 1 to fix. I was completely unaware that you could do that, huh? Levy did not Alt F4. No, Levy said that they closed the game via Task Manager, but given that they were still in the game, I can't. I'm going to take the benefit of the doubt and say that they probably did, but at the same time, we can't confirm that. All
right. Well, we will defer to Dramus's judgment in that regard there. Yeah. We're used to running games for multiplayer side ourselves, so a little bit of an error on our part. Whoopsies. I'm not actually sure if the timescale command works in multiplayer. Like, I know this is a hosted server through theirs, but yep. Yeah, I was under the impression console just didn't work in multiplayer games for that, because I've tried console commands before and it hadn't gone through, so we'll see if maybe it's just a server side thing. Anyways. Whoopsies. All right. Yeah, we're just going to get ourselves set up for this next round, and hopefully things will go through.
Levy appears to be still booting back up. They did close their game. They'll be joining back up eventually. Whoops.
Yeah. Definitely one of those, like, edge cases where we've not encountered this before, so...
I could... does console command work in multiplayer?
I don't think it does, but it'd be interesting if it does work.
Because I
definitely one of those things I haven't seen before. Comment from Liz in chat here. Set timescale will work in multiplayer. The bug is the clients miss a packet to return to 100% sim speed, and so the server operates at full speed while the clients are stuck in time dilation. If you set your own timescale, it will probably fix it, but you should never do that normally, because if you set a timescale different from the server, it won't get corrected until time dilation changes again.
Okay.
Interesting.
Never listen to anyone from on Twitch. I think this is the real lesson here. Dart is completely correct with that.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Because that's a bug. I know that I've encountered that bug before where that happens. I know that a lot of other people's have it as well. From what I
personally think that calling for a rehost isn't the worst case with that if we get like weird mishaps, but again, that's my opinion, not the coordinators.
If it happens again,
we defer to coordinators.
The coordinators should have had the call there. That is my bad for not phrasing that as a question and instead phrasing that as a statement. For the rehost. Huh.
All right. We should be readied up here, just waiting on Tethys and Snipes, and then everything should be good here. So
players too.
Like we said, it's an early access game. There will be some there will be some bugs here and there. So just make sure that we are recording and submitting them as best we can for logs. Hopefully things will get fixed in future, and it'll be good.
Oh, well, from what I've heard of, kick me, I'm AFK, says Tethys in chat. Okay. Misspelled Twitch. Oh my god.
All right. Anyways,
Levy's
just in Fleet Editor. We'll just call for the kick there.
Right.
That's fine.
Shut up, Star. Shut up.
Yeah.
All right. There's Tethys out.
No,
Snipes.
hang on.
Ready up.
Star spelled that wrong as well.
No, that's because that's how I spelled it. In chat.
Did you?
Yes, because I'm really bad.
No, I'm looking at your chat right now. It's TWICH, and Star spelled it Tweech or whatever they say there.
I forgot that.
They're asking, does it work for anyone in the game to have to be server admin? I believe it has to be someone with the server admin terms, otherwise they'd get some weird things. And
anyways, Dark could have done it. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Here we go.
All right.
Actually happening.
Bit of a false start there. Oopsies on our part. We'll defer to the
is
coordinators.
My bad. Big apologies to Dramus for that one. That was completely my mistake. We'll see if the
as we say in the business. Oops.
Oops. Anyway.
All right. Loading in. We'll do introductions once again and see how things go.
that happens. I want to see if console
see.
commands can fix it, because the only way I've
Yeah,
heard
it
to
says
fix
it only just your client.
before-
You should never do it unless you're coordinated with someone else in the game and you know servers operating 100%. Start of the game is probably a safe time to do it, but not any other. Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
from what I've heard, like, people always just say rehost when that happens, which is why I
Yeah.
defaulted to that. I had no idea that you could actually... I didn't even know that you could fucking use console in multiplayer.
I know you can, but my understanding was
Huh.
it locks out a lot of the commands that you do for it. So,
Well, yeah,
all
anyway.
right. Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome to Game 3, Round 3 of the series here. This is going to be 120 SPM versus Freakbob's Fenthouse. I am NEBVEMBER Blue, joined in the CoCast booth by Scape GT.
Hello.
So Team 1 ANS is going to be 120 SPM, consisting of Solace, Backline Fan, which is Notes, Mildly, and Iris. You want to tell me who's on Team 2?
Yep, Team 2, we got Freakbob's Fenthouse here, Cosmic Eradicator, Spy Eye, and Lost Leviathan here. We are deploying here on Tombstones. This map was chosen by Freakbob's Fenthouse, who did lose the last one. Total is 1-1. This is the deciding match here. Taking a look at deployments here, looks like 120 SPM is doing their Topaz strat here with the amassed low-cost capitals, beamstones, and capper assets, all deploying relatively low here. Not a lot of stuff high up.
Slight change up. We had a bit of a false start as the server had a bit of a hiccup there, and we called for a rehost. Bit of an error on our part. Sorry about that. ANS now coming along with a carrier, switching it up from their what was previously 6 Axfords. Now looks like it's 4 Axfords, a battleship, and a carrier, along with their cap fleet, consisting of a bunch of beam destroyers and corvettes.
On OSP's side here, I'm still seeing the Moorline brought by, or the real Cosmic, the 100 mil obelisks. Are we still using those? Yep, 100 mil obelisks by the fake Cosmic. Spy Eye is still on the camp fleet, and I am seeing in a cello.
Looks like a cello pair in there? Yeah.
A cello pair. No, it's no, that's a cello pair. Brought by, looks like Lost Leviathan there, who has a slightly incorrect fleet tag and makes it easy to see what they're bringing.
All right. Just waiting on one of the Cosmic Eradicators to ready up, and we'll see where this goes.
Knowing the Cosmic Eradicators, this is a deliberate strat to just make the thing as long as possible.
All right. On deploy, I'm watching one of the 250 liners come in. You want to read off ANS or OSP?
Well, you do ANS because you were starting with that before.
All right, fair enough. Tombstones is a pillars-like map, 2 natural points per side, so let's see what they brought. Notes is coming in here with a Levy, the bonus Oceans. This has 8 bombers, a sundial, and then a handful of fighters. Only a dozen fighters in this, so that is going to be their carrier here for the moment.
Relatively cheap Levy to make room for the rest of the fleet.
Yep. Missing one hangar bay potential there. They've got a beam destroyer deployed down low, very cheap on this thing. A beam destroyer overwatching Seaside. They've got one towards the B point, and lastly a naked fringe capper, completely empty. Actually, completely empty of everything, not even including the mag on that one. Iris has got themselves a 450 battleship with a launch pad on the backpack slot there, usual cheeks, antenna, comms jammer, etc. Missing the top half of this thing as they're keeping out as well. This is Parallax, not a track-correlated spyglass. They have got themselves a beam destroyer covering the C point here. They've got 1, 2, 3 naked cappers, 2 of them Seaside, 1 going towards B. Mildly comes in with the first of the, what do you even want to call these, like, bulked up voxels, Greedbirds, pit bosses?
Pit bosses, I believe, is the term for these.
Yep. Very cheap on the damage control, but at the same time, these are incredibly beefy health bars that you can tank a lot of lighter munitions with. We'll see how effective it ends up being. 2 of them, along with a beamstone, a naked capper air, first in their deploy zone, and then they've got their launch pad fighters getting up. Solace, similar style fleet, might actually be the same fleet. Yeah, looks like we got a duplicate of these Axfords here, although they've got a beam destroyer and only 1 fringe capper, so slight different tech there. That's going to be the ANS.
Taking a look at OSP, the real Cosmic here is the one who brought the carrier. This is lots of bombers, lots of Barracudas. I'm seeing some R2 Piranha rockets in there. Not as much as a dedicated Piranha Strike strat, but still enough. Those bombers are going to have a heyday against those capitals. Up next, Cosmic is bringing the same 100mm obelisk liner fleet they brought in the first one. 200mm liners here. No complex and no restore reinforced DEC lockers. That's going to be really rough. with 2 Ruddles spread across the map for some rushes onto the enemy. Levy with the front line here. We have a double Acello up top. Pretty standard build by the looks of that. Raider Drive, Whiplash. Yep, pretty standard stuff there. These are deploying high. And lastly, Spy Eye with the Cat Fleet. 250 liner. With Rocket Backpack.
Rocket Backpack.
Yo!
Oh, that's going to be a sucker punch.
Interesting. A early warning tugboat up top, and a Ruddle, which is already under fire underneath a rock here as Solus flanks low. We also have a bunch of one other Ruddle on the flank, and the rest of the fleet is gun cappers and 1 cringe capper here.
All right. Interesting deployment here. OSP not bothering to go for A point, knowing that there is going to be beam destroyers overwatching. Oops, audio crunkle. Hang on a second. That's my audio end. Sorry about that, folks, in the recording. Just let me fix that real quick. Minor technical issue. There we are. That should be back to normal. There we are. All right. Yeah. Listen, chat there. Mardov Carrick saying, rocket liner, my kind of beloved. Yeah, would you please give the rocket launcher some gun depression so we can obelisk them correctly?
Anyway,
Minor nitpick
so
I have because I can never get them to work.
talking a little bit about the Topaz fleet comp tech here. This is a totally integrated fleet comp style of building here. The idea behind it is that everyone supports every front of the engagement, both frontline and the Capor. The Cappers are split across all the teammates, which means that there's less pressure on a dedicated Cap player, and the frontline can more easily do double duty there. And the fleet is designed to work in conjunction with the other ships here. Spy Eye gets a
Ruddle commits
strike
underneath the map,
onto an
trying to get
Oxford
shots out, and actually has a
hits.
couple of impacts. Not getting through the armor, though, and they will die to 120 RPF very quickly. Interesting little tech on these Ruddles. Mount gyros in the yard drive to try and do a bit of dodge dance and angling there. This is going to die very quickly to all of that RPF.
Yep, the RPF
Has a
rush,
reactor bloom going on as well, so potentially may catch those Axfords if they get too close.
These Axfords, I bet, are just going to continue their push. This push low underneath is likely a way to try to put pressure on any backline that OSP has. Levy up top, starting to re-pivot the Acellos, likely going to try and pivot them back. Crimson from Cosmic Eradicator is a... that's ASF.
This is air control with Saw,
it's getting
HE Frag,
beamed
Illume
currently right
Pod.
now by Iris, as one of those Barracudas, curiously enough, takes a little bit of beam fire there before dying. That... incredible.
Probably was just a damage tick thing, not quite lining up. We always
Right.
have a little desync with Fightercraft.
Anyway,
120 RPF
engagement.
will pepper them a little bit here. Beam as well catches another one here. The XXL
We have a-
Aurora is in position. There we go. Another one taken down.
We have a fighter engagement on the flank here as Dragoon Squadron wipes out Bolt Squadron there. Bolt was the escort for these bombers, I believe, but the close range saw S1s shatter that coil gun
Bolt
Tonto
gets
Squadron.
taken out from that. Broadsword flight of bombers, R2 Piranha rockets, and R3 Spearfish. These are just your kind of standard
Likely-
rocket strikers. They will get found by Duster in a moment here.
These are likely going to commit onto the Beamstone, although that Beamstone has 6 Tontos guarding it. Adamant staying back in reserve, although has been target locked, and ANS knows it's there.
Daggerflight secondary is on standby. They are on the interdiction duty.
to support the engagement from Broadsword. As Broadsword, although it is going to go down here, they do manage to get a strike through. Pretty inaccurate, though, against this Beamstone here. Those were Spearfish.
Can we talk about
NR2s
maybe the
completely
jamming there
whiff.
from Daggerflight coming in and causing those to whiff badly with poor track
Would have
quality
been
on that?
signal error, yeah. Adamant now withdrawing.
Strike attempt, and the carrier sees them off. This is part of the importance of having a carrier.
Oh no!
or other
Reactor
strike
bloom
launchers.
onto Mildly's
Told you it was going to
Axfords.
go through. One of those
One
is
of
going to
them
get cooked. Two
completely
of
cooked.
them decently
One of them,
toasted.
its armor is pretty degraded. Unfortunate start for ANS right there, as one of their Axfords is completely armored down, completely negating the point of its
All right.
existence.
Can we talk just about the number of heavy cruisers under this map? They are going for the underside safari like you used to see in Pillars back in the day. That is
Right.
4 Axfords, 2 of which have been decently torched. That 100 mil liner, if
see.
it can get into arc, is going to have a field day. Same with the 250.
Yep.
The 250 liner with rocket backpack against these
Asnapar-
weakened armor panels.
Asnapar
Like,
has already pivoted onto Solus's Axford here, the one that was guarding A, and you can see that fake Cosmic has already pivoted their other liner down through Echo to try and intercept these Axfords here. Meanwhile, Levy
Plasma
Levy
starts up on one of them.
still-
Gonna find purchase. Maybe. Oops,
Adamant
rockets
Squadron
coming out here
strikes
from
with the
Adamant.
rockets. They fire at the one that has the armor stripped. Those are all gonna
And
win.
that's a lot of damage.
Only 2
Many
bombers.
of those actually getting wasted because of the empty compartments from the tops. No, actually, the strip's
Also on
upside
the
down.
bottom,
Never mind.
Yeah, that knocks out the CIC too, which means that Axford is unable to support this engagement against this 100 mil bulker here, as it gets really nasty broadsides into Solus here. The Axford though is a pretty tanky
on
ship,
standby
even if
looking
it
for
is
it.
a cheap ship. It does.
ACAP goes on now. Spy Eye
Yeah.
drifts onto the point. Beamstones are not quite
the
in position yet.
The Beamstones are being suppressed by the Acellos up top, are able to just keep 450 fire on them and keep them tracked and under fire. They might be able to go through there, though.
One Beamstone
Mildly
does have
is-
arc here, but they're not quite. There it is. Finally gets the latch on at the last second. Flat facing here. They managed to tank with the mag for a second, but CIC does get sniped.
the
Will they
drive.
survive here with a
No,
small...
not with the beam
Nope,
on them.
small gets
Nope. Yep.
gunned out.
Valiant ACAP attempt. Not gonna work out here.
Does explain why we didn't see the ACAP attempted in the first place. A lot of fighter engagement going on down below. Talon flight here in the backpack slot. Those coil guns going to clean up one of the scouting skiffs there. A lot of RPF going to try and see off the other one. 100 mil
Hornet Squadron-
exchange here from Cosmic as
Hornet
they're getting
Squadron,
peppered
ooh.
by the
Hornet
250.
Squadron is ASF, diving for the escorting fighters here to probably open the thing up for Foxhound here. Foxhound is torpedoes, piranhas, and KBU-22s. If those get purchased, that's a dead Axford right there.
OSP wisely holding back their bombers right now. They know that once they clean up this fighter escort, most of these
The
Axfords
double
have
engagement
little to no point defense.
from the 100 mil obelisks on one of the Axfords here. Unfortunately, Plasma did not get bite enough on this Axford for that 100 mil to pin, although I believe that these Axfords are probably
Plasma's
not
starting
too
to add
happy
up
right
on the
now.
one face now.
Plasma being fired
Hornet
a bit
in the
too
mix.
late.
Lightning Flight on standby nearby with their own coil gun. This is becoming a bit of a furball. Foxhound commits while the fighters are tied up. One of Talonflight is still alive here. Might go for the intercept. Coil gun, I believe, should two-tap a bomber, but they'll run out of ammo before there's run out of bombers.
Lightning Squadron
Talon
now
gets
tied
jumped on
up,
by fighters.
finishing up Dragoon here. Dragoon gets in close range with the 20 mil. Mops up a lot
20
of those
mil
coil
against
gun
these
fighters.
coil guns. Coil gun, if it can get the snap, will one-shot a fighter here, but
And SDM
it's just been a
200s
very
from
weird fight.
one of the obelisks in support of Dragoon here, as Dragoon, a heavily damaged squadron that's out of missiles. I think they're going to mop up Lightning here, despite Lightning being a Coil Tonto squadron. Very impressive fighter engagement there from
Foxhound
Cosmic.
gets the dump. There is
These are
Torps out on
torpedoes.
target. Acts ARAD Val on most, if not all. Nope, some of
Radar
them
not
are firm
off!
Val.
Radar not off! As Solus did not MCOM.
That is
A lot of those torpedoes are
actually
going to hit.
not that bad. Most of those
Foxhound
get
is
hit
gonna
into the
follow
tower, I think, or whip.
Foxhound's going to follow up with the bombs. No, never mind. They are
Bombing
going
run
for
here,
the
actually
other
committing
Axford.
on target since there is no point defense on these full green.
No dedicated point defense on these Axfords means that these bombs are probably going to get through as this Axford. Oh no! The RPF! The 250 RPF from the supporting Axford. cleans up a lot of
Fratricide
those.
in effect. One bomb
One
finds
bomb
its way
is gonna
through.
find
Will
its way
impact
through.
center stack.
Guts,
Takes out
yep.
small locker. Potentially going to see this thing DC killed here as they're restoring their belly gun. Hornet flight taken to the skies again. They're going to see off these ANS fighter craft there. ANS not having the staying power. Coil guns running out of ammo, and their health bars are gone. A lot of action taking place underneath the map here as the 100 Maliners have isolated Solus pretty far down here. Solus beat
Right.
up badly, needs to take some time to repair, but
Mildly holding position by A.
Spy Eye gets a ruddle into the back line. Notes potentially okay here. Does get the beam and survives it.
There was an early track on that ruddle probably, and
Looks like they took out one of the other beamstones. Judging by the life pods about 40, 50 seconds ago here.
Yes,
Might have been a
that was
second strike.
that was likely ANS's indication that there was a ruddle there, although the loss of a beamstone is still a valuable gain for the OSP team here. The Acellos still up in the top, really unsure about what they really want to be engaging right now, I think. They
Acellos want to put pressure on, but they're just not quite sure where to go given the situation.
With the BB. The thing is, the low push here with the Axfords, although the Axfords are now out of position, so is OSP's A denial tools here. As you can see, these obelisks and stuff are busy engaging the Axfords, not guarding A. ANS not really capitalizing on that, though, as they mostly stay back with their cappers. Their cappers are pretty valuable in this team comp. Not a lot
We
of
have
them.
Torps out from the bombers on ANS, but they will get killed. That means the CMD may not go through here. No track help for Cosmic
Although
Eradicator.
they're going to blind fire with the 2 hits. This thing cannot be taking torpedo hits like that. It has no ability to restore after a devastating hit like that.
We saw in the first round there, this ship was crippled by a torpedo strike. They got very lucky this time around. The nose of the ship not taking a hit.
Assassin Squadron commits onto Mildly here at A-Rad Val from, like, A-Rad Val range. Those are going to hit. That ship did not MCOM, and that is another Axford crippled as Assassin.
Surprisingly, some of those missiles just straight whiffing. I'm wondering, were those...
Those were Therm Val.
Yeah.
So, Mildly failed to soft kill the A-Rad Val, but the Therm Val they did properly soft kill by pulling back, so they went for chaff.
Looked like they had just gone completely wide there. I'm wondering if those maybe were set to a reject or something.
Possibly.
Assassin Flight comes in for the flank with R2s, lining up for a bombing run
Those are the
here.
Bombs. 250 RPF attempting to cover.
Potential.
Will it kick in, or will these hit?
RPF rounds go wide, targeting
the
bombers
They're
instead
firing
of the
at
bombers.
And that Axford's going to take some massive bomb hits.
That is
a
crippling damage.
Mission-killed
This thing is
Axford.
combat ineffective.
Cosmic doing a really good job of dropping those bombs from an off
Shrapnel Flight
angle.
in the back line going to find torpedo strikes onto Cosmic Eradicator here. This is going to get tanked mostly by the snoot of this liner. Let's see how this impact goes through.
Enough, though. This thing has no reinforced DC. Ooh. It does tank. The nose
very
does
lucky
tank.
tanking on that.
Very, very lucky. They cannot take a follow-up hit, or that liner is screwed without any reinforced DC. The battleship, though, you can see here, Iris has actually pivoted fire to supporting those bombers. Target lock on Cosmic's 100 mil liner obelisk there, and is trying to get the finishing blow there. Rocket Squadron commits onto the bombers, making sure that they do not return home. The Acellos, once again, just kind of not really doing a whole lot right now.
Acellos and
They're
Battleship
dealing with
exchanging
the
fire
BB,
for the moment,
yeah.
but they quickly retask, realizing they're doing nothing to each other.
Here comes the Atlas Secure from ANS. I was wondering when they were going to try this. The 100 mil obelisk relatively out of position to deny that. Busy with the Axfords, although they have gutted the Axfords quite a lot. They are way mispositioned to try and do some
Spy potentially had an arc there, but unfortunately not the case right now. ACAP may go through here. Both teams have been tied on points and caps at the moment. Spy attempted to push towards B, but got seen off by a beam that did not have lock, so it missed on the bad track quality.
Cosmic's 100 mil obelisk that could be guarding A. It is rolling. Will it get gunned on target in time? That is already halfway to the cap. I do not think it will. I believe that this is likely going to
Burn
be
through
A.
detects on A point. Notes apparently confused what their coil toes are doing, is they're dogfighting incredibly poorly here. Rocket Flight is going to clean up on this. That is going to be a kill. ACAP, though, is locked, is getting shot by Spy Eye as they come around the corner. Not in time.
It's a cringe capper. It will survive. Unguided bombs out from Claw Squadron here. Those will likely be dodged at that range. Cosmic trying to dump those as early as possible to try to get the kill. But yeah, no, it would appear
Spy Eye forced back from some of the flank angles there. Was not in position to cover this. Same goes for the Cosmic Eradicator 100 mil liners. ANS sneaks the ACAP, making this now a 3-2 game, but OSP has been taking some very good fighter engages. ANS gotta be bleeding on the craft count. Taking a quick look at the carrier, it is empty. What you see, what you got.
Whoa, yeah. The only fighters that ANS has left are the ones in the air right now. Cosmic doing an excellent job of winning those fighters engagements, even against those coil toes. It is now OSP's game to use their fighter advantage to try and dislodge those beamstones and to allowing them to get an A attempt here. Although Mildly has double 250 liner. Look at this! Backline fan, Notes, gets the flank with the beamstone onto Cosmic's 100 mil obelisks. That thing flanked around. Spy Eye attempting to help with the 250 liner as well as the other 100 mil obelisk here. But
Cosmic Eradicator getting eradicated, middle of the ship, going
restores.
No restores left. Yep. DC complex not found.
Yep, as that beamstone
that is
gonna,
yeah. That's ANS a 4.8 kilometer strike. Gonna call that. This liner should have survived had they gone to the DC complex. Instead, decided to try and do the greed angle, double storage so you can restore all of your guns. In turn, they're gonna pay for it. Notes will lose their beam destroyer here, but still that is a trade up in the points department. Spy Eye and Cosmic will be able to capitalize on this
look at this as well. The BB has pushed into over A, forcing the Acellos back. The Acellos curiously staying as a group. They should have probably split up early on to try to get crossfires on the BB, but they have not committed on that. Shrapnel commits a strike
rocket
onto a
strike,
beamstone
yep, onto that destroyer.
Yep. That is a Beamstone
Gone.
dead at A, although there are still 2 Greedfords and a Battleship, as well as 2 more Beamstones in the backline overlooking A right now.
Talking about the Greedford's angle, though, Mildly is effectively on one Greedford. The other one has, well, it's got a pair of Mark 61, so this thing is just a super large Capper Corvette. The still alive Greedford is the one that has absolutely no armor. Solace was seen off in the bottom side of the map, and they are looking pretty beat up, although they can recover a little bit. One of their, or almost called it a liner, one of their Axfords is decently put together now, just needs to get into the fight. This is still a very weird game. We are currently 404 to 374 on the board.
Both teams have advantages and disadvantages. We will see which ones pay off in the end. Right now, mildly friendly firing Iris's Cringe Capper there, trying to get 250 RPF into Battery Squadron, which is flanking around with torpedoes here. No, not torpedoes. These are R3s. Mamba Squadron is ASF. Gonna try and support the push into one of the Beamstones here, although Mamba flies into the point defense arcs of the BB. Mamba immediately diverts. Yep.
Ooh, almost gonna catch them. It does get a little bit of scraping damage on one fighter, which goes down.
Battery trying to get around here to get some of those Beamstones down, although the 250 Axfords are still gonna be a problem for OSP here. Most of OSP's liners, although they did reposition quite well to deal with the push from the Greedfords, they are now hopelessly out of position to try and push onto A. The Battleship took full advantage of that and pushed forward, now guarding the A point quite aggressively, and what's left of Mildly's Greedfords have now repositioned in that trench there by A to deny it as well. Spy Eye does attempt to send a gun camper here to B, although it gets detected and annihilated here. You can see it was Notes' Beamstone there, which is now pivoting pretty aggressively through that little side there between B and E. We will see what happens with that.
So many different ships going on around here. Levy kind of hanging back in the OSP's deploy zone right now. They're guarding E point against Solace, potentially pushing through here. At the same time, the Battleship much more aggressively positioned, trying to capitalize and get onto those liners if it can get arc.
Unsuccessful strike from Battery Squadron there. Attempts to get rockets out on this Beamstone here. Whiffs most of them. That is unfortunately a couple hits. Is not
couple
enough
of impacts for what it is worth. Does deprive it of some of its health bar, but nothing it can't recover from. Let's take a look at Cosmic Eradicator and their munitions count, shall we? They still have got 8 torpedoes and 24 piranhas and 8 spearfish. So in terms of strike, they have some, but that's not going to be enough to really threaten the battleship. I think their best call at this time is to try and take out these beam destroyers and then just have the battleship be the single heavy asset left.
Levy probably mispositioned.
Hang on a second. Fulcrum flight here getting beamed.
Yep. If Fulcrum, Cosmic probably not paying attention to Fulcrum here, as that entire squadron is going to get annihilated by that Beamstone. Yep.
Gone.
Anyway, probably a little bit of a skill issue from Levy right now, pivoting down. They need to push over the top to support their liners into the A point there. They are way out of
Havoc Flight 100 mil will clean up the Cringe Capper that headed towards A. Good usage of the bombers here. 100 mil is incredibly cheap just to bring as a checkbox. 1 point in your more line. You can get this very effective asset.
It would be really funny if Cosmic has 100 mil HEHC. Ooh, if Cosmic knows...
Actually, 100 mil HE going after the wrong one of these, they will actually get some bombs on target here. Potential. Hang on. Some good impacts there. That's enough to kill it.
And there's bombs going through the other
Second bomb's going out here.
Those ones are going to miss, though, as that Axford has radar drives and just able to dodge. But
all right, here's the next bomb strike coming in, potentially drifting into it. That is going to be a lot of damage. No restores, so half the guns on this thing going to take... Yeah.
It's crippled, but not out. Cosmic would have also gotten Viz on that Axford. Pivots the 100
Comes around
mil.
the 100 mil.
Will this do enough damage to disable this Axford?
Shouldn't be enough to break damage thresholds, but still enough to red out a little health bar here and there.
Havoc is just going to withdraw. Cosmic knows that that thing is armor stripped and will likely be sorting something to deal with that. A point now suddenly a lot more open than it was before, although the battleship is still there. Levy needs to start. Is that another bomb out? More bombs out from the squadron. This Axford with no responses for that. They're going to find the belly gun,
depriving this thing of its offensive power.
Axford. Yeah, A is a lot more open than it used to be now. There's still a couple Beamstones overwatching it from back.
Mark 61's all that's left on these.
The loss of ANS's air wing here really starting to add up here as those strikes start to get through. Unfortunately, OSP really deathballing here in a really bad position. Levy pivots downward and probably shouldn't have done that. They probably should have been pushing over the top. since the
Levy
Axford
just
went
not
low.
able to get into arc for this. They are grouping up with their liners, so if OSP decides to just kind of shove it right now that most of the Axfords have either been seen off, crippled, or just otherwise in a bad position outside of the combat zone, OSP's Death Ball could realistically just surge through the middle of the map and take this. Beam Destroyers are still a threat, but
they need to do
with
that,
100
though,
mil,
is the thing. Right now, they're just kind of sitting there. Levy pumping the brakes. OSP needs to push here. I don't know what they're probably trying to coordinate a push right now, but they need to.
I think OSP's lacking sensor awareness is a big thing. If you look at it, they've got a lot of their assets
bomb
balled
out
up or
from
close to
Havoc.
rocks.
Another bomb out from Havoc. They still have bombs in there. That is another hit in the Axford into the core region there. Still does have a couple of those secondary batteries still firing, so this Axford is still a threat to cappers. But yeah, OSP needs to begin pushing here. The liners from Cosmic potentially starting to push out here. Levy also kicking on the thrusters.
One of the liners from Cosmic is crippled. The other one is intact. It only has 4 teams, so it will take a while to repair. Also, the lack of DC complex means they don't get the speed or repair bonus.
Havoc Squadron just chilling in the open. Now they're on RTB right now. There they go. As they return to the
Might be a
carrier.
pathing issue. This does occasionally happen depending on the off trees of the map. Thankfully, we have a implementation. So if they take, I believe it's 150% of the return time, they will just teleport back to base. It's a little catch there, so we'll see
Cosmic
if they get stuck on the rock or not.
Dragoon Squadron flanking over east side right now, probably trying to find that beamstone that annihilated all of their fighters. Meanwhile, yeah, it's really
Solace
on to
top of the map going towards D point with a capper here.
Oh
Might
no!
try and sneak
Havoc
that
Squadron
back cap.
getting beamed on their return flight. They're on RTB pathing right now. They cannot evade that.
Ooh, that's going to be rough.
Solus
Not
flicking
that
the
much
B
left in
short,
terms
though.
of strike, but same time, losing bombers for free, never a good sign.
No.
4 bombers getting equipped now. Havoc Flight takes another loss there. And another one.
Yeah, the beam is going to mop up Havoc. Unfortunate.
Solace able to capitalize on that. 450 shots out.
Ooh, here we
80
go.
rounds
Here's
were
the
loaded.
push.
That's
Here's
it.
the push that we assumed was going to happen. Levy pushing up with the Acellos. Target lock on that beamstone. The beamstone firing its beam reveals itself. That is 450 AP though going into this. There's the switch to HE. Levy gonna try and zone out these beamstones while Cosmic does the sacrifice play.
Still AP
with
rounds
that
on
liner.
one of those. Potentially trying to go for a punch out in the drive section or something.
All they need
Otherwise,
to do is
those
knock
shots
out the
just
beam.
missing.
They really want to do HE. Perhaps not realizing
May
that
just
one of them's
be a
firing AP.
fire order misallocation.
It appears, yep, OSP is now beginning their push here, realizing that,
Rocket strike from the
Ruddle
shuttle, gonna
from
find
the
it
back,
in the flank. Guts
knocks
that
out that
destroyer.
beamstone. Mildly still has a beamstone guarding A. It is not detected. It is starting to pivot out right now. The Acellos, though, will those Acellos be enough to deny? The Acellos pulling high. They're going to get out of arc of that beamstone. Mildly is detected.
Cosmic
Beam
Eradicator
is
sends
prepping
their
to fire.
basically combat ineffective liner
Spy
onto
Eye
the
also
8 point
pushing
here.
out as well. 250s were firing at that that beamstone here. The battleship doing its best to try and deny A. The liner is heavily damaged. This thing, it's not going to be taken.
Beam Destroyer spotted as it tries to guard 8 point.
More
Those
450
shots are going to fly out.
going into it. But its beam is turning. It's going to try and deal with the Ruddle instead of A. Trusting the BB to deny A here. Will it be enough is the question.
Bombard flight
Cosmic,
on approach towards 8 point. They've got themselves torpedoes loaded. Here's the glitter
the
bomb.
liner goes down. The liner goes down. It was severely injured. The 450 from the battleship. able to
Heartbreak
finish it
here.
out.
The singular pike that could running down these bombers with its superior
Those are the last.
speed
That's
gets
the
into
last
combat.
of ANS's bombers. And the Ruddle gets a double kill. The other beamstone killed. One beamstone still
Just
active
to show the
on
power of
ANS,
these rocket assets
and all of a
against
sudden,
destroyers when
the
flanked.
game has begun again. The BB flanking towards A to try and deny it. Cosmic sending their
Battleship
still
steps
happy.
on. Rocket backpack getting into position here from
Ooh,
Spy Eye as
Spy Eye
the 250s
reading
are
the-
going
yep.
down.
Reading the rocket backpack here, mildly flanking their crippled beams or Axford onto the point, trying to deny it with what they have left. The match is suddenly
Rockets
begin
are
here. It is
queued
up
to fire. The turrets are turning. The backpack
Rockets
is
out.
sprung. Whole bunch of launches here from the
friendly
back.
fire the liner almost as they begin to
Front
make
of the
purchase
battleship
into
will
that
take
axe or
light
the BB.
damage.
Will it be enough though to get through this? The Acellos have pivoted fire. All they need to do. C point getting captured in the back. The beamstone's gone as Spy Eye sends a cringe capper here. A cringe capper sent in to deny that
D-point
as well.
about to be capped as well as Solace looking to step onto that. Both teams trading their naturals at this stage. Rocket Liner is,
See it
I
being
believe,
contested.
heading hold locked or something. They need
to
to
pivot,
rotate
yep.
this thing and get the broadside shot in a second. battleships and Axfords on here. The Axford, mostly
Rockets
a decoy, has a little
without
bit of fire.
order. There go the rockets into the broadside of this BB. Spy Eye was waiting for the right moment as all those rockets are going to slam into the side of this thing. Defender's doing a pretty good job of mopping up a lot of those, but that is going to be a lot of damage that goes into this battleship all of a sudden.
Weakening the armor is definitely a state here to enable
a flank
250.
from Cosmic from below with their healthy plasma obelisk here as this BB suddenly gets TOT'd from multiple angles. Dagger now going to ANS as Solus does step on. That ship is on sensors. All that's left is the carrier over here to deny that. The carrier has a deck gun. Cosmic needs to pivot that deck gun over to Dagger immediately. Meanwhile, Assassin also strikes as well on both targets. Torpedoes and rockets into
Torp's going to be the end of that battleship as it
is
crippled.
bagged down.
And a reactor bloom to top it off! There's no armor on this point anymore.
A reactor bloom annihilates the squadron that was coming in for the bomb follow-up. Blooms onto Spy Eye. Spy Eye likely swapping to HE right now. Holy fucking
100
shit.
mil liner
This
from
match
below
suddenly
against
just began
stripped armor capitals.
After a long time of nothing happening in this game, everything has started to happen all at once. ANS taking A, C point being contested. There are 2 combat effective ships on the point, no one wanting to spend anything there. The Levy now moving onto the point to get the kill here. Dagger does go to ANS there. Cosmic does pivot the deck gun over to the ship on Dagger. 100 mil coming out from Spy Eye's offensively armed orbital sensor tug. Very nice tech there. Dagger, though, will be held by ANS. Will ANS be able to hold on to these points for long enough for their points lead to carry them to victory here?
Trying to commit support now onto the 8 point, but little too late on that. Their RPF
secured.
rounds will hurt these strips.
The Axford is gone, and the Axford is also going to reactor bloom. In 50 seconds here, the BB completely gutted. The Acellos with nothing stopping them. The Acellos need to start pivoting about on to Solus's Axfords, which are now pushing in. Spy Eye kills Notes' last beamstone here. Holy shit, everything's happening all at once as the push suddenly begins.
At once as both sides just full commit to this A rush, and the entire game just completely flipping around here. Hard to say exactly who's taking the better of this. ANS, I think, might just be out of it, actually. Taking a look at this score count here.
We will see if they have enough to hold on. Dagger being resecured by OSP here as they step back on. You can see Cosmic is flanking their 100 mil obelisk towards C to retake it. Cosmic is sending one of their cappers from C to B to try to put pressure on that. We do have 2 cringe cappers on a Boxer, though. You can see here Iris and Notes are flank speeding them back onto the point.
There's Reactor Bloom on the A point once again, briefly blinding and illuminating everyone.
The liner taking significant damage, though, on A. As it goes CIC down, the Axfords now pushing in. Levy needs to start pivoting fire onto those Axfords, stop them from getting onto A. One of them is the one that's flanking to A is broadside on. Does Levy know? Levy needs to swap fire to that one immediately in order to stop the A-cap attempt here. These Acellos are perfectly healthy.
Levy gets the bow onto the one that actually has guns, able to tank hits effectively.
C-cap going off. E-cap being captured by ANS here as they send a empty cringe capper onto E right next to the Acellos. Levy needs to split up those Acellos ASAP.
Night Flight is going to find a capper in the back line with some size 1 saw strike there.
If they can get a strike on that Boxer capper, they can potentially take B here. Still anyone's game. This one's going to come into the last second.
872 on the board for ANS does put them ahead of the 686 for OSP.
A is at pretty big risk of flipping here as the healthy Axfords pivot on the liner that was on the point is pretty crippled. It got reactor bloomed on multiple times. The Acellos are going to be forced to
Acellos have swapped target
on,
now, as you said.
They're going to be forced to stay on E. They're trying
to go to ground, but needs to step onto the A point to contest here.
Yeah,
C-cap is going to stay neutral
needs to split here.
There's just nothing there
to deal with these Axfords. Getting 450 HE into the belly of that Axford, though. How much strike does Cosmic have left? Cosmic out of strike. Does have some 100 mil. C point being contested as the carrier steps onto the point. ANS is going to hold C for the
carrier
time being.
Is taking a lot of damage from that 100 mil liner, but it's bow tanking pretty well right now. A lot of empty space in this.
ANS, all they need to do is hold on to that points advantage and see if they can tick over on their 2-cap they have here.
Cap situation looking like it is currently a 3-cap. E point is contested as Levy will step onto that to prevent the Axford and
this
capper.
Ruddle on Boxer is empty. There needs to be a strike on Boxer if OSP takes the point and wants to take the point here. I believe that
Ruddle trying to go for this.
OSP needs OSP needs a 5 cap here, I think. As unfortunately,
Cosmic
skill issuing. The liner moving away from C. The Levy is not dead. A under threat as Levy just commits to holding. Yeah, Levy needed to flank onto A.
From being capped there.
As that Axford's going to step onto A and begins to cap the point. The liner on A completely combat incapable right now.
Yeah, liner is missing. No, it has its magazine. This one has complex.
This might be a last second
rockets
throw.
coming out here.
It might be a
what
last
the hell is
second
with these
throw
rockets?
from
Desync there.
This might be a last second throw from OSP here.
A cap is secured here. Solace is beat up pretty bad. E point is
liner. No.
ANS holding B and C point.
Yeah,
I think will win them the game here.
Yeah, that liner's not going to be able to kill the carrier. This is going to be a last minute victory from ANS. There needs to be a strike on something.
Unless they can get this cap in a second. Wait, hang on. C point gets the snipe on the weapons.
That gives them time. That gives them time to get a strike out on Boxer.
Yep.
There is a KBU 15 strike out on Boxer. Night Squadron flanking over the top. This may be it. That capper on Boxer is not moving.
If Iris is not moving, then these bombs will find them.
If that happens, OSP is going to secure the 5 cap here and might be able to win. What needs to happen right now is Levy needs to send one of those Acellos flank speeding towards A ASAP to make sure that Axford doesn't take the point. That liner is not going to be able to hold.
Bombers coming in now. Night Squadron is on target.
They are
do they have commit order? Yes, they do.
That chip is not moving. That chip is not moving. The bombs are out. Will this be a kill? This might be the clutch.
What?
If this disables
Chaff
this thing's
popped
combat
automatically.
capability.
They try and move at the last second, and one of them is just barely going to miss.
Knight still has bombs, though. 6 bombs follow-up. They wait for it to dodge, although they commit
Too
to
close
the strike
on the approach angle there. Can't get the command off. They're trying to go for it. They need to do a fallback and return.
A strike onto the Axford at A ensures that OSP will take A. These bombs need to strike onto this thing now if OSP has a chance at winning.
Right now, OSP with a 4 cap, I believe, will actually win this so long as they hold on to it. Bomb attempt goes off there. Night Squadron, I think, is too close for the bombs to release. Yes, they go for
Night
a
Squadron
pass, but miss.
needs to back off a bit to get that through. This is going to be an
taking a look.
extremely close
E-point cap
match.
is safe. A-point cap is potentially under threat. Liner is pretty beat up. Same time, though, okay, 100 mil from Cosmic Eradicator is going to clean up on the A-point side.
ANS calling GG!
Yep, that's going to be it. No way back in for them.
ANS is surrendering. There's a surrender. Freakbob's Fenthouse with a last-minute victory here on Tombstones as they take this little match here 2-1. Incredible game. Nail-biter to the very end. This was probably the best tournament game I have seen in a very long time. Excellent plays from both sides there as... Oh my god, that push from OSP nearly came too late for them to retake things as they are just barely able to take the cap points in time. ANS bled so heavily on assets there. That battleship dies in an incredibly quick time once everything commits onto it. And, oh my god, what even happened there? Early
Such
on,
a strange game. The quad Axford greed push underneath the map, the reactor blooms, the strange fights, Levy rotates down, the bombers attempting, the sky's a mess of fighters as both carrier players go at each other.
I think the deciding
truly a
factor
comedy
there,
of error series is just a million things happen in many different ways.
Notes with the ASF Levy, Gates, pretty much all of their fighter engagements were unfavorable as they just get bled out on their air support, leaving all of the beamstones and all of the capitals, which have no defenses against strike, completely vulnerable. We saw that Cosmic pulled over 50k damage with that pretty much pure spearfish and a little bit of torpedo. Carrier
pull
there.
a respectable amount of damage against some of their targets. Able to just
14k. Hit those priority targets.
15 actually.
We saw without the loss of the sensor assets as well from the carrier, those being the 2 sundials, allows multiple Ruddles to get behind on ANS there. Very, very decisive hits into those beamstones there. And then the
such a strange game. Overall,
this one was back and forth the entire time. A little bit worried there. OSP gained a really big advantage very early on, but unfortunately, their push almost came too late. They deathballed their low A and just didn't do much. Levy with those Acellos was out of position for most of the time. In retrospect, Levy should have probably split those Acellos a little bit earlier there. Although it did work out for them in the end. A was actually at pretty big risk there of swapping back to ANS late game as that Axford gets onto the point. The lucky rocket strike from both a Ruddle in conjunction with the remaining rockets on the liner did manage to kill it enough for to buy them time, as Cosmic did send their last 100 mil liner to support A. This one was a back and forth the entire way. Multiple things that could have decided the match happened, and that was just one of the greatest tournament matches I've ever seen.
I don't know how to call that one. As halfway through the game, I was just trying to figure out where half the ships were, as everything happened at once all of a sudden. We're going to go into post-game discussions now in the general channel, so we'll hop over there now, and we'll see you in a second.
See you all there.
Actively crashing out for like half of it because I was spectating.
My team had some interesting things to say.
That one was one of the closest tournament matches I have seen, like, ever. That one was really good.
Well, we've had actual draws in the tournament before.
I do love how the first two matches were both extremely one-sided in opposite directions, and then we had, like, almost perfectly even on the last one. That was beautiful.
Yeah, there was like a minute in between when Team 2 would have had enough points and Team 1 would have had enough points to win.
Yeah.
Dude, that one Ruddle in the back line, man.
Got a double kill on those beamstones guarding A. That was devastating for A&S. I think that was probably one of the deciding factors. That was one of the deciding factors, no doubt.
Yeah.
The sheer RNG in that last game as well, just fighter engagements, the random reactor bloom to start off on the Axford's low, just everything adding up in the comedy of errors series, I'm just calling it.
I don't think the fighter engagements were that RNG though. It was one side had fighters with missiles against one side that just didn't, and it
normally you see coil gun Tontos do a lot better than that, even if the opponent does have missiles. No team called it out for the match. Yeah, it's like, what are my coil toes doing? I don't think you ever had a favorable engagement in that entire game.
They just kind of decided that they didn't want to shoot anything and just flew around in circles. Which, you know what? I gotta respect it. My team is pretty similar.
The quad 250 Axford push low, although you did lose a lot of those Axfords pretty quickly in that push. You did some of them did survive enough, and also you did knock the entirety of OSP's frontline out of position, as even the Acellos up top did pivot low to try and deal with you. If that push from OSP came a little bit later, that would have been GG for them, and your points advantage would have carried you to victory. There was a point there where the entirety of OSP's frontline was just kind of sitting there in one spot after all of the Axfords had effectively been killed, and we were wondering as spectators if a push was going to happen.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I think all teams played really well, or that's not true. I shouldn't lie to you. But I think everyone did their best. I think that was a really great match to play and watch.
Yeah.
I was really hoping those Axords would push on to E so I could just farm them for free damage.
No, there's no reason for me to. I was waiting for you guys to push me because they're like, we're limping over here and your entire front line is there. So we were just like waiting for it and it didn't happen. So we're just like, okay, so we just wait.
So
I do
OSP
very much
would have lost if they pushed later, but they should have been pushing sooner. And they could have.
I do very much appreciate the rocket liner. We had Liz was in our chat as well that pointed out the rocket liner, was definitely a big fan of it. Good job on that, Spy Eye. The BB was definitely not expecting that.
Dude, rocket liner on Tombstone is always tech for Cap Fleet because there's so many angles where you can just approach A and not be spotted until it's way too late for a capital that's like trying to die on A. It's just free value. And
dude, the rocket liner was fine. Like, I was fine on A until like two of my defenders decided, oh yeah, let's just not turn with the heading command. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with rockets is like the defenders will clean up early, but once it gets close enough, then the PD logic just dies.
No, it wasn't PD logic. Like two of my defenders were just straight up out of arc during the second salvo. Like the first one just got intercepted.
The flight underneath from the 100 mil obelisk also did not help that battleship survivability. I've never seen a battleship melt that fast before. That thing died real fast.
It has no it's a less than 2k BB, I think.
Yeah, I got hit with 8 torpedoes at close range is what killed that battleship, not the rockets.
Speaking of speaking of RDC, Fake Cosmic's 100 mil obelisk have no reinforced DC lockers. It's double storage and all like rapids and stuff. And
double storage, double basic CIC. They are super squish.
I don't know if you noticed in that first game.
They're on the other sides of the line.
That,
this is the best way to build them.
That torpedo bomber strike actually K-killed that liner. Because it had no
that's how it works.
restores.
They're not supposed to zombie. They take a hit, they die. That's how it works.
Like, take one rapid out and upgrade a
no, get yourself a complex. Treat your team.
Because Cosmic has said fine, I'll do it myself to liner balance.
I wouldn't call that balance. I saw one of them get absolutely eviscerated by torpedoes. I cannot. It didn't even have a comms jammer either. Like that.
Yeah, I was trying to like.
Jamming.
One of them on E, I was like, oh shit, there's bombers. I got a comms jam for this and Killjoy, and like it almost worked.
All right. In terms of post game, we have anything else to cover? As I believe we were slated to have another set of matches today.
Yes, in about half an hour.
Starting.
Supposed to start up.
I need to start sending people a password.
I do think that we did see the power of the R2 CUDA contraption against players that aren't ready for it, at least.
Yeah, ANS brought, 10 beamstones in that first one, and they had basically zero battle impact just due to the...
I want to say there was 2 intact at the end of the game, and 2 of them that was mission killed.
The deciding factor in the first one was, I believe, the team coordination in Freakbob's Fenthouse. Like, you always just had ships in position to take advantage of simultaneous attacks on those beamstones. The 100 mil liners and the 250 liner did absurd work against them in conjunction with Tethys in the carrier. It just kind of worked out. You kept catching them. There were so many moments in that that engagement there in the first one where you caught out beamstones and their beam is just facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, I think the lack of sensor assets really hurt the beamstones. Because you can't pinpoint.
Well, it's also a purely defensive build on a 3 neutral map. If you don't get cap control immediately, you don't have the option to push into your opponents. You can't push liners with beamstones. You're just gonna fucking die. And so that's really what happened there. Is that the sprinters and the shuttles had their little scuffle. Things wouldn't favor the shuttles, and then all that was left is defensive assets.
A lot of that was also good.
You take control.
The monitor ball had really good yub support for the early cap plays on that first Gold Rush map, with conjunction with the R2 Kudas, which secured OSP the points early on.
Adding into that, the battleship had to go very high to try and flank around the monitors, try and push them into the defensive destroyer array, and it just never could get the pressure it wanted.
The second one, I think, was very much a... Freakbob's Fenthouse just forgot how to play as a team.
Oh no, that was we kind of decided it would be really funny if we made this go to game 3 to make Bongi stay here longer.
Why did you deliberately threw? You deliberately threw. Are you?
Yes. What? I don't know what you're saying.
I'm not sure I believe that. I saw those missile strikes.
We didn't deliberately through. We just decided to take less.
It wasn't a
optimal
deliberately throw. I did play horrible, like not on purpose.
There were multiple moments.
I think you saw Spy Eye's fleet, right?
Yeah, the Spy Eye did work with that. Spy Eye was the one that did the most work on ANS.
Spy Eye did cook with that thing. Apparently,
I was telling y'all, it was tech. The SAW S2 CLs are tech.
How did you actually afford those? Like, really?
It's like their SAW is 2, so they're like 5 points a piece, and then I just like skimped out on most of my DC, and also no comms jammer.
Was still fine for those CLs. Like, genuinely, how did you budget that?
I'm just better, I guess.
But yeah, the second one was very much defined by oops, we keep mispositioning our ships. OSP had several moments there where the monitors were nowhere near the Acello guards, and they were on track too, and I'm a little bit confused as why Tethys didn't take advantage of that. But then, and then the push from Iris into orbit to kill the BB, both me and Neko looked at that and were just like, that's gonna come back to bite them in the ass, those monitors just being in orbit.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting them to go nearly as far as they did, which is why I ended up passing missiles like directly through them.
The Acello killer is going straight through me and getting farmed by a single Pavise was really funny.
Yeah.
We did catch
no,
that on camera where
that was
pretty much the entire salvo save one
unfortunate
was
from Tevis.
Paviste.
Yeah.
I will say as well, I kind of threw at the BB because I kept reading 3 kilometers as 8 kilometers, so I thought, I'm fine, I don't need to retreat.
Did the Viz not like?
They're
clue
very
you in?
different. Those ranges are not. They're not like those ranges are very different. What?
Thank you, Leviathan, for once again proving that Nebulous players and reading are, well, there's not much overlap there.
The funny thing about that
honestly-
BB fleet was I sent Levy the wrong BB fleet. I had a different 4GC spy BB fleet I was going to send them. And I'm like, oh, wait, shit. That's in the different folder. Oh, well, close enough.
Okay, once
Also,
again,
I
we've
was-
had 2
I
of the
was-
3 games. Someone has provided their team incorrect tech. Great.
I mean, it's not like a bad fleet. I just was going to give her a different one.
This is why setting your fleets up and maybe doing literally any practice before the actual tournament match is usually a good idea.
No,
This
we
team
did practice.
They were in
It was
skirms
Did you know-
constantly.
wrong.
We did technically practice.
Did you
It
really?
sounds like it takes time. We don't have time for that.
Escape, do you want to
I
bring
mean-
up the image?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
have to
do we
maintain my,
count
like,
The
24
image
fleets
of
I have for the tourney.
the Minecraft
Do,
image.
do we count last night's scrim as practice? Whatever the hell
Yeah,
I
that
was going to
was.
say the one where it was 50 billion miles.
Dude,
So you
that
practiced,
was
but
like
you didn't have the correct
that was
flights?
like a
2 or
sleep at
3
the wheel
scrims we
gameplay,
laid.
honestly.
All right, we're
Yeah,
losing
no,
the plot
I
a little
threw my-
bit here, but is there anything else people would like to discuss for this 3-game series before we kind of wrap up the recordings?
Wasn't my fault.
I'd like to say that this tournament not being single elim is terrible because I lost and now I have to play more games.
I will say Solus did a very good job game 2. Like, most of the reason that I was plotting off late is because I got jump scared by a liner like 6k from my Yub assets.
Yeah, that liner push went completely unpunished.
All right. Unless anyone has anything else to add, Dramus, we have the next games happening in 30 minutes, give or take, I believe.
That is correct, yeah.
Alrighty. Well, for folks watching on Twitch side, we are going to basically just kill 30 minutes then. I think we'll start casting those next ones, which is between which teams?
5 girls,
Five girls, one
Grungler
Grungler, and
versus-
collapse the Electron.
I just
All
realized
right.
I
Well,
wasn't
you heard it
pushing
here.
my,
So everyone in
push the
chat,
talk
you can just
button. They
hang
can't
out,
hear
do
any
your
of this.
stuff and such. And yeah, more tournament games to come today.
Can't believe Neko would stream on a Sunday.
Ah, shit, I forgot to get
special
cinematic
occasion.
shots from that last one. Fuck.
Don't worry.
Okay,
you can
if
just...
anyone has screenshots and such that we could use for thumbnails or gallery and stuff, please send those over. They'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, you can.
Don't worry, Escape. You can just use the SAW S2CS.
No, I got cinematic shots for the first 2. It's just that last one I didn't. So if anyone has any screenshots they'd like to DM me, maybe it can be a thumbnail. Who knows? Ooh.
Yeah, these videos will get uploaded to YouTube when Scape and I end up cutting up the VODs and posting them. We're just, I'm strapped for time, I know that. But Scape, I think you had a scheduled set for them already, right?
Sorry, tabbed out of Discord. My push to talk doesn't work when I do that. Yes, I have the what was it? Maintenance is a Birch versus Geekery ones. Those are set to release on Wednesday, and then the Sanjover versus Team Hajonk. Those ones are set to release on Friday. So stay tuned for those. Those will be on my channel, of course. Until then, you are always free to watch the VODs of the recordings.
Yep. For anyone wanting to right now, you can go and watch the VODs on Twitch side. Click either Scape or my Twitch link. You just go to the video section. You'll be able to rewind the VODs there and rewatch your matches, see what happened, learn for the next time. And yeah, enjoy your stuff. All right. Unless anyone else has stuff to add, I think Scape and I are just going to find a way to kill 30 minutes.
I hate how it
Accidentally
doesn't-
left as Levy was saying something, but
I hate
whoops.
Is there a setting to like auto? I really hate that there's not like a setting to auto.
Is such an
reactivate,
annoying feature that works. Yeah.
Voice it. Yeah, there's no like auto swap when you swap calls. I wish there was a setting to do that.
Yeah.
Probably, unfortunately, not going to be able to do fleet review today.
Yeah.
We may
Timing
have to,
wise, that's
depending
going to be
on-
awkward for it.
Yeah,
but
depending on tournament stuff, I might have to put Fleet Review on hold for the next couple weeks for the tourney. Oh, you want the jingling key back on screen? God damn it. Okay, fine. Give me a second. Liz,
yeah, we can afford a little silly stuff for now.
Liz, I sincerely apologize if you're in my chat right now and watching. This is everyone else's fault except for me. Obviously, I have. There we go. We're all back. Anyway, German dude says, I think you should show your new persona to everyone. I already did that.
Yep.
And you all fucking generated
stuff.
infinite quotes in the in my quotes channel for it. Oh my god. Anyway, what do we want to do for 30 minutes? Because I know.
So we got 30 minutes to kill.
Well, the thing is,
I think we can do a little bit of like.
I'm hesitant to do Fleet Review. I'm hesitant to do Fleet Review because the problem what's going to happen is after the next set of matches, the next tournament thing, I will have to leave like pretty much immediately for something else that's happening tonight. The thing is that if I start doing Fleet Review right now, I'll probably get like 2 or 3 done, which is not everyone's, and it kind of feels awkward to only do half of them. So what I'm probably going to do, due to the tournament, unfortunately, I'll probably have to turn Fleet Review on hold for the next couple weeks, just so that we have time to do these casting games. That might change. If it changes, I'll let you all know. Oh, hang on. We can look at the poll I put in my channel for what to play next.
Yeah, did you have that prediction to award points as well?
Oh,
did
shit,
we close
yes.
that out?
We needed to close that. ANS was favored to lose. OSP with 94%. OSP does take that one. Not a big change in points there due to the majority of people thinking that OSP was going to win that one. Would have been really funny if ANS won that one. My entire points channel economy would have disintegrated.
That's third game was such a strange happening sequence.
All right, what to play next? This is my next one. 35 votes. We still have 6 days left. This lasts for a week. This is the game I play next Sunday. Ultra Kill in the lead with 9 votes, followed closely by Silverfish and the Menace demo, which I wanted to take a look at.
Well, just thinking about the gameplay, we'll do ad break intermission when we start the kind of warm up for the next round.
We'll want to bring it as close as possible to the start of the next one, just so it doesn't roll halfway through it. My pre-roll ads are on. Apologies for that. There's nothing I can do about that without taking an ad break, and I have to wait in order to make sure the ad break doesn't fuck everything up.
Yep.
So yeah, you'll just have to wait through pre-roll ads. Once again, apologies. There is nothing I can do about those.
I have a question. So we didn't say this in the VC, but there's another reason we sort of purposely threw on that second match. Did people lose their points with predictions?
No, it was pretty 50-50 in the poll for that second one. The first one I actually forgot to do the poll on. That would have been really interesting. I have a feeling a lot of people probably would have voted for ANS in that one, just due to the badge rank difference, the stripe rank difference. Whatever. Some people lost points, but I can't believe you're actually trying to fix games right now. You're gonna get me in trouble with the SCC. I can't believe you're doing this.
The second thing I had to ask was, why is your nickname Slurp GT?
I commented on that as well. I do not know when I was renamed Slurp GT in this chat.
I may have been up at 4 a.m. hanging out with Firebird, Marks and his Weebles playing
Oh, that's
bar.
what you're fucking doing. Okay. I saw you all on, and I'm like, but I have an early stream tomorrow. I need to get sleep.
Yeah, so that didn't go well for me either. I'm awake here, technically. Hello, everyone.
My God.
It was worse for me. I stayed up till 2, and I had work at 6.
Fun start.
Anyway, looks like the teams are starting to get in here for the next one.
People are starting to trickle in. We still got about 20 minutes till match start. We're going to be seeing the team square off. Which teams was it? I just read this in the
5 girls, 1 Grungler versus Collapse the Electron. We can go over the team who is in there.
All right. I'm going to have to change stream title then, so let me do that before I forget.
My stream title is pulling double duty. Yep, 5 girls, 1 Grungler. We have Quento, Mav, Nucleari, Internets, Natasha, and the diversity hire of Cheese Slayer. I still can't get over the fact that Cheese Slayer is part of this team. It's such a jarring pivot. Anyway, Collapse the Electron, we have Pazuzu, Trojan Shadow, Mulgan Dragon, Lambu, Surozal, and Ambient Lamp here. you can see it looks like Collapse the Electron has already started to slowly filter in. Pazuzu leaves. They've still got time to get in here, so we don't need to worry about them getting in, like, immediately. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see this one. These teams... pretty fairly balanced, I would say, in terms of skill.
I can't say it's particularly tilted one way or the other. 5 Girls, 1 Grungle, I know that the players there have shown up to tournaments before and played decently well. Same can be said for Collapse.
You know which team I'm going for, and you know the reasons why.
All right. Besides that, though, I think we're going to have a similarly even match here, so it'll be very interesting to see where things go. First game will take place on Gold Rush, as has been the start of this tournament, so you'll be able to do your predictions there, folks.
Right.
Can't say too much besides that.
Who are the players again for Team 1? This is the 5 Girls, 1 Grungler. We have Quinto, Mav, Nucleari, Internet, Natasha, and Cheeslayer. Natasha coming back from a long break of Neb to play in this tournament. We'll see how they do. They've been spectating in the past couple weeks. I've seen them constantly in the spectators booth in just random games. They are probably just trying to get a swing for how the balance has changed, get used to how things are going. Yep, you can see a lot of players from Collapse the Electron are already just in here already. So they
getting the warm up here. So Dramus will do the coin flip for who gets ANS or OSP in the first game once they have filtered in and set up all their stuff. For now, we're just doing our thing, killing time.
Oh my god. Based on y'all's reaction to the sketch I posted yesterday, you're fucking glad I didn't post the full body test that I did of that character. There would have been some bans.
You remember how much the Scape Gen postcard for the Archipelago did
fucking god,
in terms of the community, right?
The full body sketch leaves a lot to be desired. I kind of messed up a lot of the proportions on, well, you'll see immediately after you see it. Should I actually fucking post this? I know everyone's gonna.
I mean, you can throw it on the Discord just as a halftime thing.
Fucking banned. You're gonna get fucking banned by your reactions here. Sorry, I'm what you call an old-fashioned artist, and I have fucking sketched this on pen and paper. Can you believe that? Can you believe an artist in this day and age is still using fucking pencil and paper? Probably due to the fact that I don't actually have access to any digital art stuff, and I would, in fact,
put up a big old,
as evidenced by Neko, where we had an awkward moment where Neko realized that I was using fucking paint.
Yeah, we were doing mock-ups for thumbnails and stuff. I'm like, okay, well, we'll do this. Can you send me like over the file? You just send me like a PNG the second time. I'm like, no, the file like with your layers and stuff, so I can mess with it. And you're like, about that?
Does it look what I? Does it? Do you think I know what a fucking JPEG is? Oh my god.
Yeah. Escape, quit stalling. I need to see this.
There is the full body test. Sorry, let me get this into the fucking thing I have.
Yeah, they're gonna get banned.
There's gonna be some bans. You see the art and you understand that there's gonna be some
You're really
bans
posting
here.
this before you do another casting of games and then have to go do something.
Yeah,
you fool.
It's great. Anyway,
maybe just put clothes on it. That would probably help.
Put what on it?
Clothes.
No, why would
How
I do
do volleys wear pants?
This isn't even in a volley. What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's got the long snoot thing, kind of like your bird avatar does.
You don't know what the species is at all, do you? I'm not gonna tell you.
I have no idea. You showed me a profile shot that looked like a math teacher. What do you want from me?
I'm gonna kill you.
Stop paying attention. Nothing important. We're just talking about Scape's new avatar thing they're workshopping.
The fucking post of the character from Atlantis. Holy fucking shit, I'm gonna kill you for that one. I'm gonna kill you for that one.
Okay, if you don't like your 20 fucking sonas I made for you, they're all beautiful.
Oh my god, they are all beautiful, but it's like I didn't make them, so you know.
Honestly, I think I like the sea cucumber one the most.
I don't think Chad's seen that one.
Sea cucumber? Oh boy.
That was a joke from one of our videos. I forget which one was. There it is. Okay. Here, full body.
Somewhere.
Full body initial test sketch up on screen in 3, 2. Hang on. What if I like flash it really quickly and then hide it again? Woo, there it is.
There you go. Force people to go back and clip it. Done.
Go clip that. That's right, chat. Go clip that. You didn't see anything. Ooh.
Anyways, 15 minutes to go as we just continue killing time. Players will trickle in effectively.
Oh my god.
I gotta say, this tournament series has been very interesting.
We've had really good matches so far.
Like, first series, best of 3, we've got 3 rounds of it. Got to see some very effective rocket strikes go through there. Or no, first game was container strikes, and then second game series, we saw just the effectiveness of like R2 spam from the double more line it was. And I believe that was a 2-0 shutout in the second game series, where it was R2 spam and then followed up by, I think it was Tonto spam. No, good carry play there. Third game series here, just the strangeness involved, like Destroyer Max into frontline brick with a bunch of strike whiffage into whatever that third game of the series was today. That honestly could not tell you who was favored in that game at first. It looked like the Axfords got bled pretty bad, but there was still a lot of ANS beef on the board for OSP to chew through, and they were starting to lose some liners here and there due to just poor positioning and a lot of concentrated fire. Weird stuff.
I'm trying to... Someone asked how many versions of Scape GT are up on screen right now. Give me a second. I'm going to get all of them up in a sec.
I'm going to have to open your stream. Hang on. What did we...
I didn't even show the full body correctly. I just flashed it real quickly and then hit it.
Fun.
Where's the Sea Cucumber one? There it is.
I can pull up... There we go. I can pull up little Foogies in the corner. There we are.
You called the file Scape Cucumber. Incredible. All right. Anyway... trying to get all of these up on screen right now. Okay, there's Scape Chicken, there is Scape Chan, there, hang on, where is Scape Cucumber? Gotta find it. Oh my god, I cannot fucking open this folder in public. I would get absolutely fucking executed on the spot. Where did it go? Here it is.
You're now right. There we are. There
it is. There's Scape Cucumber. I'm gonna put this up here. To anyone watching my stream, this is normal, don't worry about it. And then I'm going to do the reveal of, I think this one counts. I don't even have to change this image. I just have to fucking show it. That's NATO has blocked you. Definitely not one of my OCs, although that would be... Although, for unrelated reasons, NATO has blocked some of my OCs. Anyway, and then you ready for the grand reveal of the full body, right? In all of its glory. Not going to flash it this time. I'm going to actually show it. I will preface this by saying I did really I fucked up the proportions in one spot, and you'll see what I meant. But for my very first attempt at getting something together, I think it worked out pretty well. There you go. Go ahead and get fucking banned. Go ahead and get banned now. I have to hide that image. All right, get it out now. Come on. Who am I banning today?
Well, that's the kind of stream we're running today, I guess, so.
Yep.
Right.
Hey, we're missing Scape Cow.
There it is. Oh shit, Scape Cow! I completely forgot Scape Cow.
With or without the caption?
We gotta with the caption. What do you mean? We gotta replace that with NATO has blocked you. Hang on, where's Scape Cow? Bongy fucking requested this one, by the way. So blame Bongy for fucking Scape Cow. That's what I used to be named in Bongy's server, by the way.
Sorry, what?
I used
that's
to
a quote.
I used to be Scape Cow in Bongy's server for some reason. Now I hang on. Let me read out my actual name in Bongy's server right now, unless it just got changed. My name in Bongy's server is F104G-7312-26+52.
Huh.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a reason for that. My view count increased by like 5 people when I put these images up.
In the cornerstone of your channel.
Oh my god. You can see on the left arm there I really fucked up the proportions. Although the hand came out a lot better than I was anticipating, considering that it is a hand, and those things
Scape can sometimes draw hands.
Oh my god, they're fucking impossible to draw. You have I don't know if you see like can you see like the eraser marks in that image or the overlapping attempts there.
Take a closer
You
look. You see a little bit of like the
see
markings
the,
here
yeah,
and there.
you can see the multiple attempts I had at the hand. Like I said, this is just a
Like how
rough
you hit the
sketch.
other one just behind the leg. You're like, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, because okay, I will say, for both the images that I've done so far, they have been off of a reference. I have an image up on my computer, and I try and sketch it on my notepad just while I kind of get used to proportions and stuff. Like I said, I don't actually have a lot of experience drawing, so I'm kind of trying to get used to things. Is this an ad break? No, this is, I'm deliberately trying to get people banned, evidently. It is fully furry.
This is a little intermission thing that we're doing before we run our 3-minute ad break and then get into the games proper.
Enough of that.
Hands an absolute pain. That's why I always draw myself holding things, and I don't have to draw like full
It's
hands.
a smart idea, but
That
when
makes
it's
sense.
when it's just the character, it doesn't really work. All right, we have 10 minutes to go. I'm gonna start. We probably start our ad break now and then hop over to the main
tell you
call.
what then, folks.
I am going to not do the ad break screen. I'm gonna run ads, but I'm gonna go over to the main call too. This will be VOD content. It's just so nothing is lost. And then when we come back from the ad break, we'll summarize things that happened in the call. But yeah, until then,
pretty well.
I will see you all around.
I'm going to be right back screens. I'll step away for a moment. But yeah, folks, we will be back in a minute. Or 3
Bye,
p.m.,
people. I'm disappearing forever.
Just checking ahead of time for Dramus and Darg. If we do get the time dilation bug again, is it player side that has to input commands, or is that just the lobby host?
It's player side, I believe.
All right.
Everybody's got to do it. All the players have to do it. Yep.
Yeah, it's just like a client side visual bug thing.
Yeah. For documentation, can we get that like command put somewhere to Sticky in case that happens?
Yeah. I'll put it into the channel or the chat that we have.
Thank you.
Once again, so sorry about that. I had no idea there was actually a way to fix that bug outside of rehosting.
Unforgivable.
I know I'm gonna get my caster license revoked.
That's going in your license. That's going in your little book forever. It's gonna
Little
be used
book?
against you. Yeah, there's a little book that I have of everyone's faults and failures in the NEB community.
Oh dear.
Yeah, my entry just says cat, so. I don't know.
No, it says a lot more. Don't worry.
Uh-oh. Alright, we're gonna bring the streams back live, so. right, I know we're a couple minutes early, but do we want to try and get teams organized then, or just wait for people to show up?
Yeah, I think I only have a few representatives from one team in, but the entire other team is in the server right now, so I'll just tell them to come to the voice for a second. All right, we have at least some of both teams, so I will get to flipping the coins, or the one coin. I have, at the top of my player name list, I have 5 girls, 1 Grungler, so I'll flip for them. If the coin lands heads, they will start as ANS. If the coin lands tails, they will start as OSP. Okay, so 5 girls, 1 Grungler will start as OSP, and Collapse the Electron shall start as ANS.
All right. You want to send them to voice channels?
Yep. If I could get 5 girls, 1 Grungler in Team Trogdor and Collapse the Electron in Team Sparkles, please.
Right, unless Escape and I are needed, I think we can hop back to caster channel.
Yeah, should be good.
All right, shoot us the DM if you need us.
Here we go, lads.
Activity set once again.
I hate
Discord
this.
really just needs to fix that. Like,
there should be a setting to be like automatically activate voice activity if in a call that allows it, right?
Yeah. Or better yet, make it so when you switch over to push to talk, it's just that channel instead of global setting. It's so stupid. Anyways.
Currently, Freakbob's Fenthouse is talking about the results of the second game there. And they're like, oh, we anticipated them bringing a carrier, talking about Cosmic's pure ASF levy. And I let them know, it's like, well, actually, OSP did actually bring 2 more lines the first go-around before the DC issue in the second one. And they're a little bit mad now that Levy DC'd and ruined it all. Anyway, so as you can see by the coin flip here, the teams are selected. Team Collapse the Electron will take ANS first as Team 2 takes OSP here. Teams are now rating up. I'm going to start the prediction as they're now filtering in. But yeah, keep
gamble
the teams in
bit
mind.
of your channel points away there.
Who is going to win this one, ANS or OSP?
ANS appears to be going towards Collapse the Electron, and OSP in turn is 5 girls, 1 Grungle. We're going to see the usual opener of Gold Rush in the first of these game series. So, yeah, cast your predictions now. Anyone's game. Both teams have a lot of games under their belts. We're going to see what they bring out.
These are 2 very skilled teams. We will see who ends up prevailing here. Looks like 5 girls, 1 Grungler is bringing in their diversity hire for this first one. I'm sorry, I can't. I have to keep calling Cheese Slayer that. It's so funny not to. For people who don't know, 5 girls, 1 Grungler is our trans team, and Cheese Slayer is the straightest cis male player in Neb apart from Neko. So Cheese Slayer being in this team is legitimately fucking hilarious to me because what are they doing in there?
I'm pretty sure if I hadn't said I was just going to be cast in the tournament, they might have given me an invite just for the joke.
Would have been me who got the invite. Don't kid yourself. I would have been a perfect fit. I meet all the requirements.
As the diversity hire, I don't know about that one.
Not as a diversity hire. But
it's the other yeah, sorry, chat. You could have missed me and Scape being on a tournament team and yelling at each other on Twitch.
But we did have some attempt to get it was me, you, Levy, and Andastar, I think, probably Star as well in a team. That kind of fell through. A lot of the people already found their other teams, and I did try getting some other teams together, but by the time I kind of got around to it, everyone was already part of teams, and I'm fine tasking anyway. I am actually part of Freakbob's Fenthouse as an emergency sub, so maybe you'll see me on this tournament. Maybe not. Although, if I'm being honest, I have played with Freakbob's Fenthouse before. I am regretting my choices saying that I wanted to be part of their team.
Well, congrats. You're a sub for their team, so hey, maybe get a game in. We saw you play in the last tournament, right? So
yeah, I randomly...
might do an 11 Voxel rush.
For me, they added me as a joke to the chat, and then I just went and asked for play.
I mean, they added you for commissions, I think.
No, they added me as a because I just wanted to see what monstrosity was going on in there. Because Tethys kept DMing me what was going on.
All right, here we go.
All right, we're getting started. So if we would please.
Neko, ANS or OSP for you today?
I will take OSP. I think I did ANS last time around.
All right, I will start with ANS. Remember, this is our last moment to put in your votes for who's going to win. ANS is currently at 30%, OSP at 70%. I will end predictions when we load in, as always, for this. Some channel points being bet here.
Yeah, this will be the 4th set of matches, so let's go ahead and see what they brought to the board. Hopefully no disconnect off the round start. There we go. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 4th set of matches in the NEBVEMBER tournament. It's 5 girls, 1 Grungler versus Collapse the Electron. I am Nekoboy Blue, and my co-caster is Scape GT.
Hello.
So, we have the teams squaring off here. Do you want to introduce your side, Scape?
Yes, I'm ANS, right? I forgot already.
Yeah, you're on ANS today.
All right, we are starting here on Gold Rush as per normal with this tournament. Team 1 is Collapse the Electron. Playing ANS, we have Surazal, Ambient Lamp, Trojan Shadow, and Pazuzu.
Team 2, OSP, represented by 5 girls, 1 Grungler, consists of Mav625, Quinto Bean, Cheese Slayer, and Nuclear Ari. Or, no, Nuclear
Nucleari is what
Nucleari. That's what it was. Thank you. I knew it was something like that. All right. Anyways, on the drop, we're seeing double Battleship from ANS. You seeing that up top?
Yep, double Battleship play. I'm seeing a couple of Keystones with the same naming convention as the BB. Potentially 22 might be a rail and 23 might be beam, just based on where they're positioning, although we can't tell that yet. I'm seeing a couple of Beamstones Seaside. Yeah, it looks like they're committing to the double BB. I'm seeing also a Levy as well from someone on Collapse the Electron.
Strike support might be a Levy combination fleet with some Beamstones. We saw Beamstones taken en masse in the previous set of matches for the Gold Rush opener. It did not work out well as ANS could not establish early advantage.
Taking a
OSP?
look at... Whoa, okay, they're using the weird text things you can do in the text boxes now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing a Monitor Ball, couple of Acellos, a Journeyman, and Liners, and an Acello up top. The Acello, no, never mind, not up top anymore, repositions closer to the Monitor
deployment.
Ball.
2 Acellos, looks like 2 Liners, the Journeyman, and the Monitor Ball. All right, so lot of heavy frontline on both teams here. The double Battleship is a lot of beef to get through. Liners, Acellos, and Monitors is quite a lot of beef on OSP side as well. Going to be last ready up before we get into this match on the drop. We'll go through the fleets real fast. Scape, you can take ANS from the top here.
Yep, now that I'm remembering which one to do, that shouldn't be too big of a problem for me, hopefully. Getting a Beamstone in deployment here. It is not a Greed Beamstone. It has at least a little bit of point defense on it, that being a little defender on the top. We will get to this one when we get to the player who's brought this.
I got a Battleship on the drop, so walk me through what you want.
Starting, Ambient Lamp brings the Levy we saw on deployment here. We have a mix of Bombers, Sundials, and Tontos here for a nice bit of spread and capabilities. It looks like they're bringing... Ooh, this might be a half-cap fleet. Wait, Inches
Definitely
of
looking like they got the numbers
No,
with
this is Inches of Leeway. This is Trojan Shadow's half-cap, half-carrier fleet. That is sees Atlas, sees Boxer, sees Comet, sees Dagger, and Spare Atlas. So yes, that is 4 gun cappers, 1 cringe capper with heavy carrier support, entirely built, dedicated to killing light cap assets on the OSP team and providing them with the openings they need to take points. I do know that Trojan Shadow is absurdly skilled with this Cap fleet. We'll see how Ambient Lamp does with it. Pazuzu is bringing one of the 2 battleships we saw here. This is the one without the Destroyer Escort. We have a VLS-2 backpack with less SDM-200s than I would expect, considering what we've seen in the tournament so far. Comms Jammer on the side. Escorting it is
Quad track correlator on that as well.
Not escorting it. We have a Beamstone on the seaside here. It's Quad TC Spy. Did I miss that? Yes, it is. Very nice.
Yeah, Quad TC battleship.
Surzal running a much more skeletal BB here. No backpack on this to make room for the 2 destroyers it has. This one is standard parallax radar. Still quad drive, though. Very nice. The 2 escorting destroyers, they're both Beamstones. One of them high on this east side here, flanking for that rock out in the open there. Very nice for deterring pushes. And the other one looks like it's deploying lower nearby, probably looking for destroying E-flanks in conjunction with the other one. Last but not least, Trojan Shadow with the triple Beamstone Cap fleet here. We have 1, 2, 3 of them spread across the map. 1 E, 1 Boxer, 1 C by the looks of it. We also have, rounding it out, one Cringe Capper, and looks like the rest of them are full gun vets. Yeah, even with Defender. All right.
Good count of Beam Destroyer here. By total tally, that's 6 Beam Destroyer. If ANS establishes an advantage, they will be very hard to dislodge. They've got a good Corvette count as well with the Cap fleet and a half there. Double Battleship making up their front line. OSP to contend, we're going to see that Cheese Slayer has come out with a 450 liner and another 450 liner. These are supported by Backpack Talisman launchers. That's going to be a lot of SCM2, if I had to guess.
Pre-dispersed 450 liner is going to be really nasty against those battleships if Cheese is able to get angle.
Bloodhound Early Warning is going to catch one of the battleships on track already. Actually going to catch both of them in the cone there. They will know what is up, judging by the size of that. The early warning looking around now.
Yeah, Cheese Slayer's sweeping for orbital bombers right now. The orbital bombers are a pretty popular play on this map. They want to make sure that there are none up there that's going to sneak up on them.
Potentially also searching for railstones, which can be trouble for those Ocellos. Mav625 comes in with the Journeyman here. Journeymans are restricted to 1,001 points to avoid some issues we had with the hull. We're going to see that this thing is equipped with a bunch of these Barracudas here and a skiff or 2. Looks like they have got the Wake package on those, so they can do some searching. The rest of this Cap fleet is going to consist of a multi-mission tug moving its way to Overwatch 8 point, which is already getting aggressed onto by 3 Corvettes, a flight of bombers, and a flight of fighters. This is a very fast ANS push. We really shouldn't have given players the ability to name their ships. How do you even pronounce this thing?
Just don't even pronounce them. Just call it one of
the anyways, Triangle Shape is going on to the A point here, one of these Fringe Cappers. There's a second multi-mission tug guarding the E point here, trying to ward off some caps there. T-20 Shaft Box Shuttle moving around towards Seaside, one of them underneath the map, one of them on the E point proper capping, one of them kept in reserve, and then the last one is the Cringe Capper going on to A point that just eats torpedoes and dies.
Do not hover over those ships with the funny names. Oh dear, that's really difficult to read. Anyway.
Yeah, right, that's gonna be a thing. Anyways, Nucleari here, 450 liner, not liners, 450 Ocello is going to be scoring off against the 450 of the battleships. Battleships with a quad TC will be able to engage this effectively. Ooh. Same with the Bloodhound track provided to those Ocellos. Ocellos are operating dispersed, 1 low, 1 high.
Guarding the monitor ball.
Monitor ball with an Ocello makes a lot of sense. Monitor ball trying to position towards A point. A point goes in the hands of the ANS as they commit to that 3. That 3 Corvette rush here works out pretty well for them. OSP picks a slower fleet to play here. Not having anything fast or overwatching that point is going to be difficult. 6 Beam Destroyer is a lot to deal with, especially when they hold this 3 cap. If ANS just holds their ground now, they will win this.
Right.
Quinta Bean's fleet briefly going to go through here for sake of brevity. C90s, T30s on these. Some of them have plasma, 2 plasma in here, which is a little bit of a vulnerability as if those 2 plasma ships get taken out, those battleships will be feeling very comfortable. Bombshells pause fired on the A point, I believe, here, trying to take out those threats. A little bit of 450 across the top of the map.
Although A point is already in the hands of ANS pretty firmly at this point.
Yeah, killing off those cappers is a nice thing to deprive ANS of their assets, but at the same time, taking a look at the board right now, there is 7 plus 4... 7 plus 5 of those,
One of Ambient Lamp's gun cappers on A, you can see it's the one that's hidden, C's dagger, is friendly firing itself somehow. What?
Huh?
The shells are ricocheting off the wall and hitting itself. Like, it's taking damage. Its damage control teams are repairing things.
Hang on. What?
Ambient needs to cease fire.
Where are we looking for this? ACAP, you said?
On ACAP, you see C's dagger. It's hidden behind the spike close to the hole in the wall on that angle there. It's friendly firing itself with the RPF. Fascinating. I did not know that could happen.
I've never seen something happen like that before. It is hurting its belly gun, yeah.
Yeah, it's taking damage. It's legitimately taking damage. Anyway.
How the heck?
I genuinely do not know. Initial state of the board right now, like you said, ANS takes that 3-cap advantage. With the Beamstones, all they need to do is hold. OSP has a slight frontline advantage with 3 fleets to ANS's 2. We'll see how the Beamstones compensate from that. Right now, I think it's up to the carrier players to get the openings right now. We'll see who begins winning the carrier engagements, because if one
Cello
team
taking double fire from 2 battleships at this moment, still dodging very well. Radar drive in this thing is enough at this kind of, what do you call that, like 9-10 kilometer mark here. They are not taking any damage from these incoming shots. Just have to orbit dodge all day.
Absurdly narrow from the front. Orbit dodging makes them very hard to hit, and these BBs do not have proper angles yet. Cheese Slayer
450 liner pokes out, immediately going to get retaliated on. Its shots are going to go wide as well. Both teams ineffectively tickling each other with 450.
The battleships know that the liners are the primary target. They're the ones that are able to get bite on the most. One of the battleships, Pazuzu, has already swapped over to the liner, getting the damage in while it can against a target that's much easier to land hits on. Cheese Slayer is just going to be popping in and out with the 450 liners. The other one pops out now, committing onto Pazuzu right now. That angle is HE being fired by Cheese. At that angle, most of that's going to ricochet. Most of it's going to miss, actually.
Yeah. I think they had HE loaded, so most likely just fired what they had.
Neither team...
They may get an impact or two here if they're lucky, maybe taking out the bullseye on the belly or possibly hitting a track correlator. Still, not that much damage to be dealt.
Has the angle that they need to start getting crossfires, although Surzal's cheaply built BB is starting to eat some pretty aggressive damage here. Multiple of its ammo elevators are already down.
Briefly talking about some tech here, I'm noticing a pair of coil tows just hanging out on some of these ships around the board here, just a way to see off this light strike wings.
Yep, you can see a lot of the aggressively pushed up beamstones have fighter escort.
So Mav coming in with interesting tech here. So that beam destroyer up high between the E and the A rock. Spectre Flight is coming in. They've got a bunch of Wake high explosive size 1s. 4 of them per fighter, along with a pair of KBU-15s. That's a strange strike tech that I don't think we've seen on display.
Occasionally. If you look at Mav's carrier, you can see that we have multiple different types of S1s in here, likely with different loadouts and missiles. Those ones are likely supposed to hit cappers that are trying to dodge with the Wake. They get behind and hit from behind. Although against a Brimstone,
that would make sense, yeah, against drives if they can get the flank.
Should be worth noting that CTE-22, the one that positioned itself really aggressively in that rock between E and B up high, did get spotted out by the Acellos for a brief moment, and it is very likely that OSP knows exactly what that is. Frontline engagement going off right now. You can see the battleships. It's going to be a slow
engagement
to start right now, as
not really developing anything.
It's going to add up eventually, but for now, it's kind of a stalemate right now. The
take it back. CT-11 actually taking a not insignificant amount of damage at some point.
Yeah,
loses a bunch of the small lockers and elevators. That thing got clobbered by something.
Off angle, yep, and loses a lot of its restores there. That's pretty unfortunate on a ship that already has pretty low restores to begin with. Looks like the battleships are mostly trying to pull back a little bit here. The monitors...
Battleships, in this case, engaging the enemy, they're going to want to try and draw them back. They have a 3-cap advantage right now, so they want to pull the OSP frontline into range of their beam destroyers, or otherwise just trade 450 fire and draw out the game.
The monitors
and it's already about 100 points up.
The monitors going a little bit forward, pulling a little bit back. They know that if they push out through the open like this, they're going to be pretty vulnerable. They do know about that beamstone up high, and they know about the other ones probably spread around the map. They are probably worried that they're going to push into one. Meanwhile, on the C flank here, Cascade Squadron with Mamba in support does deny a little sneaky C-cap attempt from Mav here. They do torpedo bomb
Bastion Flight getting hit pretty hard by those coil guns, but Coil's also running low on the ammo count here.
Yeah, Mamba
both
is down
fighters
to
now
one
out.
Fighter is empty. Yep. Bastion's going to clean up here, get Cascade down, and kill Mamba by the looks of it. There is Nova. Nova needs to RTB. That one has no bombs in it, too. Ambient Lamp does have a gun capper in the area, which might be able to help the engagement here. I have a feeling that Cascade's going to be able to return to Squadron. Nope, those are more missiles
Cascade
out.
far enough ahead,
Ambient
but the missile
needs
might say
to-
something about that.
That is Wake. Oh, the Wake is acquiring on the high
Gonna
burn.
find it
Yeah,
and
that's
not
gonna hit.
quite get the damage.
Cascade needs to run. Sees Comet, the capper there, is attempting to provide support with RPF. Chases off Bastion, looks like, with the defenders. Cascade turns around. Ambient Lamp perhaps not microing that craft.
Cascade potentially trying to
Yeah.
bait them back in before they run out of fuel here.
Yeah, they just
Interesting
need to leave.
stuff.
You need to preserve your bombers.
Yeah. So, taking a look at the board right now for OSP, despite their initial kind of like rollout, they've not really gone anywhere. Their sensor awareness is actually quite lacking. Cheeslayer elects to go for the double up build on this tug. It does mean that they can get the track correlators with the Bloodhound and the early warning, but they can only fire one at a time here. Electing to go with the track on those battleships. Sensor awareness for OSP is really lacking right now. They're trying to use Mav's multi-mission tug as their scouts to try and fish out where these destroyers are so that the Pentamonitor over here is able to comfortably move up.
Flanking
That said,
over
though,
the top, Griffoon Squadron, maybe trying to hunt the ASF
Griffoon?
support.
Where are
Bond? I don't know how
Griffin?
to pronounce that.
I think that's
It's
Griffin,
not-
right?
No, Griffin has a... No, is that Griffin?
Is that Griffon or Griffin? I don't know that. Anyways,
It's whatever. Potentially looking
Griff
for Voodoo
Squadron. There we go.
Oh,
The Griff Ball.
the Griff shot, yes.
Oop, rocket
those were
strike
the-
from
no, those
Spectre
were
in the
S1s.
back, or-
Those were the
no?
S1s. Core the drive of C's Boxer, and it is now under fire from an MMT and a gun shuttle here as Mav starts putting the pressure on Boxer. There are multiple beamstones in the area.
Beam
to try to
Destroyer from
deny
Trojan
that.
Shadow might be able to find this. Taking a look at it, the reactor is down, so scouting will not be provided by that Corvette. There's another one nearby that could be the Eyes. We've seen
There
very
is
effectively in tournaments Beam
Ambient Lamp.
Destroyers having Corvette spot for them and then the beam follow-up.
Ambient Lamp is actually playing this cap fleet pretty much identically to how Trojan would and playing it really well. You can see Bombard Squadron is waiting there, ready for the push. Those bombers are there just to eviscerate any cap attempts. Ajax, you can see flanking towards the hole in the A-Rock, is probably going to sit somewhere near A just to be a quick A-denial tool when necessary. This is, yeah, Trojan is genuinely scary to play against with this cap fleet. They know exactly what they're doing with the bomber support. And so far it's coming in clutch for them right now as, oh, look at this! Surzal gets a beam on the monitors. The monitor positioned up top in a very aggressive position pays off as it gets a little bit of damage into one of the monitors here. Manages to core
This
out
has been
its
the risk
front
of
gun.
pushing at this stage. Monitors are going to survive that. CTE 22 loses all but its beam in the entirety there. That is not ideal for ANS, as now they have ratted out their location, did not get a kill with that beam destroyer. A couple of
Still
fighter
took
engagements
damage.
happening across the board.
In all fairness,
OSP trying to develop Seaside as well with a multi-mission tug moving towards the Corvette there, but a lot of
multiple. That Corvette's going to get killed by the MMT, but there are multiple assets in the area to defend C at this point, and without support, I highly doubt that MMT is going to be able to do much. The monitors now come under fire from the BB as the BBs swap fire to them. Unfortunately for the
bad
BBs, they're
spot to be
not-
found with the monitors.
No, they're not
they are
coordinating their
reinforced
fire,
drives.
though.
They're not going to go fast.
Battleships are not coordinated. Oh, there they go. Now they're coordinating their fire. They both lock on to Mare Pass up top. It has been target locked and is under fire from a ton of 450 barrels here. The
Front
battleships
thrusters
just-
knocked out on that,
Yep.
losing its retreat ability. 450 exchange happens now as the Acello and the Liner are going to come to the aid of these monitors. Monitors having a rough time here as the monitor ball has just not been able to contribute to the fight. They're outranged and unable to really push across and get into the
Cheeslayer,
brawling
though,
distance they want.
takes full advantage of Surazal's battleship push into the monitors and gets a pretty nasty hit into CTE 11 there. We can see a lot of the top. A lot of the top was already missing, but that still adds damage.
Still,
Meanwhile,
damage adds up. Also,
Pazuzu-
thruster degradation on these battleships has not been insignificant. Double Raider
No, it
drive will
has
start
not.
to cook you a little bit there.
Pazuzu swapping fire to Cheeslayer's
Fighter
here.
engagement on
Ooh.
east side. Sunder is
Ooh.
jumping.
Sunder jumps multiple... Oh, is rather jumped by multiple squadrons. Sunder starting to lose a lot of their fighter count here. Flanker is Ichi Frag. That's offensive. These bombers from Bombard, you can see, yeah, Ambient Lamp is already flanking Bombard Squadron out of there, recognizing that it is
Impulse
unlikely.
Flight coming
Although
to their
Impulse
aid
Flight
now
with
with
the
SCM-2.
SCM-200s. Support onto these craft here. How many will those kill? Down to 4 from Flanker as Sunder recommits with the 20 mil. 3 to 2. Impulse with the support with 20 mil.
Sunder
Looks
will
Sunder's
look
gonna
like
go
it's getting
down
wiped here.
but
Impulse
more
still
missile
good for the
supports. These are
fight.
links out to... Oh, those intercepted the... Whoa. Oh, anyway, Surazal with the beam out on Cheeslayer.
Disconnect happening from Trojan
DC
Shadow
Trojan.
randomly.
We are
That's
already
not
probably
good.
too far in the match for us to do a rehost here, as it looks like Pazuzu, the battleship player, gets command of Trojan's Beamstone cap fleet here. Unfortunate timing
That's
for
going to
that.
be a complication here.
We'll see how ANS recovers
Battleship
from that. Unlucky for
can
ANS,
manage
but
this, but
at this stage in the game, it is way too late to do a rehost here. Flanker actually does manage to mop up the rest of those Tontos there.
beam out on top of the map as the Ocello
yeah.
gets caught. That is a damaged beamstone, so it's going to cook itself on battle
Not gonna
short
be
here.
doing much damage here, although it is still something.
Does take out an Ox
The
steering and 2
liner-
thrusters, so not
Cheeslayer's
the worst.
Liner and the Ocello are going to be focused on dealing with that beamstone, while the battleships are going to be able to get free damage in. The battleships now being pushed aggressively from multiple sides here. This is exactly what OSP needed to do. Push a frontline fleet across, try to get crossfires on the BB. As you can see now, the BBs are pinned in one spot. We will see if they are able to properly react to that. If the carrier
Battleships
is able
giving
to get...
broadside now as they have to rotate towards that left flank that has been opened up. They can go down behind cover here and engage only one front, but that does mean that A point is open as Quinto surges forwards.
The rest of the map. Yep, Quinto is already taking full advantage of this flank, pushing into plasma range of Pazuzu's BB. Pazuzu diving down to cover, not wanting to take these double engagements. It will keep the battleships preserved, but it will mean that they can only control one small part of the map now. We will see if the beamstones are able to compensate, or if this is what's going to allow OSP to retake the points. C point
Multi-mission tug
here.
potentially getting struck on C side. Pops some AMMs here at the last second, but Ajax Flight is launching their torpedoes on it.
CMD Hodge going in. CMD, no track on the MMT.
Loses the track on as they flick off at the last second.
Ajax forced into evasive due to the AMM. There we go. That one has target lock. AMM's out. Ajax is committing and
Gonna swing and hit in the drive section, keeping this thing alive.
And reactor. Ajax, unfortunately, unable to secure the kill for ANS, although the Beamstone does know that that thing is there now. Remember that this Beamstone guarding C is... The two of them guarding C are in the control of the BB player, who is very occupied right now in the frontline fight. We will see if they are able to micro and regain control of the C point.
Monitor Ball deciding to not go for the A point proper, instead electing to try and throw hands against the battleship. Their nose guns are not on target yet. Could get some damage at this range. They've closed to 7.5 kilometers, which is enough that they can actually get some of their plasma onto target.
MMT engagement on Boxer here as the MMT finds one of Surazal's beam destroyers here. Chaff is out. These are act command val. The destroyer trying to get into cover here to force these to rock PD. STM-200's out to intercept the MMT missiles. It works. One of them down.
Attempt made, but I think they went after Chaff instead, and that's going to be a crippling blow to the nose of that beamstone.
That's the beam down, as the MMT is pretty free to push at this point. STM-200's into Lancer Squadron here to just clean it up.
STM-2s lose track, though, it looks like. Those were command launched and do not find Lancer Squad.
The Beamstones here are going to be quickly overwhelmed by the amount of ships pushing in. The MMT pushing with the gun capper here with the disabling of that Beamstone that leaves only one at close range, although it will
Adamant Flight might say something about this.
Immediately vaporize the capper here, and you can see Adamant coming in here will likely attempt to finish off that MMT, denying the B push attempt here. Meanwhile...
Torps out on Mav's multi-mission tug here. This thing is trying to go for that Beamstone.
Hodge, will it get missiles out in time? No, the Beamstone's going to kill it.
Missiles, panic dumping, trying here. Might get the kill on the bombers, but no, torpedoes and the beam
they
going
get
to
killed,
secure
and
that.
CMD loses track. The B push attempt from the light cappers is stopped there. The battleships have pulled back relatively into cover here. Surazal bow on to the push on the flank here, focusing on the liner. It is the ship that they get the most bite on. Meanwhile, Surazal is actually, not Surazal, Pazuzu, is actually committing to this seaside engagement here, putting more fire into Cheeslayer's liner, which still maintains pretty...
I think that OSP's having a little bit of issue right now, is Quinto's moved up and aggressed the OSP's other gun line, consisting of G-Slayer and Nucleari, they have not moved up onto the A point here. They definitely could put some pressure on and with consolidating their firepower clear out those beamstones, but have elected to not yet.
Seaside here, the MMT manages to recover, gets a surprise missile strike into Pazuzu's little camper here, snipes out the mag in one of the guns. Unfortunately, it's not able to return fire, although Pazuzu should now know that it's there and pivot that beamstone into position.
Interesting development is ANS just kind of getting boxed in now.
Right.
While they might not be able to kill the battleships flat out, they have definitely taken their favorable position and tightened the noose a little bit. Battleships forced to fall back here.
Ooh, look
Giving
at this.
ground may
Pazuzu.
mean that they give up A.
Pazuzu within beam range of Chi-Slayer's 450 liner. The 450 liner busy with the battleships. The monitors unable to kill the beamstone in time. The Acello pivots fire.
450
beam
now
out.
hitting
They're just
target,
gonna
but beam is
battle
on.
that. Beam is out. That goes into the core
Hits the
section.
crane, unfortunate.
Ooh.
They're aiming. It's going all over the place. Does
No
not
B
get
short.
a good burn.
No B short for Pazuzu. There's the B short. Reactor
B
detonation.
short goes, but a bloom is going to
Target
briefly
locks
illuminate
on
this thing.
both sides. No, the destroyer loses. The destroyer goes dark. The destroyer goes dark and loses its target lock. Still
Destroyer
beam
lost
out.
its bullseye, now going to lose its effectiveness as the beam walks all over the place.
Are just committing onto this liner, taking full advantage of the damage that the beamstone is going to do. That beamstone is just going to battle short out its beam to finish this thing off, leaving just the Acello here on the B-side push. That is a significant
G-Slayer
loss for
can
OSP.
recover with their complex and storage, but it will take time.
Another
Their
beamstone.
magazine is
The
down
other beamstone
currently.
heals its beam and gets supporting fire on Cheese. That's a crossfire beam with 450 support. I have a feeling. Yep, there's drive down in the open. This thing is likely
Too close,
unable to
too
be
greedily.
recovered.
G-Slayer could have pulled that another
goes the
kilometer or
structure
two
break.
out there, but
Still has 5 restores. The beam on Pazuzu's beamstone is running low on health. No
Complex
target lock.
will mean that the ship can Lego brick itself back together, but it is super risky right now. Complex is critically
just
low,
the
and
there
it's
goes the
out of
liner.
here.
Yep. G-Slayer loses their 450 liner on the flank. That is a significant loss for OSP right now. Meanwhile, Quinto pushing over the top with the monitors, attempting to put pressure onto the battleships to make up for the loss of Cheese's liner. C-point flips as Pazuzu's too busy with the front line to engage here. They do manage to get
Beamstone
beam
will
out
collect on that
briefly.
briefly, but it goes out
We'll
of range as
see
it ducks
if-
behind a rock.
We will see if Pazuzu, now in command of this side of the cap fleet, is able to recover. A-point now being flipped as OSP takes it with a pretty much intact camper here, gets into cover.
OSP has rocket
Pazuzu
strike as well
loses-
onto A-point here. They're going to try and clear
loses
this
the
out.
beam. Pazuzu loses the beam that was overlooking A-point. The beams go down. It's under a Acello fire. Out in the open, target locked. That thing is really injured, as I believe that Protectorate is going to secure. No.
4
Protectorate
cap
is not
inbound
gonna
with the
secure.
8-point. Mav just barely drifted
Mav
off
is
point, needs
not-
to get themselves back on. Probably doesn't
Are
realize
they-
at the moment.
Are they going to pivot back onto the point or now?
Thinking it's just, there it is, there's the movement go. They just needed a little more inch. There is still a intact capper here that could restore its
Torpedo
engine for
strike
ANS. They're just playing
onto the
possum, though.
Acello. Torpedo strike onto Nucleari's Acello here. Aurora battle shorting its best, trying to kill this. The Killjoys attract the
Killjoy
missiles.
seduces with the Hodge. Command
as
Jammer works at that
Acello
range.
is going to survive. Tyrant Squadron forced to withdraw. Bastion Squadron trying to clean up the Killjoys, although it's too little too late. Those torpedoes are going to miss. Bastion now committing onto, it looks like Flanker now, trying to finish them off with the coil guns.
Aurora's
A-point does
Sarissa
get
is going to do
taken.
some work against these fighter craft if they linger too long. Bastion attempted to be a penny there with the jammers messing up the Auroras. If they don't have their fire control locked, they are very inaccurate.
OSP does manage to capitalize off the push. ANS has been pretty much coalesced into this point here. They are retaking C, although OSP did hold a 4 cap for a bit. You can see now Quinto with the monitor
C-cap
ball
is going to get
about
contested
to-
by that multi-mission
If
tug in a
Quinto-
second here.
If Quinto pushes up any further, these monitors are going to be right on the broadside of Surazal's battleship here, and that's going to be really devastating.
ANS definitely feeling the pressure right now as their beam destroyer count has been diminished. In terms of effective beam destroyers, there is still 1, 2, 3 on the board with
still a
intact
few
beam.
left,
One of them is drives down and unable to attack at the moment.
They have multiple on the C point here. C point now being contested as the gun capper is still alive on the point here. Not broadside on to ANS's gun capper though. And ANS is getting really good shots into the broadside there. Not RPF, that's HE. That's not going to do as much damage as I think Pazuzu's going to think here. It's going to...
High explosive this range can add up. if they get
the MMT,
lucky with
though,
the angling.
The MMT with the support, Pazuzu needs to push those beamstones onto C there. To
Beamstone going to step out here and go for the beam
Mav,
as they force the
Mav
contest
has
out.
strikes incoming. C might be denied as OSP might hold that. There
Light
goes the
strike,
mag. The mag gets sniped out on the capper on C.
Interesting position with that. Normally don't see that snipe out there. You've seen the aux steering sometimes swapped around there. Get your reinforced mag smaller to avoid this.
Small bit. Anyway,
Beam goes out to secure C point there briefly. That's a Comet is inbound. They've got Wake HE rounds, and that is a capper with engines on.
Ooh, they're off angle though. The maneuverability not enough to whip around. The MMT now committing onto the capper. This MMT, I believe,
Size 1 Wake. I think this is a case of Wake Seeker. Oop, hang on. They're gonna find it, but too late.
Oh, they run out of range. Rip. There was no flares in that cluster there. I believe ANS is going to take.
Looked like it was just a Wake Trail existing behind, so a little bit hard to near.
This MMT's out of missiles, and just with a single gun, it's not going to be able to kill that thing in time.
Single gun will collect that. Same time, though, 3 cap for the OSP right now. ANS sitting 752 points on B and C. OSP tried to push up. G-Slayer lost a liner for it. OSP still looking pretty good in the capital department. ANS has been degraded decently well.
G-Slayer mag down in the center of the map by their on their liner. The battleship's getting a really nasty cross shot on it. Although now
both magazines taking a hit.
Surzal has pushed out into a very bad position here under crossfire from the Cello at close range to the monitors. They greeted
Talked
for
about this
this
before,
damage into this liner. ANS is taking E. Whoa. ANS steps onto E point. There's not a whole lot here to deny it. There is
the Journeyman
now.
with his T20. It has enough health bar. It does not care about these RPF shots. You need more than that.
Will Cyclone
see if it
Squadron
has
also
any craft on it.
with the Wake missiles here, although Bastion has something to say about that. We will see if these cappers probably can't take the cap. No, that Journeyman's going to get onto the point in time, it looks like. As the
Wake missile's going to fire off, and once again, Wake Seeker does Wake Seeker things.
The drives are not active on that target, as that capper's going to be safe. We will see.
There's bomb attempts going on it. I like the tech of it, but not seeing it.
A defender. Honestly, I think that the play is definitely R2s for Light Strike on OSP carriers. You can see they're effectively the same price, and they are much more effective. Will ANS get E before this thing steps on? ANS takes E right before the carrier steps on the point. Unfortunate for
G-Slayer forced to divert as they are repairing their liner. This liner, I don't believe, has secondary. No, actually, it does have some T20 secondaries.
The battleship
so with
now
its guns active, it should be able to contribute to that cap
brawl
board.
At A with the monitors. Is there any beamstone support? Yes, Pazuzu still has a beamstone flanking up. No fire orders yet. It is detected. Pazuzu needs to get that beam on target to support this BB against the monitor ball. There goes the fire order. That is within, what is that, 5-ish kilometers. That beamstone will have arc.
5 kilometers. Might go for the fighters first, depending on its priorities. We will see. Looks like it's locked onto a monitor. There's the
there goes the beam into... It misses!
Oh, bad arc. No lock on those. It's going to swing wide.
No, it does have a lock. It just swung, and the monitors immediately pivot, recognizing that this is a threat. Pazuzu, without the battle sword, is this beamstone just going to get annihilated by the crossfire between the Acello and the
Beamstone,
monitors.
I think, with its bullseye on the belly there, meant that the beam peeked out first, and it did not have the lock, so it fired early. Immediately retaliated on.
Pazuzu, unfortunately, going to lose that beamstone, probably. Although it does have a restore, which means that if it get back into cover, it can bring that back online. Did relieve a little bit of a pressure on the BB, although this BB is now pushing into a very disadvantageous position here. The other battleship now pushing over the top, looking to probably secure A here. All ANS has to do
holds
is...
a 3 cap and just has to for the next 170 points.
All ANS has to do now is play the delaying game. G-Slayer committing onto E right now, trying to kill out these cappers to resecure the point here, although that is going to be their liner out of position. Ajax Squadron is hunting for that MMT on the C point there just to finish off the point. And look at this! Pazuzu still has a healthy gun capper flanking all the way around to Dagger. Nothing to stop the Dagger back cap if that thing gets there. Firestorm as well from Ambient Lamp with more torpedoes. Commits onto the Acellos, it looks like, in the center of the map. Trying to just
Torps will clean up C-side while that happens.
Yep, there goes the MMT as C is firmly within the hands of ANS right now. Also,
currently, OSP is behind decently far. ANS with this 3 cap, every second matters here, as OSP could, in theory, win with a 3 cap had they secured E point a little bit sooner. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get there. Right. Now trying to clean up these cappers with T20s, and while it's going cripplingly slow, they will eventually get it. It's a Comet flight on return to base, going to get cleaned up by 20 mil here in a second. Ambient Lamp still able to keep that defender active.
Oh, it's maxed down.
Comet is
the 20 mil on the other one is on the drives down one, which doesn't have arc. It doesn't look like.
Just did for a second, but if they go for approach on the carrier, it will tap them on that landing pad.
RTB. That defender is still operational.
Oh, just barely gets the drive and reactor snipe on that to deny it.
No, the defender still has power. The defender still has power.
What? From where? There's Whiplash and reactor down.
Does it not show as power out? It should say yellow, right?
Huh. Interesting.
No, the reactor is down, huh?
It says power missing for the other things, but not the defender.
Yeah.
I guess because the defender requires activation, so it doesn't try to draw. It has fire orders, so it says no power.
ANS now crossing 900 points here. Both battleships committing in a suicide play to hold the monitors at A, preventing them from going other places. Firestorm lying in wait
flight
by
on
A,
standby there,
ready to
looking to get a strike through.
One of the monitors. The monitors starting to get degraded in this close range engagement. The battleships are severely damaged, but still holding in there. Nuke has sent one of their Acellos to C here. There is still a functional beamstone on C, though. We will see how that matchup plays out. Meanwhile,
BCAP being attempted here as one of these little capper shuttles will find its way on. Does not appear that there's anything to defend this.
On the carrier, but there is a gun capper in the area. Bike Ride is still in the area, which means that if the carrier is able to hold, that thing might be able to help. The Acello, though,
carrier with the arming missile will step onto B here for a second.
The Acello is committing onto Boxer, though, too. Okay, so late game, everyone is committing for the caps. Ajax, though,
OSP
torpedoes
will hold
out. Torpedoes
BCAP
out on the capper,
contest.
though. Aurora's and
Pavis says no.
Locks in as Havoc Squadron is unable to get the deny there, although ANS will be able to hold Boxer for the time being with the carrier. ANS with the 3 cap still, about to be a 4 cap if they can secure Dagger right now. Nothing going to stop that Dagger attempt as Pazuzu's just going to flank around the map completely undetected. I think that ANS has this.
OSP is too far behind at this stage. ANS comfortable with the C cap will take this with 1 cap at this point. Decisive advantage held and maintained. OSP coming in with a slower comp here gets punished for it as ANS commits 3 of their corvettes to an 8-point rush and then holds their ground with a very good set of, 6 beam destroyers just to draw out the game.
Yeah, I think ANS has this one in the bag. I don't think there's much that Protector can do. The only ships that they have are slow and confined to the places where they are. They're not going to be able to get to the points in time.
Point-blank torpedo dump from Ambient Lamp as they will find the Acello, actually, on that
they get
point.
hits. They get hits. What does that disable? Reactor overload, no crits, which means they'll be able to repair that. 1 gun down. Some of the reactors hit as well. That Acello is in definitely a worse situation than
Spyglass on that Acello. Just took a moment to look at it. Is the other one
probably
a Parallax? Yeah, Parallax.
Those were probably supposed to deploy together, but they split them up for this particular team comp here.
Makes sense. Battleships drift onto A to keep the game honest. 982 on the board. ANS comfortable with their victory. Very good play from both teams coming out here. I can't help but feel that
it's going to be retaken here as Cheeslayer finishes up the last of the cappers, allowing for a retake there. You can see here, yep, OSP calling it GG.
GG call.
Pazuzu is detected heading for Dagger, and Protectorate knows that there's nothing they can really do about that.
Winto found out by torpedo bombers going towards C. Could be a strike in the rear section of the Silky Hobby.
That is drives down. Beamstone knows where it is, although, yeah, no, that's GG. As, collapse.
Interesting attempts there from OSP, but I don't think they quite had it. Their aggression, they were a little hesitant, definitely wise when pushing into this much Beamstone. They gave up A-cap due to their lack of speed, did not have fighters available to R2 strike or size 1 wake strike the A-point. Bit of an error there, I would say, giving up that A-cap, and it's very hard to dislodge from their 3-cap state.
Mav breaking the post-match thing with their ship names. Oh, Jesus.
Ooh, yep, that's,
anyway,
might want to log that one for...
The deciding factor in this one was definitely ANS's ability to get the initial cap lead and hold it. The aggressive play from the bomber half-cap, the carrier half-cap, was able to just annihilate those early cap assets from OSP, allowing ANS to gain the initial lead there. And the beamstones around the map discouraged OSP from pushing.
Take a look at those bombers there. 28, almost 29k pulled off of only 8 bombers. Very respectable strikes done.
This carrier is only 2k points. It's part of a half cap, and it does that much. You can see how effective this particular fleet comp or fleet type is if you know how to use it. The battleships also doing an
pulling some
exceptional
numbers.
job of just not dying. Despite getting flanked several times, these battleships are still relatively healthy into the late game here. Surazal still has all guns operational. Zuzu did lose quite a lot of their capability there, but was still combat effective, forcing the monitors to stay at A here. The monitors, pretty indecisive in terms of their push there.
Monitors wanted to push up, but
themselves.
knew
Yeah.
that beams existed, just never could quite get the confidence. They wanted to stay with their Acellos as well, but I feel OSP was a little hesitant. They needed something to can opener the ANS or deny them from that 3-cap state to begin with, and they just didn't have it. They tried to do their flank around, but got punished for it by going a little too close to the inside of the map.
Right.
We're going to go into game 2 now.
The loss of Cheese Slayer's 450 liner there was an exceptionally rough loss for OSP. Without that liner to put pressure on the battleships were just free to refocus on the monitors and hold them at A.
All right, we're going to run ad break intermission and catch you in the next game. And ad time.
34% of the people for this outcome actually win as ANS takes that. A little bit of an upset there, according to my chat. ANS takes that victory, and it is now 1-0 in favor of Collapse the Electron.
Guys, like the interesting tech there. I really like the Journeyman, and I think I might start doing just Journeyman R2 Strike, because I've seen how effective
in
5
support
Barracudas
of your
works.
cappers. Well, you saw how effective it was for ANS, the carrier half cap as well. Like, if you can do a proper carrier half cap, it's genuinely like an absurdly strong strat if you know what you're doing. And we can
big strength there being the Corvettes. For when you generate opportunities for moving like cap guards, you now can move a Corvette on or have that as sensor awareness asset. That's just really good value.
Yep. And yeah, you saw how effective it was in the hands of ANS there. I think it was it Ambient playing the... Yeah, Ambient did just an exceptional job of using that team comp, or fleet comp. Was able to get strikes on everything that mattered to hold the points for the most part. We will see how the teams shakes things up for the second one as they adjust to the first one. 5 Girls, 1 Grungler ended up losing that one, which means they get map vote right now. They are presently deciding on it right now.
As long as I'm here, I can just go back. All right, it's good. There we go. We're running the ad break intermission, so VOD exclusive content. Why not?
Yippee.
Yeah, just the intermission phase as we sit here waiting for teams to decide on things. Yeah, I'm just doing a little shuffleage. Not sure if we'll see any substitutions for these teams or if they'll play straight with the rest of the teams they had to start with. We got everyone in the lobby right now. Yeah. Interesting game 1. Really goes to show ANS's strength when they have that 3-cap and hold it with beam destroyers. We saw in the previous series, ANS tried that on Gold Rush with 10 beam destroyers, but just lacked kind of the frontline beef presence with the singular battleship. Just
I feel like,
hold ground.
The big deciding thing for that one is I feel like OSP just didn't have what they needed to dislodge those beamstones. We saw in a couple of them, it was the R2 Moorline as well as the 250 and 100 mil liners were exceptionally powerful tools against those beamstones. And with slow-moving monitors and long-range 450 assets that need to reposition it takes a while for them to reposition. They just didn't really have an answer, I don't think.
Yep. Seeing the double battleship play as well, very smart considering the Acellos and 450 liners were ineffective against the front end of those battleships.
Yeah. The double
needed
battleship,
to get a flank there.
The double battleship play was honestly a really genius move from Collapse the Electron. Those things just held. Even outnumbered against crossfires, they were still relatively okay at the end. Very, very impressive work from both of those BBs staying alive until the very end.
I think also a lack of a force multiplier on OSP side. The Journeyman was there and was attempting strikes, but just never saw a huge swing. We didn't see any bombers go towards capitals. We didn't see a super effective removal of the beam destroyers. Some of them did get cleaned up, luckily, by some direct fire or some size 2s here and there from the multi-mission tug. But
lack of CLN and fleet carrier definitely really hurt OSP there. It would appear that 5 Girls, 1 Grungler has chosen Tombstones as the second match here. They go to ANS as Collapse the Electron takes OSP here. Teams are now filtering in. Looks like this is the same team comp for 5 Girls, 1 Grungler, right? Mav, Quento, Cheese, and Nucleari. Looks like Collapse the Electron is subbing in Mulgan. We'll see how that shakes things up.
All right. Given the last Tombstones game, this could be anything goes. We had a fantastic set 3 third game from that would... Oh, I've already forgotten the names of the teams that we had in the previous set.
Oh god, I have to. 120 SPM versus Freakbob's Fenthouse. That was an excellent deciding match for the set of games. It was very close, down to the wire. I think that they were doing the math in Freakbob's team chat. I think they came to the conclusion that if they had delayed their push by like 30 seconds, they would have lost that one.
Yeah.
Just due to the points.
Very close to the wire with multiple of these games. We've seen it come down to just who gets onto a cap point 10 seconds before the other team.
Yep. Neb is first and foremost a game about how good you are at gaining and holding territory.
It's also worth noting that you can sacrifice your entire team's composition of ships as long as you hit that score limit before the opposing team does. You will win. We saw, I believe it was the first game of the series cast a day or two ago. ANS got completely bled, but they managed to hit 1,000 points before OSP did, so they managed to collect on that. We're just waiting for our teams to lock in and ready up here. Yeah, Tombstone's also a very strong beam map. We've seen what happens when you get a lot of beam coverage in these ANS games. They feel very secure until OSP has to try and find their way in, usually with rocket strike from either the shuttles or the Barracudas has been the attack of choice lately.
Oh, finally, one of the mods finds the breaking news tasty cookie of Team Keyboard Smash found dead after torpedo scandal. Someone finally got that in Poster Hall of Fame.
Oh, wonderful. I think it was Jabal who actually made that one.
It was Jabal
right?
who made it.
And yeah, Lone Wolf.
Yeah, I made the joke that Tasty Cookie's team was gonna fucking kill him and dump his body outside of Caltrop.
Yeah. For anyone who's just tuning in now and not familiar, Tasty Cookie on Team
Gigri. Keyboard Smash.
The G Smash one. They handed 3 players on their team a actually untested torpedo and had them go triple Moreline carrier. So suffice to say that did not go well.
9K worth of players on their team for the tournament trusted Tasty and brought untested torpedo equipment that just did not work, and it was very sad. The team was very much not happy about that one after it. Tasty throws torpedoes cookie is now Tasty's name in your server. I just realized as well. I'm so sad it's gonna be immortal now, says Tasty. Maybe you should have thought of that. Maybe you should have thought of that and actually tested your fucking torpedoes.
Yep.
Anyway, teams.
You have torpedoes. We have thropedos. We are not the same.
We are waiting on Pazuzu and spectators to ready up. There we go. Second game started. Right. We are heading to Tombstones, everyone.
Yeah, reminder that this is a best of 3 series, so we might potentially see a 2-0 shutout or a move on to game 3. Remains to be seen.
Oh yeah, bets. Shit, I didn't do bets. Better go quick, because I'm gonna have to stop this pretty
quick
soon.
prediction, go.
Go. Gamble. I'll give you a couple extra seconds for this one, just so there is people who vote. There we go, the votes. There they go.
Just joining for those of you folks, this is match 2. Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome to, this is going to be the 4th game series, match number 2 in the NEBVEMBER tournament. We have got Collapse the Electron against 5 Girls, 1 Grungler. I am Nekoboy Blue, and I'm joined at the co-caster booth by Scape GT.
Hello here. We are on Tombstones. Yay.
Yes. Collapse the Electron took game 1, was it?
Yes, Collapse the Electron won an extremely close game on Gold Rush to open things up. Was able to hold on to the cap points they got early on for long enough for their points to tick over. We will see how the teams respond to the outcome of that first one.
Yep. Teams have swapped now, so we're going to see 5 Girls, 1 Grungler, which consists of Cheese Slayer, Mav625, Nucleari, and Quinto Bean deploying on the Blue Trunks NS.
Team 2, OSP, is Collapse the Electron. We have Surizel, Lambu, Mulgan, and Ambient Lamp. They swap out Trojan Shadow for Mulgan. Trojan had an unfortunate disconnect in the first one halfway through. Fortunately for them, ANS was able to pull together despite the disconnect. Not sure if this is a swap out to just let new players in, or if it's because Trojans experience some connection problems. We shall see how this affects the teams.
Anyways, taking a look at the deploy screen here, ANS looking like Triple Vox going low, Battleship plus Escorts going high, and I'm seeing a Axford, the Big Milk, has come out to play. A famous missile build is coming out.
That's, yep, that is Battleship, CLs, Cap Fleet, and Big Milk. That is the 4 players on ANS here. We shall see what Big Milk is able to do in this one. For OSP, lots. Oh, I'm not
seeing anything. That's a lot of shuttle.
It's all Ruddles. That has to be all Ruddles, right? There is nothing.
This has got to be Ruddle maxing.
There's nothing other than shuttles in this one. That's an all Ruddle comp from OSP. It has to be. Not
a single heavy asset to back this up. Might be a little bit risky here. Normally, when you see Ruddle all-in plays like this, there's something to collect on anything they cripple, say a 450 liner or something. But they're just going for it. So
Ambient is throwing, says Cheese.
Yep, they're just waiting on the lock-in screen there. So they just 20 seconds on the board, give or take.
Yeah,
this is going to be a very fast and very silly game.
Darg is also noticing the all Ruddle in chat. Oh, this one's going to be an interesting one. Unfortunately for Big Milk, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of use for the missiles there.
Acela killers are not going to do anything here against Ruddles.
Yeah, it's
They're
all Ruddles.
just going to overkill.
It's all Ruddles. I get the zoom in on the ships. It's all
Collapse
Ruddles.
the Electron having +1 games here, knowing they can go into a game 3 and win it. They go for the silly play. Kind of respect it.
Might as well be silly.
Yep. All right, let's take a look at it.
Yes, starts with ANS, because we already know what protector it's bringing.
Yep. Cheese Slayer comes in with the Cap Fleet. 4 Beamstones gonna have to put in overtime. These are the cheap Beamstones run with just the Bullseye Chaff Box, no defenders on these. This has been a pretty popular fleet. Quad Beamstone dispersed around the board right now, covering the points. They've got themselves a collection of gun cappers, also lacking defenders, as those have been temperamental lately, not doing their jobs. 5 gun cap, 1 naked capper going on the outside here.
I believe this is just a renaming of Dumbass 3 with the last one turned into a cringe capper. I will say I'm
that's
a little
bit, fleet's gone around.
A little bit. I think that Cheese Slayer did this deliberately, naming 2 of the destroyers Laffy and Johnston, and then putting the British Union Jack on them is a real dick move for those who know what those ships are. Anyways,
Mav625 comes in with the Big Milk build. This thing is a missile boat and a half. Look at those size 2 launchers on the size of this.
Mostly cruise by the looks of it, so slightly different than what you'd expect from Big Milk, which is normally just direct. We have a lot of cruise missiles which are already going out into the early cast to try and deny them. Interesting.
I think some of those going out here, that's going to be a bit of Nat Yub. That said, well, they're not going to find a carrier or anything, but they might hit one of these Ruddles. Nucleari in the battleship going to basically be doing nothing for the better part of this game. They have some size 2s, but those are all meant for, I'm guessing, Killjoy duty. SDM2s for anti-craft. And then they've got 2 lock vets, actually. That's kind of nice to see in the battleship.
They are gun build, too, so they can double as cappers late game if need be.
Yeah, Quinto Bean is going to have to lock in and do some work here. They've got themselves a Task Force Birch-like triple Vauxhall tech on one of them with a VLS2 here. What's it got? Active decoys, not going to matter. Chaff box on the one, and then chaff box on the other. Yep, so.
Lots of AMs come out from the... Oh, no. That one's not just a Ruddle. That one's laying mines. Oh, I see what's going on here. OSP.
All right, a little bit of tech in here.
OSP bringing the fuck you strategy here as starting with Ambient Lamp. Are these all the same?
Take a look through fast. Many of them Ruddle. One of them already missing his missiles.
Ruddle. One of them already disabled. Takes hits with the missiles. Whoa!
Trying to
Do we
find
have a
the
Ruddle?
odd one out.
I saw rockets already on the A point. Ruddles commit onto A, killing, not quite killing, Anus's A-cap attempt there. The beam, though,
Just
counterfires.
clip the belly.
The beam counterfires into the other Ruddle. There is one low, but just cleaned up by the CLs quite well there. Oh, Ruddle's already in the backline here as Ambient Lamp on the flank here finds one of Nucleari's lock vets up high, sends a Ruddle swarm at rocket swarm
Spread
at
is
it.
pretty bad, but it does
That
tickle
was
it a
at
little bit.
range. That
CIC
was at
dangerously
range.
low.
Yeah, that was at range here. OSP is probably just going to do aggressive pushes with the rocket shuttles here. One Ruddle flanking low at A. This is COD of Wayland from
Point blank
Nolan
here,
there.
the COD
Morgan.
should be able to get this shot if it commits on target.
Should be able to kill the capper there. Mogan also flanking low with the Ruddles here. The CLs have their work cut out from them as the Ruddles just rush across the entirety of the map here. Cheese Slayer
long range
tries to
strike
get
towards
struck.
Seaside, swing and a
Yep,
miss on that.
misses there. Although Ambient Lamp
Mogan
has
will
a
get the point
nearly-
blank on A. Now there's a whole bunch of missiles down below the map as another Ruddle wing gets found here. Big Milk missiles
one of
fire
them-
off. One of them collects.
takes hit, two of them survive. Although a Ruddle attack gets the flank into the
Beam.
Johnston here.
Oh, no,
as
Johnson.
the beam commits, the reactor goes down. That Ruddle's actually
Single Ruddle still alive,
recoverable.
diving into the backline here, looking for that stuff.
Cheese Slayer
Ruddles
once
deploying
again-
everywhere.
Cheese Slayer once again dodges. The Lear once again dodges a rocket strike from this swarm there. As ANS, OSP is on Boxer and Atlas. OSP secures a 4-cap really early on here with this massive Ruddle rush.
The staying power is going to be very limited as not even 100 points on the board right now. OSP is expending a lot of their rockets for not the most gain. Cheese Slayer has lost 3 of their Corvettes and 1 of their destroyers. Might be a 4th Corvette here as it's taking a bit of damage.
That is a hit onto Cheese Slayer there as the Ruddles looks like they
will collect on it.
collect on that one there. Another
Ruddles will find
Beamstone-
another one of the
Beamstone
destroyers in the
taking hits.
back line, takes
Reactor
out
in,
drive reactor.
down. Yep, another mission killed Beam Destroyer. Fascinating. C-Point being capped as well. Nothing to stop the C-Point attempt here as the Big Milk with the cruise missile just salvos out missiles wildly trying to stop all these things. AMM's doing a
Quinto
decent
getting caught
work.
out of position right now as the Ruddles have gone everywhere but towards that triple Vox. They are just diving this backline.
Right.
Ruddles everywhere trying to find the cap fleet and just deprive
So,
the Annis of light
Quinto
asset.
is trying to push in a Ruddle attack once again into one of Nucleari's lock vets here, although it was at range as well, so it misses again. A lot of these Ruddles not having not having too good accuracy with their weapons, though. You can see, though,
Yeah, serious
OSP,
lack of it has been shown here.
For what's happening, for what strategy Protectorate is using right now, they're actually playing it pretty smart. You can see how many Ruddles they still have reserve in their backline to discourage repushes to retake ground. As Cheese Slayer is bled really early on of most of their assets here, they are trying to
5-cap
a lot of their
inbound as the
cappers out.
C-cap will go through
Yeah,
here.
nothing to stop that. Cheese Slayer loses the drive on that gun capper at range. It takes a couple more hits. The drive's not killed. No restores left. The CL's
Very
pivoting
wounded
around
Ruddle
to
there, or
Seaside
not
here
Ruddle,
to try and
Corvette.
stop things. Cheese
We
Slayer,
see just how quickly Quinto capitalizes on this as they just start laying down RPF rounds. They need to quickly switch targets, trying to go after anything that's still alive here.
Beamstones. Oh, a little bit of misfire
Big
from
Milk
Logan
gets
here.
found by a Ruddle strike here.
Oh,
that's
whoa.
gonna get caught in the broadside if it's not careful.
There is flak and some point defense out from, looks like the BB.
Good
does take
strike
a bit
into the
of
side,
damage.
takes out one of the
It is an
modules,
Axford,
beam
though.
out for
It
its
means
defensive.
That is able to survive that and will clean up that Ruddle there. Although that being said, there are multiple Ruddles in the area that do actually have a chance to take advantage of that damage already into that Axford there. ANS pushed back into a corner right now as the
Big Milk Axford actually can't plot fast enough as they're trying to queue up these strikes and they're overshooting the Ruddles on the approach. Cheese Slayer loses the beam on one of their topside destroyers.
One
Cheese
restore
almost knocked
with
out of
the
this
simultaneously attack from the broadside, though. Point defense assist from the battleship, unable to clean that up as the reactor goes down. That is another effectively mission kill. Beam Destroyer. Cheese Slayer is down to 1 left. Oh my god, what the hell
More
is
and more of
happening?
these Ruddles just diving in, going for the kills wherever they can. Another pick-off as one of these Corvettes is going to be crippled here. Prowler drive Corvette for Nucleari on the Lockvet.
Those were the Lockvets, yes. Oh my god, fascinating play from OSP here as they have completely just pushed ANS back into their spawn. Another rocket strike against the last of Chi Slayer's beamstones here, and they hit!
She's loses the beam.
CIC down.
Bad dump at that range, all things considered.
Although they will mop it up. Lambu now under RPF fire from the CLs, programming the last of their rockets to secure the kill. One gets through, the other get RPF'd down. It is enough to mission kill this destroyer, though, as it has lost its reactor as well. And it's CIC too, which means, yeah. Oh, no, Chi Slayer restoring the CIC. Yep, no, that's the last of the beamstones down for...
They're taking a look at it. They know what they have to do. They can't, unfortunately, commit to restoring anything.
placing sprint mines on Boxer right now. Oh, my god.
OSP 5 cap is adding up very quickly. 280 points here. Sprint mines will buy them time. They went for the blitz play, and they are collecting on it. Triple Vox is cleaning up shop, and eventually ANS will recover, but...
If 5 Girls 1 Grungler doesn't get a move on here, they're not going to be able to get back onto the points in time. The Trivox is pulling back to try and clean up
Trivox,
the
trying to recover here.
Backline, although that puts them pretty out of position to start pushing on and aggressing. By now, ANS has to know what OSP is doing right now, right?
Wait, hang on a second. Reactor Bloom on the battleship stripped
no!
all of its armor off.
The battleship's armor stripped! Where's the Axford? Was that nearby?
Axford was a little bit higher up. I believe it escapes.
It does avoid the armor strip, but that is
the previously immune asset in this game, now suddenly vulnerable to every rocket strike out there.
This is not going good for ANS right now, as Surazal sends 2 more against what looks like Chi Slayer's orbital capper here. Those are starting to flank up, and they will try to kill one of the last of Chi Slayer's... No, that's Nucleari's Lockvet up top. It does have Lock. One of the Ruddles committing onto that.
It may have Lock, but the question is, what good will that do in situation here? The 450 is ineffective. The Big Milk missile boat, it got struck earlier, has brought itself back online mostly. It can clean up with the beam here, but... the points are adding up fast. 370 on the board now.
CLs begin pushing back into A, catch one of the Ruddles, immediately eviscerate it. Tri-CL RPF damage output is absurd. There are multiple Ruddles, though. You see, the problem...
Another Bloom in the backfield there.
The problem that ANS is going to face here is that the only thing that can get on caps really fast enough are those CLs. But if those CLs split to try and do caps, they're going to be super vulnerable to these Ruddle ambushes that OSP has set around the map.
Nuclear loses their Lockvet up high.
As Surazal is able to capitalize on that. The BB armor strip looks like it's flanking back towards C to try and retake the point. It looks like Nuclear
Missile's going to whiff from the Big Milk there.
Sending their damaged Lockvet to Boxer to retake it, although those mines will deny it. This thing has no defenses operational, and so, yep, it should have. The mine should have no problem stopping the point at the cap attempt for now. Beam out from Big Milk onto the Surazal's capper there. Surazal, lucky that fucking calm equipment didn't go down.
Here's a question. Does Big Milk have defenses in arc of those sprint mines? Its defenders are on the top side if it's not careful.
It does not, although it has chaff, which means that if it's timed right, the chaff should be able to self-kill those mines. Those mines are likely detected.
Beam firing still on the Ruddle. They can clear these sprint mines to the beam, but that's a very awkward angle. It may not see these quite yet.
Interesting.
Looks like it's getting the angle. Beam potentially getting on target now. We'll see if they flick Battle Short and pulse it.
There's the priority.
HE frag missile attempted to clear out the mines.
Prox fuse is on the rock, though. Mav knows that those mines are there. The beam turret. Yep, there goes the beam.
There we go.
Yep, there it is. The beam is going to pick apart the mines. Incredible, incredible play. Oh, one of them activates.
Will stay,
they activate.
Killed.
They're going to kill off, yep, Nuclear.
Takes another one of his ship that... ANS cannot afford to lose any ships at this stage. Every hold matters.
This is going a lot better for OSP than it has any right to, considering the absurdity of this tactic. The CLs...
Taking a look at OSP as well, like,
CLs,
just looking at their hull count...
worried. Oh, Chi Slayer starts to send a Cringe Capper into A, but then immediately backs it off, worried that there's going to be a Ruddle ambush stopping it from doing that. You can see Ambient Lamp This Ruddle is actually, no, this one still has pretty much all of them. The one above A, there's one behind A, and there's the 2 under from Lambu there. OSP has done a really masterful job of deploying the reserve Ruddles they have in advantageous positions. Their play right now, their win condition is to just slow ANS down on the cap retake. Boxer being retaken
530 points before they finally get on cap.
That is unfortunate.
That's a lot. Seeing this mass Ruddle play, wisely they did not full commit everything. Like Scape had mentioned, they've got a bunch of defensive deployments around. There's Ruddles under every rock. There's sprint mines denying any fast takers. They focused down every light asset they could, depriving ANS of any fast-moving holes or sensor assets.
Quinto is splitting the CLs, sending one of them to Eclipse. It has a defender in arc of where those mines are when it's going to get spot out by them.
It will get there, but there's Ruddles nearby.
Surzal deploying mines on A point. Oh my god, the disrespect is real right now.
Those sprint mines will not be detected until it's too late, given the angle. Potentially may go after a dead ship nearby. We'll see.
Cruise missiles out on ambient lamps. Ruddle that just deployed the mines. AMM's out to try and deny as much of those as possible.
will
they're
impact
clean up
on some.
A few of them, but that is still 4 coming in. If this thing loses its comms, those mines are gonna stage early.
Swing and a miss on 1 or 2 missiles.
Drive wasn't fired. As this thing lives,
so enough to deprive that thing of its
rocket strike attempted
reactor.
at the same time as the mines come in. That CL takes mine hits. 2
reactor
hits.
bloom in the background.
2 hits into this CL. Core out most of its guns. Fortunately, those mines didn't hit anything more important, as the Ruddle does also.
There is more Ruddles in reserve. Here's another strike from above.
From the top onto the top of Quinto here, getting really nasty hits into that CL. Oh no. This is not looking good for ANS.
Buying time. There's another Ruddle. The Knob of Marigold still has its rockets waiting in reserve to jump at E point here. Quinto, already damaged from earlier here, is going to be under threat. Here comes the commit on this thing. Dives around the corner in 2 seconds.
Yep, Ruddle. This is going to be full Ruddle dump onto this CL here, as that thing is going to get cored. It's not going to kill it. Those are just R2s. They cannot.
It's not going to kill it, but it is unarmed. VLS2 with active decoys and nothing else.
No, it's unarmed, which means that Ruddle can just sit on the point. Cheeselayer is also committing one of their crippled beamstones into E, although that thing is also not armed as well. OSP holds E. C recaptured by the battleship. It does a really long flank into the point there.
More missiles try and succeed
to clear
get
out
the
A
clear.
as best as possible for what's left of ANS to get commits on. This Ruddle low, empty on rockets, distracting the CLs, forcing them to stop and try to focus on it to make sure that they don't get struck.
Heckby launched towards the E point, trying to clear out that shuttle. That said, this thing is already deployed chaff. These are just pure
AMM's
acts.
empty. Yep, they are TGGI, which means that if they acquire the ship first, they will go for it. Looks
Swing and a
like they
miss
go
on
for
those.
the chaff first. Unfortunate for ANS there. Oh my god. This is...
The Ruddle Max play is working. The Big Milk is on its way to the D point, but without scouting, it may walk into those sprint mines.
The sprint mines on A, just out of range of that reactor bloom. Fortunately for OSP here, but very unfortunate for ANS. Cheeselayer now committing a empty cringe capper to the A point here. There is a Ruddle that still has rockets left, although it looks like it is pivoting to commit onto the CLs, which have pushed into really close range now. ANS
in the back line as well, talking about it, Suras here with their mine shuttle. They are moving towards B point once again. There's a beam destroyer that's ineffective to cover that.
Does it have rockets still?
It
still has
doesn't need
18
to,
rockets.
since
No, it still has 18 rockets. They need to kill the gun capper that's holding Boxer right now.
Ah, yes, you're correct. There is a gun capper on there.
The Ruddle at A commits onto Cheeselayer here, as well as one from below as well. I have a feeling that A cap is
Cheeselayer going to get boxed in there and loses the Ruddle. Not the Ruddle, the Corvette to Ruddles.
Ruddle pair from Surzal. Probably don't need to put rockets
Rocket strike
into...
on the E point once again as a wing of 2 from Suras comes back and is looking to collect.
Probably didn't need to, considering that everything here is already like pretty much out. I guess that ensures that the CL was already mission killed. Although OSP doesn't know that necessarily.
Quinto getting struck again as another Ruddle from Ambient Lamp comes out.
Oh, Quinto is down basically 2 CLs. This one is no resource left, only 2 guns. Still has a mag though. SD
Battleship holds the C point for now, but OSP 738. OSP on the B point catches that Corvette was
They
not
do.
being microed, and they
OSP
step on.
is gonna retake Boxer. Oh no. As
Dear Lord.
Big Milk is flanking towards Dagger, the mines.
I don't think they will see it, and Chaff will not deploy in time here.
They might not acquire in time. I'm looking at
Their
this.
defender is in arc for what it's worth, but
It might
this
not
is a
pivot in
risky
time.
angle.
These mines are not going to get spotted. Oh no. This is
Impending doom moment right here as we just watch the Big Milk coming around the corner.
Oh,
the sprint
no.
mine barnacles
Oh,
are going to
no.
activate
Oh,
any
no.
second.
There they go. Defender is
Defender
firing.
goes,
The mines
sprinting,
acquire. There they
and
go.
impacts.
Multiple hits into the Big Milk. Oh no. Oh no. This thing is the beam is gone. It's not armed.
Beam
for
is
the time
gone,
being.
VLS is
Ruddle,
gone.
Ruddle follow up. What's left of the rockets in this Ruddle here? Fire at a Viz track because this thing is missing its reactor. Its radar is offline. I think
It can become online in time, but they don't have time. OSP looking to get this 3-cap here on 774 points.
A-cap being capped by ANS as Quinto does secure the point with their very, very crippled CL. And
Super
now Quinto
wounded
is
Voxel
pivoting
getting
their
it, but
still
just
healthy
damn.
one onto Eclipse. Unfortunately, Surzal kind of wastes those rockets firing at already dead ships. Lambu is moving one back to try and help with Eclipse. It's only one, though, so we'll see how effective that's going to be.
I hate to say Escape, but there's another wing of Ruddles headed towards the Big Milk.
Oh, no. Yeah, Surzal kept 2 in reserve. Is heading for the Big Milk. That's gonna deny Dagger. As
There is 5 sprint mines left over, so if they want to be mannered, they can commit a rocket strike and drop the
They
mines.
can mine trap the disabled Big Milk. That would be the ultimate disrespect move.
Beam is about to come back online for it, but
it needs to
is it going to get the fire in time?
The fire order's on.
It
Surzal
tries.
needs to dump.
It gets
Surzal
the
needs
shot.
To dump. Kills one of them. Surzal dumping now, recognizing that Big Milk is still a threat. The other one, CIC down, but if it can stun the Axford, it can
Impact
get
takes
there
out the
it is. Yep.
beam. That is going to be a full hell dump.
Down. That Ruddle just full committing. Yep. That should be enough time for Surzal to recover the second one and get a
Structure
second
break.
strike.
Another Ruddle.
Ambient Lamp committing the
commits-
rest of the Ruddles on the the rockets on the other one. Oh my god. This cannot be working. This cannot be working right now, right? Oh my god.
Oh, amazingly,
on Eclipse,
the Ruddle that got sniped. CIC being restored with a small locker on this thing. It's going to get its mines back.
A Lambo with a single Ruddle catches Quinto's last healthy Voxel in an odd angle in the rear and manages to disable it. No restores left. Mag redded. Oh my god, OSP's gonna do it.
OSP
Holy
looking
shit.
to take this with the comfortable 3-cap. ANS has nothing mobile enough to really get to the points and dislodge.
More rockets into the Big Mill, just keeping this thing disabled.
Just stun-locking that
Also-
beam turret, making sure it's
God.
redded.
This, oh no. The battleship having 0 battle impact. A is just gonna get retaken.
Battleship just...
Oh my god, look at under A. Lambu still has 2 reserve Ruddles that have not done anything at A.
See them
Jesus
repositioning ever so
Christ.
slightly, thinking about committing now.
Another Ruddle strike into the already
More
mission
onto the
fields.
E point, just trying to collect the CL.
Surzal should have committed those into Triodia here, as this is the one that is able to restore combat effectiveness. It's already pivoting its guns over. Once it gets the reactor online, it will
The
start
sprint
opening fire.
mines are deployed
Oh, no.
on D point.
The mine trap. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
ANS came in
oh,
expecting
no.
an entirely different thing here.
Oh,
Matt
repair-
asking to repair that chat
Matt,
box. They know what's happening. They
repair
see
that
this coming.
VLS one real quick, please.
He's
1
ordered to
minute,
restore.
30 seconds.
Or
1
she's
minute,
ordered to
30
restore. I forget
seconds
which-
until Mav is, Mav is she, by the way, is,
Yeah, my mistake.
in a very...
Sorry, I forgot which one was the Grungler. It's cheese.
Jeez. How did you forget?
I have lost my mind
How
after
many
this Ruddle
rockets?
game, okay? My
Oh my
IQ
God.
is negligible.
OSP still has rockets available on Dagger to just constantly keep stunning the Big Mill, because those mines are going to arm in time. Oh, no.
Mine's arming, 1 minute to go on these. That is,
To no one's surprise,
Oh, no.
A attempted to be recapped by OSP here, although the BB
Quinto
is
tries
able
to move
deny
back
it.
to the B point, but it's not going to be in time.
No, it's not going to be in
A-cap
time.
is
Oh, no.
prevented, for what it's worth, from the battleship somehow hitting this target. Guh.
I think that what Lambu is probably going to keep one of those Ruddles under the map, the one that still has rockets left, just in reserve in case that they lose too many ships and go and lose on combat capability. 30 seconds on those mines. We are watching.
Fuel line
with,
fire cooks off an E point, taking down one of Quinto's ships there for good.
Well, One of the CLs, it might be able to be restored here. The guns are already pivoting. With enough time, Quinto should be able to secure E, though. I don't think it's going to be in time, though. I'm really hoping that these mines please arm in time before... Yeah, they got 10 seconds left. Uh-oh, Mav. This one's...
6 seconds on the timer. One is going to arm, and then...
not looking too good for Mav.
There it is.
Yep, there it is.
Splat.
As the...
Rocket strike as well.
Yep. Oh, one of them misses.
One manages to miss.
Interesting.
The other one gets the impact.
Yeah, that's a dead Axford. Oh no. That very unfortunate for Mav though. This Axford will... Nope, there it goes.
Axford dies finally to the last sprint
a
line.
Ruddle strike on Quinto on Boxer. Lambu still had rockets left.
Did you know there is more Ruddles?
As
Reject
that is
modernity of comps. Embrace 40 Ruddle.
Killed. Yep, that is a mission killed CL. That is not resecuring. For what it's worth, Quinto is alive at E, holding in there just barely. More rockets. Lambu still has
somehow
an
still having that
rocket.
Quinto throws in the
There's
towel,
Quinto
surrenders.
surrender,
GG is called.
Anyways,
see you in the next patch, folks, for Rocket R2's get a price bump or something. Oh god.
A team collapse the Electron, wins this one 2-0 with the absolutely absurd Ruddle tech in the second one, as ANS has nothing left to stop that. Cheese Slayer now, we're just waiting on this.
Cheese Slayer last one here.
There is,
only thing alive is the Audie Murphy Destroyer.
God.
No drives, no reactor. Actually, no, one reactor, just no ability to do anything there. That's going to be the cap out.
And there's the surrender from Cheese. Oh my god, there's still 1/3 of the Ruddles remaining. Yeah, some of them with still rockets, like Lambu has one, Surzal has a few with rockets left. Like, OSP still has the ability to just kill things.
There's still strike left here.
Oh my god.
Incredible amounts of damage dealt.
What an absurd game from Collapse the Electron. The all-Ruddle tech works exceptionally well, as ANS is just unable to recover, forced to push into the reserve Ruddles, just bleeding assets the entire way. Oh,
the Big Milk, to its credit, pulls 42k damage there. The Battleship somehow able to get 3.5k, but just, Quinto pulling good numbers, but there's just too much on the board.
Quinto, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. That one was unfortunate for...
brutal.
All right, should we go back up to post-match?
Yeah, let's ask them post-game in general, as for discussions about this. Dear Lord.
Oh, my God. I'm in shock that worked.
Yep. I've been accused of throwing the dodgeball of prophecy for saying that R2s might be winning.
Thank you, Neko, for leaving the call halfway through that sentence and just completely bugging out. That was fascinating.
Right. We have Collapse the Electron and 5 Girls, 1 Grungler here. Anyone got any post-game commentary to offer?
Life is pain.
Beautiful matches.
That's it. I'm taking the cancer next time.
Maybe people
all of you are going to
should run all CLs.
I was kind of hesitant to not see any command SAS CLNs in round 1, so here we are.
Yes, that would have probably been unironically a very good decision, but we did not expect
CLN
it to be a good idea.
ever not a decision?
If you have a good carrier player.
CLN is just better than carrier in terms of damage potential.
Yeah, but I mean, if they have a carrier, they can shoot your containers down.
Right.
I will point out from the games we've seen, R2 Strike has been quite good lately, so.
I mean, it's a byproduct of soft kill meta, right? Like everyone has to be as point efficient as possible to, not be able to trade down in points in fights, especially on frontline. And so, the munitions that can't be soft killed, shocker, are really good against good players that rely mostly on soft kill and cringing.
It's also cheapness.
Yeah,
they're just cheap.
The thing is, I pay $50. I pay $54 per destroyer to not be able to defend against that, or 27 points per sprinter to not be able to defend against that.
Yeah, Rockets right now are in a really dominant spot just due to their inability to get soft killed and their high damage output for their cost.
But still, like 40 rocket shuttles is painful to watch.
Yeah, and if there would have been like any amount of flack on the team or grouped up voxels, then the rocket shuttle skew would have
I
gotten ruined.
literally told people that we should be running all CLs. I said this multiple times.
Yes, genuinely would have been fascinating to see an all-CL fleet just absolutely curb stomp this team comp, but unfortunately.
We'd in-house scrimmed, like way back when, we'd in-house scrimmed like all CL versus all Rebel a couple times. It made for some really interesting matches.
The thing is, you do all CL, and then if there are like 450 liners or Acello liners, 450 liners or Acellos, you just kind of lose to that.
Yeah.
I would disagree on that because we saw in the All Hands on Deck tournament, all CL Rush did do effectively.
CLs are quite strong, especially if you have some of them with those missile backpacks to help even the playing field.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, yes, so this is the nature of anything that has any deck building elements, is when you skew really hard in one direction, you are weak to other options. And sometimes skewing really hard in one direction makes you good against semi-well-rounded comps that aren't quite able to deal with the direction in which you have skewed. So you can go around the circle forever saying, oh, well, my dad beats your dad with whatever skew you have in mind, but having like two voxel fleets would have been really fantastic and well-rounded without giving up the long range potential or bringing like flak on your ships at all would have been really good without relying exclusively on soft skill, because as we've seen, that's really why the R2s are being so strong right now, is because people are investing really heavily into the soft kill and just kind of giving up on primary fire point defense.
For what it's worth.
And yeah, that's fucking you.
The thing is, you buy 2 defenders, say it's a destroyer, you buy 2 defenders per destroyer, you still lose to R2s. That doesn't help you.
You need Aurora, and Aurora is expensive, both in power and points.
Right. I mean, for what it's worth, in that one, Collapse the Electron played the strat really well. The initial rush with strategically placed Ruddle reserves is what won them the match there. Yeah, they did an excellent job with their strat. Although it was a little bit of a silly strat, all things considered, they played it really well.
It's a commendation for the tech of the sprint lines to prevent anyone rolling over your team once the initial rush had worn off.
There's
because that's something else.
Who's trying to address me?
Too, right? Like as if, because we've seen people do full rocket shuttle all-ins before, and they'll dive everything across the border, take the fight inside ANS's spawn, eventually everything dies, and then the game ends because you have no ships remaining. So it was played very smartly.
Yeah, I'll admit, I was expecting, normally when I run a type of comp like this, I will usually have something like a cheap 250 liner guarding each cap instead. But yeah, no, very well done, but you have inspired me that next round in the Glorious Losers bracket, I'm absolutely going to start working on the cancer comps, and you have sentenced everyone else who has had the misfortune.
In competitive NEB has it ever been about anything else than cancer comps?
I wanted to fight with honor. I have been spurned.
There's no honor here.
What this is about.
There was a decent bit of honor in game 1. We'll give you all credit. Gold Rush was a nice opener to the series.
Yeah, round 1 was surprisingly normal.
Well, really, all strategy games. Horseshoes, remember? Are about cancer.
Darg? Darg?
Yes.
Wait, who's echoing? Oh, never mind. It's my stream. For some reason, I accidentally... How the fuck did I clip the unmute button on my stream preview? How the fuck?
Strange stuff.
Oh, that's why. Cool. My push to top key is the same keybind for disabling the mute on my stream preview. What the fuck? Oh my god, I hate this.
Nice.
The internet thing's lovely. Anyways, any more post-match commentary before we round out these recordings?
Games decided in Fleet Select. GG.
Ben,
yeah,
I
no, first game we just got outplayed. We should have pushed much earlier. Second game was pretty basically decided in Fleet Select.
All right. Well, goes to say thank you both teams for coming out and playing. We can look forward to more games. Anyone who watched or participated, you've got some ideas for tech in future and potential comps you might run into. Dramus, when do we have the next matches scheduled for?
I am going to work out who's playing who soon, and then I'll figure that out. I will announce times by 4 hours from now, but I imagine that I'll have that out actually pretty soon.
All right. Well, you heard it here, folks, and thank you everyone for coming out, playing, showing up, watching, and all that.
Yep. Once again,
JJ.
Big
I
thanks
think I'm
to
gonna
Dramus.
wrap up stream here then, and see if we can go about the editing and get these games cut up and posted.
I might go on for a bit longer, actually.
All right. Well, in that case, then, Scape, I will pass off the chat to you. Sunday's normally my day off, anyways. So yeah, I've got
you
stuff
kinda-
to take care of, and
You
for
broke
now,
your
good night,
oath
everyone.
by streaming today. I can't believe you.
I can. Neko's a little rat. Doesn't
I
follow
know.
the rules.
I know, stealing all my viewers on my Sunday. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care.
Yeah, nobody watches you anyway. It's fine.
Thank you, Dark. That is true, but also fuck you.
You could be a professional retiree.
Basically what I am already. They call me 007. 0 games won, 0 games lost, 7 games spectated.
Hey. Welcome to the party, buddy.
Alrighty, I will leave you with that. I'm gonna go to my own VC and start, I don't know, fucking doing something, I don't know.
Have fun, champ. See y'all later.
Alrighty, we are in the staff for ERP, and I do not know what we're doing. Where's Fleet Review? How much time do I have? Hang on, because I've got the thing tonight. Let me just verify what time that is. Okay, 2:30 for me right now. Meeting is at 6, which gives me a couple hours. Yeah, we can actually do Fleet Review. Can't wait. Hello! Surprise raid from Levy. Or not oh my god, oh my god, I saw Levy in the text chat, and I lost my fucking mind. Raid from Neko, which I completely didn't anticipate at all. Sorry, let me get my shit back up. Oh, I didn't have my alert box. Oh, yeah, there it is. Wow, the alert box turns on right in time for this thing. Where the fuck is my thing? There it is. Okay, yay! Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Not a raid from Levy. I'm losing it. Anyway, it's Fleet Review time. You know what that means. Let me get the hard hat on. Where is the hard hat? There we go. Okay. We should have time for the Fleet Review we did today. I don't know if you noticed, I did cut the submissions early for this week due to the tournament. Levy even commented on it that I did it at a really early in the morning. I was half asleep when I did that, but I understood that there was a tournament going on, and I wanted to make sure that I had time, and then I thought that one was going to go longer than it did, but then it didn't, because Collapse the Electron, very dominant place from them in both games. Anyway, Heike's attempt at a 4K fleet. Okay, I will do this one as well. This one is going to go over, probably going to do it pretty quickly just to make sure that I have time for everything else. Philosopher, ooh, we have the Philosopher one. And then the Resurgence of Dr. Giggletouch. And then, as always, in my NEB submissions chat, about 3 fucking days worth of you just ranting to each other about NEB balance. Guys, can we please keep NEB balance discussions to my fucking NEB discussion channel? I keep having to scroll for like hours upon hours trying to find the fleets that I need to review. Anyway, it's whatever. Okay, this is... don't do that. I already have fleets in my fleet review folder. That one was for something. That videos will be out on that at some point for the little fun thing that we did with friends. I see no issue with Balcon 2 in my server. That's not the problem. The problem is that I already have Balcon 2 in my server, that being Neb General. Like, post it there. Hello, Reshi. Welcome to the server. And thank you for the follow as well. I almost completely forgot to mention that. So, fleets today. What do we have? Starting with, I believe we're starting with a, where is it? We're starting with a Jeffreyism fleet. This is Dolphin X in the brain. Go to fleet editor. There is a description here. 4 Yubbing S3H frigates with TTGI HEK, but EO HEI missiles. No, I don't know why either. All right, we can take a look at that. Fleet review. Where is Dolphin X to the brain? Why are you... Oh, part of the 3K. Okay. Or, sorry, 12K. Where are you? Am I... Oh, I'm blind. Okay, here it is. Found it. Alrighty then. 2 pairs. Ooh, I like that you have them split up like this. Gives you a little bit of redundancy in case one gets yub struck. Subsonic, Screaming Dolphin, Dragon Plushie, Baby Dolphin Cuddles, and Baby Dolphin Hugs. Alright. Taking a look at the missiles, I'm not really going to spend too much time on the reigns themselves. Only, what, Salvo size 2 on each, which means that you get 4 per group. Relying on S3H only, so that's not the worst. If you're doing S2H, you'd want a little bit of extra programming channels on these, but this is fine. More holes means more programming channels anyway. These are very skeletal. One of them has a radar, and the other one does not. Basic CAC, rapid DC locker, yeah, so the reigns themselves are super cheap. Taking a look at the missile design here, we have various different types. Our Dolphin Savior, we have 3 of these. These are arming missiles on... Where are these? If they're in the mag, I'm going to have a crash out. They're in the mag. What? Okay. Oh, prediction's still running. Oh, shit. Well, OSP won that one. So, there you go. Enjoy your points. Should have done that one earlier. Whoops. Yay! Gambling. We love gambling. Oh, wow. Reshi, I think you were my 300 follower. I just noticed that. Yeah, because we had, yeah, we had FC Air, Mabachi, and now Reshi. Those were the 3 left. Yeah, congratulations, Reshi, on being my 300th follower. I wasn't even fucking paying attention because I am a dumbass. Oh my god, I'm really good at this whole streaming thing. Well, thank you for the follow. Thank you for being my 300th. 300 is a pretty big milestone. Yeah, that's kind of nice. When I started this Twitch channel, I had no expectations for this. I initially started this Twitch channel so we could do some games when carriers came out, and it kind of just became a thing. Anyway, back to the fleet review. Yep, the Reigns standard drive and everything, like, these are really cheap. The real points are in the missiles here. 8. Dolphin says it is time to go. This is the, Oh, subscribed with Prime, too! Thank you! Thank you so much for the subscription as a celebration. Thank you so much, Reshi. Glad to have you here. Neko, I still see you in the chat. Definitely have things to do on Sunday, don't you? Anyway, TTGI missiles here. We are using the fixed act and then the long-range steerable. Does this work? I genuinely don't know if this works. I think for TTGI you normally do just pure act, no backups, right? Because this long-range one has... No, it might... Okay, so the thing is with rocket boxes... What is this tuned to stage at? What do you stage at? Stage... Oh! Ooh! Okay, so maybe... This might... Yeah, this would work, right? Because you've tuned the stage range to be 1.9 km from target, which means that, yeah, it would work like rocket boxes. Yeah, this works. No, I wasn't worried about the TTGI for the speed. I was worried about the double act tech that you typically see with rocket boxes here. It's too fast, though. It could be much slower. Ooh, okay. That is something that you do have to consider, especially if you're doing, like, rocket box stuff here with the stage here, where the short-range primary one acquires last. You may want to tune down your speed and maneuverability on the stage just to make sure that it is able to hit properly. Double Act came from hybrids to rocket boxes, not the other way around. Really did not know that. But then, yeah, this works. Radar jamming and properly placed chaff will decoy this. That's a little bit rough for something that costs 39 points, but it's a really interesting little test here. Dolphins Barbecue Cappers. This one is a... I have a hype... What the fuck? You can start a hype train on my goddamn channel? I didn't even know I had that enabled. What? That's from Twitch subs. I thought I had to enable that manually. Welp, there's that if you want to do something with that. Anyway, back to the fleet review. Act EO Val, we are using the extended steerable with the EO validation. Ignore small targets. HEI, weave terminals. This stage is at 1.9 kilometers. Alright, so for anti-cappers, this works, but you do have to be careful with a stage range thing when it comes to dealing with Acellos. I'm assuming your, like, your other missiles here will probably be a bit longer range just to deal with Auroras. But the thing is with this is that Auroras are just going to burn through these before they stage, so you do have to be careful about that. Faceful of very, very happy Dolphin X. We have, this is a right act. Nice little seeker there. So far, I am really liking the mixed seeker types here. The act is really interesting here. Act EO for anti-cappers is really good. Missiles are a bit slow. 113 is walking speed. Yeah, how is this tuned? Oh, we are tuned to be in the middle. Okay, so for cruise S3H, I would say definitely crank the cruise stage up to maximum speed, or pretty much maximum speed. S3H are absurdly slow. By the way, these, so for a little bit of context on how slow you have these missiles tuned for, my containers and my container liner go about 200 meters per second. These are at 130. These things are going to be abysmally awful to try and get to the target in time, especially if you're forced to lead. Yeah, I would definitely, on this one in particular, definitely crank it up. Maximize your speed. Like, you've still got plenty of, you can do a little bit of maneuverability too if you want the turn rate, put it to 1G. You've still got plenty of range when this thing's cranked up to max anyway. Most maps you don't need. This cruise range is not worth it on map, and pretty much every map other than Canyon. But yeah, you definitely want more speed there. That being said, the rest of the missiles tuned really well. This one is Faceful of Happy Dolphin X. Handful and Gnatfinder. Okay, so are these supposed to be fired in tandem? Yes. Okay, so these are supposed to be fired in tandem. You see they have the same speed and maneuverability tuning. Once again, I'd probably do this more towards top speed and maneuverability. You really do not need burn duration. 180 meters per second lets you reach 20 km range. Yeah, Turbo is probably right there. That gives you a nice balance of stats for the cruise stage. You don't need to buff your burn duration on these cruise stages. Like, it does not matter. There is no map where this extra cruise range is going to really help you. I think, yeah, Turbo has it about here, I would say. 0.7G is 180, about 220 kilometers. This is where I'd probably have it. But anyway, taking a look at the actual missiles themselves, that probably cranked your points up a bit. No, it did not. Okay, so it's not even extra points to do that. Missile types we're running. We are running a Red Act, which is really nice here, with the BSSJ. The other one is Hardened Skin, instead of decoys, but still useful, with Act EO Val. Fired in tandem, these ones are going to be very powerful. A-Red Act with Act EO Val is a very, very potent double Seeker combo here for mixed missile salvos. I think this is actually the missile combo I use on my hybrids. Anyway, very nice. A-Red Act is super strong. Act EO Val is also super strong. Very, very good choices there for those missiles. And then we have Gnatfinder is... Whoa, hybrids, what? And cluster decoys. What is this supposed to be fired at? We have EO Act on this one. You already have you already have Gnatfinders, right? The anti-cappers, you have 7 of them. What is this? I've heard people refer to the combo as Swiss Army knife missiles. Yes. So, I'm going to quickly load up my missile fleet really quickly. For good missile fleets, you don't want to be reliant on a limited amount of seeker types. For good missile fleets, you want to be using as many different seeker combinations as possible. You can see what I have here. Yep, I do have the Actio and ARAD Act combo here. But you can see with my dedicated missile fleet here, I have an insane amount of different types of combos here with different seekers. The idea here is that you mix these and you mix them up as best as possible and basically make it much harder for the enemy to properly soft kill you, and that's what you do. The more missile seeker combos you have, the better, because what it's going to mean is it's going to be that much difficult for the enemy to properly soft kill you, and that's what's going to get you through in the end. But anyway, on to here. Hey, Star Dreamer, welcome in. Yep, we are doing fleet review right now. Yep, we had time after the tournament matches to do some fleet review right now, so that's where we are right now. And as Turbo said, yes, S3H have some benefits and some downsides when it comes to anti-NAT missiles. On shorter range 4v4 maps, they're okay, right? Their advantage is that they have a pretty high damage output, which means that you have a much higher chance of actually securing the kill on the cap point, especially against those really weak cappers. The problem is just like Turbo said, S3H and Cruise are absurdly slow, and especially with this speed that you have right now, this Nat Finder here, this is not going to arrive into the cap in time, unfortunately, to have any work done. It's not going to arrive in time. The enemy's going to secure the cap. You might get the kill, but it's not going to get the kill in time. Also, Nat Finders, these are decoys, is a really interesting thing to do here. What I would do is, and I think this is going to really help you out here, how much is decoy? Decoy is 12. That is 5. It's points problems, isn't it? I will say that if you want to do mixed salvos here with, like, I can see these are likely you're probably anti-SL. Oh, you have fucking 24 of each of these. Okay. Here's a little bit of advice. Hybrids have their own built-in penades, and that's the stage behavior of the missiles. For your standard, like, sustainers, right, you can see you have a lot of each of these. You really don't need pinades on these. What you want to be using pinades for is those super specialized, really expensive missiles for pretty much guaranteeing a kill on a specific type of target, whether that be liner, Acello, monitor. Those are the types of ships that you want to be using your pinades on. And yeah, Turbo once again pointing out the only HEKP you have is on the TGGI double act missile, which is not going to be reliable enough for you to guarantee hits. What I would do, although this is really interesting tech, I would probably just make this HEI, considering how reliable and unreliable these are going to be. And what I would do, keep these two ones as your sustainers. These are good. Remove the pinades from them, and make a duplicate of your Nat Finder. Make it HEKP. Make one of them EO Act and the other one ARAD Act and stuff like that. And then make those your dedicated Acello killers with decoys and BSSJ. When it comes to missile play, when you design a missile, you should always have an intended target in mind, and you should be considering what that intended target's defenses usually look like. It's why Acello killers look the way they do. They are highly specialized missile types, and it's why like anti-liner missiles look different than anti-monitor missiles, look different than anti-capper missiles, right? Optimizing your missiles to the best of your ability is what you want to be doing as your missile player. You want to always be designing missiles around being able to hit very specific targets, and then you have a wide arsenal of different missile types to maximize your effectiveness against everything, rather than trying to rely on putting pinades on all of your like sustainer type missiles. These ones, don't get me wrong, these ones are really good. I would just remove the pinades from these and then add in specialized Acello killers. Replace the Nat Finder with HEKP, add another S3H, and do decoy BSSJ for your anti-Acello missiles. Your Act HEKP is going to be... this is going to be too unreliable. It's a neat tech. I would just make this HEI, though, because it's going to be way too unreliable for the HEKP to really work. Remember that these missiles are also going to be doing some pretty aggressive maneuvering after they stage, just due to their stage range, which means that the HEKP is probably not going to be on target, on axis, as much as you think it is. And especially if you're using this against bow-on liners and Acellos, that inconsistency of the angle the HEKP is going to hit at is going to be really devastating for you if you get unlucky. So I would just make this HEI and then make dedicated anti-Acello missiles for that punch-up ability. Hybrids, you have with S3H, you trade mag depth for your ability to get those really high damage hits in. It's a pretty risky tactic because what it's going to be relying on is it's going to be relying on your front line being in position to take advantage of your hits, which is not always a guarantee. So with this fleet, a couple changes to the missiles is really all you need here, I think. But when you actually play this, keep in mind the ships that you want to be prioritizing with your S3H in terms of the frontline stuff is the stuff that your frontline is engaging, right? You want to be playing support. Because as fun as missiles are on anything larger than like a monitor, they are going to be unable to get that kill. They're going to disable, but they can't kill, which is why you need to be focusing on ships that are already under fire by your frontline, which can secure those kills. I'm also noticing at the end here, you do have, what is this? This doesn't count as offensive, right? This has no warhead in it, so this does not count as offensive, right? It's set to offensive. Does the game check for warhead, or does it check to offensive weapon roll? Because I think it checks for warhead, right? It checks for both, I think. Warhead and weapon roll. Okay, so yeah. So these are not going to consider you armed. As much as I like, arming missiles is good in here. What I would do is I would just make that HEI, and then I would remove your S1s that are just randomly in your magazines. And then that should keep your points pretty close in terms of capabilities. The shuffling around of your missiles, if you end up doing that, like I suggested, is also going to throw off your points a bit, so just be careful about that. But yeah, this needs to have both a warhead and an offensive roll to it to be considered armed, so it will not count as an arming missile. You do need the warhead in there. Nice touch that you have them, but yeah, no, it will not count. And missiles in magazines, as funny as it is, also do not count as armed. You have no way to launch them, and the game knows that, and so it will not count those as armed. You do need them in the launcher. Oh, hiccup. But yeah, just make sure that it's both weapon roll offensive and the warhead in there to count as an arming missile. But yeah, other than that, the reins are built, I mean, they're missile range, backline stuff, it's fine. The missiles, I would say, play around with the warheads and rolls that you're looking to fill the missiles in. The big thing here is that you don't need these pinades on your sustainer type missiles, especially for S3H. S3H against the average target of like liners and monitors and stuff will have no problem getting through if you fire them in large enough salvos, which you can, right? You have 4 reins there with 2 missile programming channels each. So yeah, no, these will have no problem getting through. You really do not need the pinades for those, especially if those are your like anti-liner and anti-monitor ones. The only ones that you want pinades for are for those really high cost anti-Acello ones, because those are the only ones where the pinade actually really matters all that much. But yeah, anyway, how long is fleet review today? It's as long as it needs to be to get through the fleets. Anyway, Fire, your perfect timing as we got to your 12k next, I believe. This is Psyche's attempt at a 4-person 12k fleet, contains Yuri. It is meant to be used on pillars and is quite unusual. But a tech you don't see, which means that it is very good fleet review material. Carrier fleet is weird because of course it is, but R2s will stage before the boxes are detected, and the decoys are useful. The monitor ball is well armored with plenty of sidearms. Sensors is a puddle of E-War equipment. The 250 is most useful part of the E-War, and the exploratory force is quirky and contains the Yuri and the numbers and names. Also the mines and S2s. Interesting. Okay, so this has been sent in 4 separate fleet folders. Fire does not have the no fleet limit mod by the looks of it, but whatever, we can still do this. Starting with the carrier. This is the carrier component. This is my attempt to the carrier. Brave little hitters are suicidal and expected to saturate defenses with the help of other missiles. All right, so we have a little half Moorline here. Half CLN, half carrier. taking a look at what we have here inside the carrier. Carrier has an early warning radar on it. Nice for sensors stuff. Internals, we are looking at a reinforced drive, civilian reactor, large storage complex, a large DC locker. It gives you plenty of resources in this thing. No search radar, but it does have the early warning radar, so that's probably fine. Only 3 missile programming channels due to the recent changes with the container bank thing, which means you only get 3 out at a time. We'll take a look at those missiles later and see if those are useful. Pennades are only really useful if either Acela or AMMs are involved. Yeah, which is not common enough for you to put them on every missile. See you around, Star Dreamer. Thanks for stopping by before work. Pleasure to have you here for a bit. Anyway. Early warning radar is nice. Yep, flight capabilities, 2 deck traversal systems, 3 deck gear lockers, and 2 ammunition elevators. Here is the flight direct traversal system is, and only one of them. That is a little bit rough. Ammunition elevators, what are those being used for? Doesn't look like anything. First piece of advice right off the bat, replace one of those ammunition elevators with a flight deck traversal system. Only one means that your fighters are going to get bogged down in rearming and swapping decks. You really want 2 of those on a more line. The ammunition elevator helps you for the arming speed, but not that much. It is much more advantageous to have a flight deck traversal system, an extra one. And then ammunition elevator, this ship does not have any secondary armament, which means that those ammunition elevators are not helping you at all. Honestly, I might just replace both of them with flight deck traversal systems. I feel like that's probably going to get you a bigger buff there. Anyway, taking a look at the craft here, I'm noticing some craft that have no ability to sortie. Interesting. We'll take a look at what we have here in the spacecraft designer. We have 3 brave hitters. These are the ones to basically act as wild weasel, right? Ceramic tiling, high coherence countermeasures. It should be worth noting, I do not know if this fleet was submitted before or after the carrier rework, but ceramic tile bombers are no longer as safe as you might expect them to be against STM-200s. STM-200s got their warhead size increased passively, which means that, yeah, you're gonna be pretty... These are not really gonna work as well as you think they are. Brave Bombs is S2s at Hodge Val. Ooh, interesting. And this pure saw, no illumination. We do have the scouts, the pikes. We'll see if those are able to help. And cluster bombs. So it's going to be cluster bombs as the main one there. Void superiority. These are breadsticks, I believe. Yep. So just 4 breadsticks and some anti-bomber torpedoes. Interesting. Okay, the beam is supposed to be rockets, but we have no rockets equipped on the ship, so this one doesn't work. HE is HE gun pods, HHC is HHC gun pods. I would prefer there to also be some AP gun pods too, because those can help you out in a pinch, but not the worst loss. Barracudas. These are standard bombers. Shrouded Exhaust gives you some bonuses against wake missiles, although with the prevalence of CMD-guided STM-200s, I'm not entirely sure if this is going to help you out as much as you think. High coherence countermeasures. You have high co countermeasures, which also includes flares as well, so I don't think the Shrouded Exhausts are really needed here. If anything... Yeah, no, you can't do anything else there. Honestly, to save points, I don't think the Shrouded Exhausts are really helping you here, and probably are good not running those. But anyway, 12 bombers. Anti-capital torps, we are running CMD Hodge as both of them, so pretty standard stuff. All-purpose rockets gives you a KBU-22 with some spearfish. Okay, anti-light gun pods, that's HE. Beam is the perch rockets, which we don't have. Plasmid enemies is for HEHC, and void superiority is once again the breadsticks and anti-bomber torpedoes. Anyway, light asset, these ones are probably strike, I would assume. Very cheap Barracudas here. Void superiority, STM-200s, whirlwinds, act wake. Thunders and lightnings are wake and act respectively. S1, so this is just pure missile void superiority. Void patrol swaps out the STM-200s for fuel tanks and jamming pods. It still has the 2 S1s and of course the 20mm nose gun. Anti-light looks like a perch. No, not a perch strike. What are you? Yeah, you are a perch strike. How do you not have... How are you able to be run, but the other one's not? Do you not have enough perches for the bombers? You probably don't. I would just remove the perch loadouts for the bombers. The Barracudas can just do it much better. Point defense is jam pods, fuel tanks for basically just gun-only ASF. And scramble is just the gun. All right. Dogfight, 3 of these. Void Superiority, STM 200s, yep, same stuff as before. Void Patrol, yep, Anti-Light. What are these? Oh, well, these are fully buffed. Okay, so we have Helmet Melted Display, Blade of Foam, Articulated Nozzles, Heiko Countermeasures. These are the fully built up Barracudas, 19 points each. That's pretty much, that's the same price as your Bombers. Jesus. But yeah, looks like most of this is all the same. It's just that you have a different setup for your equipment here. I'm going to question the choice of Helmet Mounted Display, considering that you're not using S1s as much as you are SDM 200s. I would probably not bring this. I don't think this is really going to help you out. SDM 200s can be launched at standoff range, in which case the angle doesn't really matter. The S1s will need to fire at. They might be buffed by this, but the thing is that if you fire the SDM 200s and then close in with the S100s, then you're already at a good angle to just hit them anyway. Did the SDM 100 get the same buff as the SDM 200? No, because SDM 100 comes with Blast Frag EL as a locked equipment. And then Lovers is point defense. Yeah, okay, so ceramic tiling, articulated nozzles. Ceramic tiling is not really necessary here. It massively debuffs your maneuverability. Articulated nozzles is beneficial. I thought helmet was better. Helmet is useful. The thing is that not for the types of things that you're running. They don't really need the off-angle launch angles for the missiles because you're going to be firing your missiles from standoff range anyway, in which the angle doesn't matter. They'll help sometimes, but I don't think not enough to make worth the points. Articulated nozzles. I would remove the ceramic tiling here. Ceramic tiling does not buff the armor on Barracudas enough for it to really matter, I don't think. And it massively decreases your maneuverability. Articulated nozzles are nice if this is like your point defense craft squadron to hang around your carrier. Void Superiority, Void Patrol, Anti-Light, Point Defense, and Scramble are all the same. We have 11 of these scouts here. Bladed Foam, Articulated Nozzles, Heiko Countermeasure, EO Targeting Balls. So these are also fully built out as well. Slug Fuel, Tanks, Jamming, Fuel, Jamming. No bullets in these ones here. Fighter, we do some Act, HE Frag, S1s. So it's kind of like an emergency fighter role. Illuminator with bullets and then Illuminator with nothing. All right. You have one of these pikes. These ones have the internal radar in them. Flechette and Slug loadouts here, nothing special there. And in this pike, you've got 4 of them with the Wake Seekers, Flechette, and Slug, nothing special there as well. I will go out and say it. You've got, what is this? 12 fighters? This is bad. This is a very awfully low count of fighters. There's a temptation to say that they are buffed in terms of their capabilities with the upgrades, but realistically, even with the upgrades, these things are going to still die if caught out in the open at a bad spot. These buffs will not help them survive for the most part. These are only like small little buffs. Typically in carriers, you prioritize increasing your fighter count before you start adding these buff things to him. And with only 12 fighters on OSP, it's going to be really rough for you to be able to provide consistent air cover for things. You might get it. This was before the tourney, but even before the tourney, this was the tactic you did. The tourney really showed the prevalence of like the power of having additional craft, but like even with a Bladed Foam, these things are still going to die to SDM 200s, which are super prevalent now. The Bladed Foam is going to help you against coil guns, but not a lot. If the coil guns have any follow-up missiles, it's not going to be enough. Ceramic tiling is really all that not all that useful on Barracudas. Yeah, I get the temptation to like fully buff your fighters here, but with only 12, this is a really rough pick for me. Also, you have 11 of these 30-point pikes here. They are doing double duty with scouting and everything, and I'm assuming they're here to help you with your containers, but this is still a massive investment on something that's not going to help you as a carrier at all. Taking a look at the missiles now, these are the missiles on the carrier itself. We're using Act Solval with radar absorbent coating. Okay, a little bit of a rant right now. Radar absorbent coating is genuinely kind of a useless thing to have. It doesn't help you at all. Containers are super large and super detectable. What stage range are these? 2.6 is going to lead you into situations where these are going to miss a lot due to the enemy dodging. It's why 2 kilometers is the standard release range for these, because it prevents them from dodging. Act Solval Act Salvow, I'm not sure this is really going to work as well as you think it is. I don't really think Saw is not really a good validator. If you're doing Saw, you want to just be doing, like Saw a Red Val or Saw Hodge or something. These stage before they are detected. That's assuming that the enemy isn't, like, providing sensor offsets, right? Like, A and S, if you're firing these at cappers, A and S has ways to detect these before, Isn't foam kind of necessary against coil Tontos? Yes, it does push the Barracuda one-hit survivability from 1 shot to 2 shots with coil guns. The downside is that you're paying a lot for them, and you end up in a situation where if the coil Tontos have follow-up S1s, it doesn't matter anyway, because their S1s are just going to finish the kill. The thing is with this, I think... So keep in mind, for this carrier, what's happening here is that you're investing 300 points of this carrier into Illuminator Pikes, and you only have 24 missiles to take advantage of that. You do have some Saw other things like these support... Oh, okay, that's a... Whoa, okay, that's a support missile for S2s. What was that loaded on? It was on you, right? Brave Bombs. Act Hodge Val. Okay, Act Hodge Val doesn't really work. Hodge Val never really works all that well because the primary seeker that Hodge Val would be taking advantage of gets jammed out by Hodge anyway, so Val doesn't work. Do you want this to be Act Hodge if you're doing this? Pinades for S2s. Don't do this. You're invest 25 points. Oh my god. No. S2s on bombers. This fleet is extremely over-engineered, yeah. It's an interesting idea, but it's, like Turbo said, it's absurdly over-engineered for what this is. S2 bombers, do not be firing on, against, Act Hodge against Escort. Yeah, but if the Escort is jamming you, then the Act can't see anything anyway. Remember that a Validator only works if the primary seeker is able to see things. And if it's getting jammed, Hodge Val is not going to do anything. If you wanted to do jam, you'd want this to just be targeting. You want this to be Act Hodge as like a seeker. Hodge Val does absolutely nothing for you here because the primary seeker is going to be unable to see if there is jamming anyway. Support missiles for S2s. Did I... Ah, shit. And fuck. Ad break's running now. We'll be back, I suppose. Shit.
All right, we have returned. While I was on break, Androvia asked, I was experimenting with direct S2 Acello. Wouldn't support S2s be useful? Yes, you want some support S2s in there. The thing is with this is that I can think of 2 reasons why you'd want the support S2s in here. One, it's to allow the regular S2s to get through point defense, in which case it's kind of useless, because if you're firing S2s at a ship where you need a pin-aid-based S2 to get through, then those S2s are not going to be effective against that ship. It's kind of useless. And the only other thing I can think of is that these are supposed to support the torpedoes, which is also useless, as torpedoes with enough corkscrew in them will just evade enemy point defense without needing pin-aids, right? This is very much of a case of you don't need pin-aids here. You can still get through regardless if you know what you're doing for much cheaper. Fire says, the fleet has enough Illum to counter the jamming nearly all the time. I'm going to say no to that. Just straight up no. The illumination capability of pikes is absurdly low. Illuminator pods have, what is this? 50 kilowatts of radiated power. Let's compare that to even the really awful Lighthouse Illuminator for OSP. And Lighthouse has 900 kilowatts. And the Lighthouse is garbage, right? The illumination from the pikes is so absurdly low that it will not counter jamming. And you have to keep in mind, the reason that Floodlight Parallax deals with jamming is not because it buffs the Parallax detectability base, it's because the extra detectability of the ships you get when you have Illuminators firing at them affects your burn through with the Parallax. And the Parallax has a 12 times multiplication on its effect. The actual radar cross-section increase you get from illuminating at a target is actually quite low. But the thing is that that's being multiplied by 12 times specifically with the Parallax. So when you say that it has enough illuminating to get through the jamming, that is just straight up incorrect unless there's a bug that you've discovered. That even with 11 illumination pikes, you still have diminishing returns with those, and without the burn through ability of Parallax, it's not going to work. Relying on Solve with that is, yeah, especially trying to get through jamming with it, it's not going to work. What I would do with this fleet, I would either commit to CLN or Carrier, right? You're trying to do both here, which is a little bit interesting. The rocket boxes here they're an interesting idea. This is not going to help you at all. The radar absorbent coating, if you're testing this in Para boost Floodlight 12 times, and that's why it's used against CL. Yes, that is why Floodlight plus Para burn through works. It's really the only combo that works. It's because Floodlight increases your radar cross-section if you're being illuminated by actually a really, really low amount. The thing is that it's that multiplication of times 12 with the Para that allows you to do illumination burn through block. That's what allows you to get through with illumination. And it's why illumination support is only really used on Acellos and on Alliance Capitals. It's because they can mount the Parallax. The pikes can pull double duty as anti-bomber, and they are protected by ship PD. Yeah, but you can just use fighters, and then the fighters can do double duty as strike and ASF at the same time, right? Like, take a look at this. Like, even though these things can pull double duty, you're paying 30 points for them when these things cost at maximum 20, and you can pull double duty with them to the same degree, right? You see what I'm getting at here? For what it's worth, I don't think... If you're doing this mixed tactic of mixed CLN, mixed carrier, SAW is over-engineering it way too much. Don't bring SAW on this. The Pan-8 S2 is not going to help you out. It's not going to work against anything that you'd expect. The S2s on bombers can be useful, but use these against, like, cappers, right? Cappers and frigates, because those are the ones that S2s are most effective against. If you're trying to fire these at capitals, you have 6 S2s. These are going to do no damage. And even though the Pan-8 S2 might get them through, you're going to do no damage. It's all going to be eaten up by the armor. Same thing with the torpedoes. You don't need the Pan-8s for either. You have good cork here. You've got 3.1 Gs. I would bring it up to 3.2 a little bit. You can sacrifice some of the range. This is a carrier-launched torpedo, and you can get the corkscrew enough to just evade things. The anti-bomber torpedoes are an interesting play here. Although I don't see them being too effective. The thing is that SDM-200s are just absurdly effective at anti-fighter that you just don't really need to do anything else with them. For backpack liners and stuff, you have the container backpacks which work, right? I mean, only 2 of these as well. I think that this is 6 points better spent into other things. I think definitely the play here is just to remove the CLN capabilities of this Moorline, reinvest your points into maximizing your fighter count and bomber count, probably reduce some of the buff modules and stuff, and just simplify this down. You have, like, look at all of your fighter types here. This is going to be awful to micro in an actual, like, 1v4 situation. I would reduce these. Make it 1 fighter type and 1 bomber type. And that is really all you need for OSP, honestly. Too many loadouts? Yeah, too many loadouts as well. You don't really need all this. Especially the pikes, I can see it, right? Because these are free loadouts, effectively. But, yeah. It's an idea, right? Your missile, for what it's worth, it's an okay thing here. The big thing here is, like Turbo says, this is absurdly over-engineered for what you're trying to do here. You can easily, I can say that you can probably reduce this cost to like 2.5k points and still have the same offensive capabilities. You have invested way too many points on things that really don't matter for the most part. The Painade S2s, just scrap them all together. They are not really going to help you out. You've brought 300 points worth of these pikes that are not really going to help you out as much as you think they are. I would honestly just scrap all but a few of them. The halberds are nice just for offset tracks and sensor awareness. You can keep those, although keep in mind that you do have 4 of the wake ones. You may not need that much. You may want to reinvest into fighters a bit more. And yeah, 12 fighters is not going to cut it here. You do have 15 bombers, which is a decent amount. It's actually a little bit on the low end for OSP carriers. I would definitely increase that if possible. Ceramic tiling got a recent nerf, and this is not going to do the thing that you want them to do. A 34-point wake skiff. Oh, shrouded exhaust. Whoa. And Heiko countermeasures. Okay, so yeah, this once again goes into the thing where if you're bringing Heiko countermeasures, shrouded exhaust does not help you at all. Because remember, Heiko countermeasures also drops flares. And so reducing your wake signature here doesn't help you. It's extra points spent into something that's not helping you. So yeah, definitely remove the shrouded exhaust from everything that has Heiko countermeasures. You do not need that. But yeah. Which is better, advanced radar or wake sensor per point? It's hard to compare them because they have different roles. Wake sensor is effectively a cheap early warning tool. And, yeah, like Note said, different jobs. And the thing that you use advanced radar for is you basically have an 8-kilometer redeployable radar bubble that you can move around the map at high speed. It allows you to check corners really well and make sure that you're not running into beamstones. It's a very powerful tactic. It is, yeah, it's a pocket bridge master. It's really nice. It's why you see on a lot of 250 liners part of OSP cap fleets that have a lot of these radar pikes, because what they can do is they can pivot the radar pike around the corner. Not pikes. Oh my god, this is called a pike and I lost it. The radar halberds, you can pivot them around points and scout for beamstones and get early warning on them before they beam you. And it's a very, very powerful tactic. It's not quite Bridgemaster. It has a little bit of a different statistic to it. And the advanced radar is capable of locking at close range, by the way. But yeah, no, looking at this fleet, I get this as part of a 12k, right? This is fleet number 1 of a 12k. This just is not going to work. Like, full stop. You've overinvested into, trying to get the saw to work. The containers that you have, this is not going to do you any good. Radar absorbent coating on containers does not help. You said in testing that the radar absorbent coating, it causes them to stage outside of detectability range. I'm gonna have to call false on that. There's no way that's possible. Containers are way too detectable for that to happen. SAW validation does nothing here with the act. You want to just be doing SAW and something else if you're doing SAW. Skiff lock range isn't that great. You just use pinpoint. That is true, but it is an additional feature that it does have. Yeah, this fleet is made by a relatively newer player, I believe. But it is, where does radar coding actually work? It doesn't. Radar coding is a really overpriced buff module that genuinely does not help you. I could see this... If this was 1 or 2 points, I could see it being semi-viable. The thing is that when it comes to missiles, yeah, if the missiles ever are outside PD range, it has a role, which is a problem because missiles have to go into PD range to hit things, right? Like, the problem with radar-absorbent coding is that it doesn't matter because the missiles are just going to get detected when they start getting close to you, and you can just deal with that then. Like, it doesn't matter if they're detected further or closer away to you. If you're quick enough on the draw with your soft kill and hard kill, it doesn't matter. It doesn't help you. The only niche role I can see is that if the enemy brings a lot of Sarissas, you can do cruise missiles with it, but once again, you can just do jiggle pathing to evade Sarissa fire with hybrids and cruise missiles. Like, it doesn't matter. They're just radar absorbing coding is just completely useless in my opinion. It really does not do much at all. Radar absorbing coding. What's HS? What the fuck is hardened skin? And rapid startup module, I think you said. Hardened skin has a role. Hardened skin does have very niche roles, and if you know how to use it, it is pretty strong. Fast startup module also has some really niche roles, although it kind of sucks if I'm being honest. And radar absorbent coding is useless. Cold gas bottle is useful. Decoy launcher, the base decoy launcher is really good. The cluster decoy launcher, never use it. You can get the same work out of having just multiple missiles with the regular decoy launcher. Fast startup, fast boot is good for ANS killjoys. Can't you just set them to defensive in Z-Prio, though, and it doesn't matter? Huh. Killjoy can just be set to defensive, yeah. If you know what you're doing with your missile tuning, you can just set it to defensive, and that's for dweebs. That's for smart people who don't want to spend fucking 3 extra points per missile and have a 20% failure rate. Anyway, and then the jammers are good as well. But yeah, no, the only, the only good missiles I'm seeing in here, the SDMs are solid, although they are act wake, which means that they're going to get annihilated by Heiko Chaff. Your S1s, you could probably go with a bigger warhead on these to maximize their damage output, especially if these are anti-fighter, which I believe they probably are. Your S2s... they're okay. They're cheap. They work for what they are. Although the Hodge, it was Hodge Jam or Hodge Val originally. Hodge Val, never use Hodge Val. It does not work. Support missile, completely scrap this. This is not going to help you out. You do have breadsticks on your bombers, which is also, I don't think, going to help you out as much as you think it will, especially with the buffs that SDM-200s have. You can probably remove these, reinvest in SDM-200s, and get some more fighters. Your torpedoes are pretty good. I would probably sacrifice a bit of the range for a bit more maneuverability. You've got cork on them. The torpedoes are pretty solid. Anti-bomber torpedoes, once again, you don't need them. You're over-engineering something that can just be done with SDM-200s. Just bring out more SDM-200s. But yeah. Alright, so that was the carrier component of the 12K. Let's look for what's next. Sensors is, bunch of dispersed sensor things, I believe, based on the description. Puddle of E-War equipment. Yep. Let's take a look at the sensor component of the 12K. Sensors. All right, we have a 250 Ocello here. Auroras and Sarissas. Based on the rest of the fleet, I might recommend you bring this up to 450. The thing is with, the thing is with 250 triple turret, is that if you don't have RPF for it, it's kind of just useless. The 250 triple has really bad fire rate compared to the single barrel 250 and also to casemate 250. I would just probably bring 450 on this and just call it a day. In terms of this Acello, you don't have RPF, which makes the 250 turrets kind of useless. Large, rapid, and 2 reinforced is pretty solid, as well as a workshop that's pretty good here. Parallax, Bullseye, very good. Drive is a single Dragonfly. I would recommend that being a Raider, because a Raider is going to give you a lot more ability to orbit dodge, and that's what you want in these Acellos here. You're buffing your antenna. Do you have missiles in here or no? Looking for... No, you do not. Okay, here's a pro tip. Supplementary radio amplifiers are only really useful if you're bringing a Torpcello or a command missile Acello. You might think that you want to use these to deal with offensive comms jamming, but once again, you have to look at the actual like strength of the comms jammer. The hang-up emits 300 kilowatts, the interruption 750. Your base antennas have enough broadcasting equipment to get past a hang-up regardless of what range it's at. Pretty much. At very close range, you might run into issues, but like for the most part, even without these buff modules here, you're going to be able to broadcast through a hang-up. If the enemy brings like 4 hang-ups on a ship and all points at you, then it will become useful, but that's not, yeah. Antenna buffing is against hang-up, which is actually OP, but no one really figured it out. I got jammed at 7 km by hang-up in testing for some reason. That shouldn't... Single hang-up shouldn't disable your comms on an Acello at 7 km range, right? Someone's gonna have to do the math on that, because I was under the impression that Acello was purposefully built to deal with hang-ups. In terms of, like, game balance. The comm equipment should be effective enough to get through. Yeah. Even without those buff modules, I don't think a hang-up can actually, like, stop you. And also, you do have to keep in mind, this is another bit where you're sort of, just have 2 Acellos, GG easy. Okay, yep, there you go. That also brings me into my other point here, is that OSP has a lot of long-range sensor assets, like the early... Whoa. What? These are not what I was expecting on a sensor fleet. With OSP, you have Bloodhounds and early warning, which basically defeats the purpose of hang-ups completely. Hey, just wanted to pop in. Love the game. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but sitting here eating popcorn. Yeah, welcome in, sillies. Welcome in. We are just doing some fleet review right now, talking about some fleets that people have sent in. I'm going to start going quick. I don't want to get hung up on this 12k much. First of all, yeah, Raider drive on this Acello. Make this 450. The 250 triples without RPF are effectively useless. Another thing is, remember that on an Acello, you're very, very cringed on your buff modules here, with all of your stuff going into... Do you have no ammunition elevators on this? You have no ammunition elevators on this. That is not good. No, don't build Acellos with no hangups. What you want to be doing here is you want to... what buff modules do you have? Microreactor, supplementary radios, scryer, supplementary adaptive. Okay, so, once again, overcomplicating it. You're building this Acello to be a sensor platform when you have access to stuff like the EWR 550 and the Bloodhound, right? You don't need to buff the sensors on the Acello when you can just bring the other sensor asset equipment that OSP has, and you can just have this perfectly intact. Like here, the jamming tugboats, I'm going to assume that these are tech for something later that we'll see. Remove one of them. Make this one an early warning platform. Remove all of the sensor buff modules on this Acello, including the supplementary radio amplifiers. Replace them all with ammunition elevators and make this 450. Put this next to your front line. You've effectively nerfed your Acello for no reason when you can get the same effect for much cheaper by bringing the dedicated sensor equipment that Protectorate has. One AR reaches the floor for radio noise or whatever it is. Yep, if you're doing adaptive radar receiver with the parallax, which is something that you can do and is useful, you only need one. But yeah, no, having no ammunition elevators in your cello is kind of a really bad spot to be in. What I would definitely do, I would redo your points here. Make this an actual frontline ship. Completely, like, you're trying to make this frontline vessel a sensor platform. And because you're doing that, it's kind of very inefficient at both now. Don't do that. Make this a complete frontliner and then replace this with a full sensor platform. The jamming tugboats, for what they are relatively well built. You do have lighthouses on these. Once again, if you're using the lighthouses to support your parallax for burn-throughs, don't use lighthouses. You want to be using floodlight. I'll give you a comparison here. Radiated power, 900 kilowatts. If we go over to the floodlight, 3,250. The lighthouse is abysmal. If you're trying to use the lighthouse as a way to support your burn-through, don't. It will not help you. The only illuminator that's actually going to help you with illumination burn-through lock with the parallax is floodlights. The lighthouse is going to do nothing for you here. Huntress Scryer, Huntress ACAs, Huntress ACAs, okay, understood about the ELO, yeah, no, the lighthouse, you only bring it if you don't have an Acello giving you illumination. Like, the lighthouse is actually garbage. It is really abysmal. But yeah, going back to this, make this a pure gun platform ship. Make this a sensor platform, and then you can keep the jam ring for, I'm assuming, your monitors. Taking a look at the missiles really quick, we have 3 SDM-200s. These are small warhead 4 points with only 3 of them. These are unlikely to do pretty much anything at all. Jamming off. Once again, we're doing Act Hodgeval. Act Hodgeval does nothing. Act Hodgeval actually does nothing. You want this to be Act Hodge as a seeker. And then Mini Bonk, these are offensives. You do not need offensive missiles in your Acello. That's what your guns are for. What I would do, remove the SDM-200s. You don't need them. You have Auroras and Sarissas for anti-craft work. Remove these. You don't need these either. And the Midi Bonk. Replace all of these with Killjoys. And then you have a really good build. CMD Hodge torpedoes are really effective against Acellos. Having Killjoys in there is going to be very, very effective at stopping them from striking you. Not having an interruption on this thing is also, I'm just going to call it a little bit of a throw. Act Hodge is annoying for TOTing, but the Hodge Val does nothing. If you're doing Act Hodge, you do just the Seeker. And Directional Comms Jammer, like we were talking about before, not worth it. Bring the interruption. You have an Acello, you want to bring an interruption. Bringing an Acello in this current meta without a comms jammer or without an interruption is a little bit of a throw. I know you can be tempted to say just point the hang-up towards the incoming missiles, but also we're looking at the broadcasting power of these 2 equipments here, and the interruption has over double the broadcasting speed of the hang-up. Hang-up is for stopping other ships, but yeah, once again, like we were talking, it doesn't put out enough radiated power on its own to actually stop comms. If the enemy has an Axford or any offset tracks, it's going to be useless. And that's why the hang-up is kind of really useless. It only stops comms in a narrow cone. If the enemy has deployed properly and has offset tracks, it's completely useless. You might be able to isolate one fleet that you're fighting, but it's not going to stop in a well-built team. But yeah, big things for this one. Convert this to a 451 comms jammer, put ammunition elevators in here, comms jammer and Killjoys in there. Make this one of those Bloodhound early warning tugboats. You can power them both if you put enough PCCs in there, or you can just fire one at a time. Very useful stuff here. The illuminators, just scrap these entirely. Put the illuminators on the Acello, make them floodlights. And then the jamming, I'm assuming, goes with the monitors, which we are flipping to next, I believe. Yeah, NEBMAF is a little funky when it comes to, like, the illumination stuff. Anyway, there we go. We did that one. We did this one, sensors, monitor ball. Only 3 monitors as your front line. Ooh, that's going to be rough. What do we have? We have Expeditionary Forces, which does have a liner in it. But anyway, taking a look at the monitor ball here. 1k point per monitor. Okay. For monitors in a monitor swarm, don't go above like 600, 700 points. You get so much more value out of having more hulls than you do having tougher hulls. You have torpedoes in here. You're double driving them. Chi 777 Sun Drive is a really good double drive setup for monitors. No sensors. Bridge Master. Okay. You can do that. DC is a large storage. 2 larges in a complex. Remove the 2 larges, like, immediately, right? Like, a complex and a storage is all you need on a monitor. In terms of firing time, that's good. 3 munition elevators, that is good. Torpedoes, let's take a look at these, because we have one that is double torpedo launcher, double 100 mil C90. Mine launcher, rocket sidearm, plasma. Rocket launcher is not going to help you out here. I'm going to be real. The rocket launcher is really powerful on fast-moving shuttles, but on a slow-moving ship that's slow to maneuver, the rocket launchers aren't going to help you here. These rocket launchers have 0 depression and elevation to their turrets, which means that you have to roll the entire ship around to fire. And due to angling, if the enemy ship is in front of you, if it's close enough, this will not have angle to fire in front of you. Rocket launchers, don't bring them, especially on these sidearms on monitors. They're not going to help you out. Mines as well, not going to help you out either, especially with how many points you're investing in them. You want to be doing... Oh, whoa, that's only an R mag. Can we fit a Citadel mag in there? We are taking up 660. Citadel mag has capacity of... That's a CIC. Whoops, where's the magazine? Citadel magazine has capacity of only 480. So yeah, you'll have to scrap some things. If you remove the mines, though, you'll have enough capacity in here. Remember, your first mine is... miners are scary as fuck to suddenly appear. Yeah, but the thing is that you've put it on the slowest hole in the game. Like, mine layers rely on getting to advantageous spots fast and deploying their mines fast. Putting a mine launcher on a monitor, you're not going to be getting to those advantageous spots in time. And you might be tempted to say that you can mine trap like a dead ship, but the thing is that you don't need to mine trap a damaged ship because you have the guns to kill it. Definitely not what I would be bringing here. The mine is probably not going to help you as much as you think. Same with the rockets. Last ship here, we have sidearms and plasma. This one's built a little bit more standardly. Still way too much DC investment here. What is that? How much stuff do you have buffing those things? Damage control central, reinforced. It's just complex and a central, I guess. Once again, way too invested on the DC here. I think that in this case, if you're bringing this even as a 12k, I think that you would be much better off building a monitor ball similar to the starter monitor ball. Because what happens there is that one has the meat, it has the damage output, it has the frontline capability it needs here. And if you do that, you can redistribute your jamming escorts into more, like, support stuff to help you out here. Because the thing I'm seeing with this is that if this is a 12k, your front line is 3 monitors, a liner, and a cello. You are going to get run over absurdly fast with that. Your backline asset, your carrier, doesn't really have the strike you need to compensate because it's trying to do 2 things at the same time. Don't forget to mention that Pentabrick needs E-War. Yes, offensive jamming is paramount on these bricks here. Offensive jamming, comms jamming, a blackjack if you can. Do something like that. I know that you have the jamming escorts and the other one. 2 bellbirds is enough for offensive jamming. You don't need to go over 2. 4 is way too much. Torpedoes, taking a look at this. Anti-bomber 1, we have the offensive ones, and then the more offensive one. No terminals, these are just direct fire. These are the... No terminals on these ones. Oh, these are cruise torps. 7 and 4. Yeah, these are not going to help you out. So the thing is with torpedoes, even though these are cruise, these are still close range weapons. You have put close range weapons on the slowest ships in the game. These are going to be really awful to try to get in range of using, especially with no jam cover, especially with no supporting, and especially with only 3 monitors, right? These monitors are just going to get chewed up here. Definitely just do a starter fleet style of monitor ball. Maybe I'll take this in 12k in the tourney. Not sure it'll work great. I genuinely don't see this really working all that much, even with the combined fleet tactic stuff. You've way overinvested into everything here to the point where you're trying to... You've overinvested into the point where you're kind of like putting things in ships that they don't need, right? You have a ton of points worth of torpedoes in here that are not really going to do you much good. What I would do for this 12k, let's take a look at the Expeditionary Force quickly too, and then I'll give my closing remarks on what I think you should do. I've already deleted the other ones to make space for things. Expeditionary Force. What is this? Okay. Once again, we've put a little bit of everything onto a ship and way over-engineered it. I'm seeing mines, plasma, containers, rocket launchers, jamming. Autoguns, only 1 autogun turret. Power drive as well with a sun drive. Why are we doing this? What do we have in here? Oh, it's the plasma, I bet. Just single drive this, honestly, and just make this a reactor. Expeditionary Force. You have 1 T-30. How many T-20s do you have? 4. This is offset from the others. Yes, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, you have no offensive capability in this, right? Like, the plasma is nice, it'll get through the armor, but with only 1 T-30 and only 4 T-20s, you just don't have the damage output to capitalize off any plasma break. Mines as well, not useful either. You don't want to be deploying mines where your front line is, and even on a flank like this, like, the mine deployment's not going to work. Mines are pretty much only on tugboats and shuttles for a reason. You get them into places where the enemy doesn't anticipate, and that's what makes mines effective. Trying to put mines on a frontline ship like this, even if it is flanking around the map, is not going to work. Whoa, is this 2 more jammers? Oh my god, it's 2 more jammers. You have way too many bellbirds here. Remember, you have diminishing returns when it comes to jamming. You have, what is it, 4, 5 bellbird tugs in this fleet? That is... Oh, and you have a shuttle, too, with jamming on it, too, although this is a... Nope, it's not even a rudder ball. This is a capper. What I would do with this fleet, I'm going to completely redo this and try and keep the same concept. Monitor ball, make it a pentabrick with offensive jamming. That allows you to delete... if you make the monitor ball a pentabrick with jamming... Delete every single one of these jamming tugs from your fleet. These are not going to be doing anything for you. Remove all of them. That saves you a ton of points. Expeditionary Force. This ship has no damage output. Why are we not having guns on this? Just make this a 250 broadsider. Just make this a 250 broadsider. Add 2 of them in here. 250 broadsiders have absurd damage output as a flanking fleet. Do that. Don't worry about trying to mix everything into the ship all at once. Oh my god, I'm losing my voice. But, yeah. You're trying to add too much stuff to this one ship, and it's not working. Just make this double 250 liner as your Expeditionary Force. Jamming does help you a little bit with liners. Not enough for it to be, useful. These jamming tugs make me invulnerable to missiles. No, they do not. I'm just going to say it right now. No, they do not. A good missile player will have no problem getting around these. The John Grazer. Yeah, 1 Grazer. It's going to shoot down 1 missile, and then the rest of them are going to hit. The heavy jamming is a lot, but it's like... It doesn't make you immune to missiles, and you're investing... These are like 50 points each. 5 times... You're spending 2,500 points on jamming. That is way too many points. You're sacrificing effectively all of your damage output for just jamming. Your Moorline, make that a full carrier, right? Make that full carrier build if you're going to do the backline Moorline and instead of trying to split up the 2. I would honestly remove every single pike in that carrier just to give you the points. Use the halberds as your sensors. In the Acello fleet, make that a 450 Acello to go with your monitor ball. That's very strong. If you make it quad monitor with jamming plus an Acello with comms jamming as well as auroras and stuff, that is a very, very, very powerful frontline fleet. That can be your frontline right there. Your flanking can be the double 250 liner in this fleet. You've got the more line for support, and then you can reinvest the rest of your points into cappers, light assets, sensors, even more frontline if you really want to. Penta's better than quad brick. Yeah. The thing is with quad brick, you get a bit more heavily invested monitors, but the bigger investment doesn't really help you, if I'm being honest, as opposed to the more ships to chew through, because you get both damage output and survivability with the extra hulls. But yeah, the big takeaway that I'm seeing from this 12K is that you've overinvested everything. You're trying to throw things onto ships that they don't need, and it's costing you all of your points. Mines should never be put on liners like this. Don't do this. It's not going to work. Rockets as well on the monitors and the liners, unless you have a very, very specific strat in play for them, is not going to work. A single RL36 on this is not going to help you. 100 mil, you don't have enough 100 mil on this thing. Just make this a 250 liner flanker if I'm being honest. The Acello is really weirdly built. Ammunition elevators, remove all of those supplementary radio amplifiers and adaptive radar receivers. Put floodlights on the Acello, make it 450, maximize your auroras, put some comms jammers on there and send that with the quad monitors. Rebuild the monitors to be quad mount monitors a bit standard. Save some points for some comms jamming and offensive radar jamming on them. And then you have everything you need, and then the Acello plus monitors can be your front line. Double 250 liner flank plus cap assets, and then the more line. That was genuinely what I would do for my 12K if we're doing this something like this. That is going to give you a lot more capabilities than you have here right now. The big thing here is that you're trying to do everything all at once with every single ship, and it means that every single ship is going to become basically useless. Neb is a game where you want to build a ship that has a specific role. Don't try to build a ship that does everything. Build a ship that does one thing super well, and then fill out the rest of your team comp with likewise ships that have different objectives. Because if you're trying to build a ship like this that has a little bit of everything, it becomes bad at everything rather than decent at everything. It's the jack of all trades thing, and Neb is very much a game where you want to specialize. Same with the monitors. Torpedoes are an interesting idea, but they're not going to help you out at all. Just go quad monitor, honestly. Just make it standard. No need to overcomplicate it. Same thing with the Acello. You're trying to make the Acello your sensor asset, but OSP has early warning and Bloodhound stuff. Like, you just use that as your sensors. Spyglass and Parallax on Acellos have plenty of range to supplement early warning and Bloodhound. These ships don't do everything best, but these things do good enough that the sidearms become effective. But that's the thing, like, I don't mean, they don't do things effectively at all. You've put so much different capabilities in these things that don't have any overlap at all, that they just don't work. Quad TC Spy Acello is useless because you have Bloodhound. You have early warning. You have so many tools to compensate. The only reason why ANS brings Quad TC Spy on their battleships is because that's pretty much their only long-range sensor thing. OSP has options. But yeah, no, this is genuinely, it's so overinvested and so everything is trying to do everything all at once. You've overinvested in the jamming and overinvested in mines and torpedoes and everything here that it just doesn't work. Like this 12K, I hate to break it to you, but this is not going to be effective at all. This liner, if I get into an engagement in this liner in like a double CL fleet at close range, say I get into an engagement against this liner at 2 kilometers in a double CL fleet, I am winning that engagement with minimal damage. Like straight up. This does not have the damage output to do anything at all. I am going to, in a close range engagement, I will be winning that, and that is something that you would expect to win in an obelisk liner in a close range engagement. It's not going to work. The Acello, same thing there. Without ammunition elevators, I could beat that with any frontline fleet I have in my arsenal. It has no damage output. The monitors as well, without... I mean, like, you have a ton of offensive jamming here, but it's only pointed in one direction. If I get crossfires on those monitors, I'm just going to tear them apart. You won't get there because of good sensors and R2 boxes. Absolutely not. I would get there. With any good player with double CL would get there without any problem. You say you have good sensor coverage, but you really don't. You have one early warning, one Bloodhound, and a highly buffed, like, Acello. That is very minimal map coverage, if we're being perfectly honest here. You have a very, very distinct lack of light, fast chips that can get you those closer-in sensors that you just don't really have good map awareness, really, with this. How frequently have you encountered mines? Not frequently, but whenever I do, I never get hit by them. Chaff, jamming, RPF, Sarissa rounds, like, like, mines have so many counters right now that unless you're using them super strategically, they don't work. And putting them on frontline gets them deployed in places where they don't have battle impact. But, like, the R2 boxes as well, those were what, like, Saw only, Act Saw? I'm not getting hit by those at all. Like, if I'm being honest with you, I am avoiding those pretty much consistently, regardless of what ship I'm in. Even in, like, a capital, I'd feel pretty consistent surviving against those just due to their massive stage range. Any sensor offset here with the, any sensors is going to detect those containers, and the, radar absorbent coating is going to really do nothing. You're really over-investing here into a lot of things that you don't really need. Liners rarely, but do get their comms snipe from time to time. Yeah, I do like putting backup comms on my liners sometimes, but still. It's not even like the threat of, like, yeah, you're at the risk of going comms down after you deploy the mines, especially if it's next to your front line. But even after that, like, your mines are not going to be deployed at the right spot. Well, you're either going to have to do one of two things. You're going to have to deploy your mines really well, but then your front line is out of position for, like, the first 10 minutes of the game. But if you deploy your front line correctly, then your mines are going to be deployed in useless positions where they're not going to do anything. But also buy jammers on a Bloodhound Tug. Does it have jammers on it? Oh, yeah. Don't do this. Oh, adaptive radar receivers instead of track correlators. Ooh, no. You want adaptive radar receivers for early warning, not Bloodhound. Bloodhound, you want to be maximizing your track correlators. This jammer's going to do you no good because this thing should be in the back lane way far away from combat anyway. If you want good sensor assets, here. Just bring... Here, let me fix some things here. Do... Chaff launcher. Bring 2 of these, right? These are 400 points. You have double R-Mag. Whoa, for the mines? Nope, we're removing those. We do not need mines in this. Mines in the back line do nothing for you. We can remove both of those. 2 small DC lockers, that's fine. We could have kept one of the magazines. Reinforced mag. Remember that mags are compounding cost. Be very careful of that. Do something like this. This is 300 points. These can't provide PD now. Why would you want your Bloodhound to be close enough to your frontline where it can provide PD? Don't do that. The thing is like, once again, you're overcomplicating things. You're trying to have all of these point defense escorts for your frontline when you can just bring better point defense on your frontline itself, right? Killjoy, Helljoy containers, comms jamming, chaff, AMMs. You have so many backpack options for liners for missile defense that you don't really need to rely on having grazers. And grazers are only gonna, even if you have like 3 of these escorts next to this thing, if I send out a salvo of 6 missiles, which is my salvos are between 6 and 8 missiles. I get 3 of my missiles shot down, the rest of them hit. I'm still getting good hits, right? Put like a blackjack on the liner, a comms jammer, chaff, AMMs. You have so many other cheaper and much more effective options for dealing with missiles. You're kind of overcomplicating things here. The offensive jamming is a little bit useful, but it doesn't make you immune to missiles. Any good missile player is going to have no problem getting past that. Like, but yeah, no. It's very much an overcomplication of everything for this 12K, to the point where I don't think it really does anything good. The backline is split between between CLN and carrier duties, to the point where I don't think it can do any of them really good at all. Your front line is 3 monitors, a 250 Acello, and a liner that has no damage output. You are not going to be able to get any kills at all. At maximum, if you group those, you can maybe kill a single Axford. With the amount of damage output you have no ability to deal damage with your front line. And no ability to hold either, with only like 5 hulls on OSP. That is really rough. You're overinvested into jamming, where the point that you're missing out on a lot of other things that can be much more useful for you here. And you've tried to build weird sensor things that can just be done by doing this. Like, just fill this thing full of PCCs if you want to, right? And then you can get both of these firing at the same time. Make these track correlators for the Bloodhound, and you got everything you need here. Having your Blackjack Tug provide point defense support for the liner is really not a good idea, because it's just going to get killed. The mines can hold it with jamming. Not really, no. Because the mines are going to get mines have pretty decent detectability. The only reason mines really work is using mine traps, where they run around the corner and get instantly struck by the mines. If the mines are deployed in the open, the enemy is going to detect those even through jamming. And also, that you're reliant on your jamming escorts being where the mines are. You've only got a couple of mine layers. It's not really all that useful here, because what you can do is the enemy just outflanks you, right? You're running into an issue here where people don't understand that small light cappers are some of the most potent sensor assets in the game, right? They can be across the entire map. They can be everywhere at once, and you have a severe lack of that here. You only have 2 shuttles in this entire comp here. The enemy will fire on decoys and get detected. So, even if you pin down, like, if you get the decoys here and you jam cover them, even if the enemy fires at the decoys, all they need is 1 lucky hit to destroy them. And if you identify where the enemy team is, so what if you don't have any ability to contest them with your frontline or backline? Neither your frontline or backline is going to be able to win against a well-built ANS comp here. 48 decoys, you mean the chaff? In the Moorline. Oh, the Moorline has decoys. Okay, so reliant on sending out a bunch of container decoys here. Also not an effective strategy. All it needs is like a 1 450 hit against the target in order to identify that it's not a liner. And if it's all liner decoys, you send out a salvo of 450 in the general direction, and if none of them splash on the target, then you instantly know that it's a decoy, right? Like, you've overcomplicated this fleet to the point where there are so many ways to counter it that, like, no one worth their salt in NEB that has the ability to actually play the game to any decent level of skill will have no problem absolutely annihilating this fleet comp. I'm going to be brutally honest. This 12K is going to get curb stomped pretty quickly. Liner decoy is also ratted out by the heading. Kinda, yeah, actually. Doesn't it give weird... Yeah, no, because if you're in tactical view, can't you see the heading of ID'd tracks? Or maybe not, no, yeah, you can, right? So yeah, if the heading is like bow onto you with the liner, you instantly know. Real liners are almost always sideways. Yeah, exactly. If you know what you're doing. Like, there's so many ways for you to counter this fleet that I genuinely don't see this fleet doing much at all. It is techiest but not usual in games. People do that all the time. It's a very valid tactic that people use. Sorry, I don't mean to spend so much time on this one. We kind of spent a lot of time on this one, and I am kind of pressed for time, so I am going to move on. But, I hate to break it to you, but you just don't have enough stuff, right? Like, no cappers, your backline has very low damage output, your frontline as well, no survivability. Yeah, you're gonna struggle to have much battle impact at all with that fleet, unfortunately. Anyway, up next, Danny sends in Dave.fleet with a heart emoji, thank you. Let's take a look at what we have here. Alright, I just realized, hang on. I forgot to do something real quick. There we go. I almost forgot to do that for all the fleets. Levy is going to be mad at me in the VOD, huh? Dave, here we go. So, 2 liners, 2 tugboats. Let's see what we have here. We have a 450 broadsider here. I'm seeing some bastions, Pavis, Bellbird on the liner. Not too big of a fan of that. Remember that liners are massive, and any signature size bloom is gonna compensate pretty much entirely for the jamming effect. A little bit power cringe. We are running the the big Chi drive with a boosted reactor. Huntress, that's where probably all the power is going from. We have a complex and 3 larges, as well as double gun plot, 4 ammunition elevators, 1 rapid cycle cradle. Okay, so that's where all the power went. No micro reactors means that you have a maximum damage output here. Heading and accurate velocity requires good radar quality to show up, yes, but also there are many other ways to ID if it's a real liner or not, right? Like, that's just one of the many ways to do so. Anyway, I'm gonna move on from that one entirely here. Immediately noticing a couple of design flaws with this liner. You're bringing a lot of large DC lockers. Remember, large DC lockers are 45 points, so are storages. Use storages on liners before larges, if possible. Citadel CIC in one of the big spots here. Always keep in mind that these big compartments here do have that larger hitbox. You should only be putting compartments that are designed around these big compartments in these spots here. This Citadel CIC is going to get struck really easily just due to how big its hitbox is. A Citadel CIC does have more health, but it's still going to die pretty quickly here. No backup CIC as far as I'm... Yeah, no backup CIC also means that, yeah, this liner is going to lose CIC capability really quickly here. What you should probably do here, you have Citadel Mag. Do you have a backup Mag? You do have a backup bulk. Make this a reinforced. You do not need the capacity... Whoa, where's all your capacity going? What's your firing time at? Okay. That's good firing time. You could probably crank that down a little bit just to make this one here an R mag. Bulk mag, broadside on liner is going to get killed immediately. And your Citadel mag is going to be the only one left. Couple other things. Double gunplot center, not really necessary here. Casemates, they rely on volume of fire rather than accuracy, and you really only need 1 to get that accuracy down to a thing where it really is pretty effective. 1 gun plot center is really enough here. I'm noticing a lack of reinforced DC as well. You've only got 2 restores to chain restore. What I would do holistically here, you have a complex, that's good. Citadel mag, you can keep that. Make this a storage. Do a double reinforced CIC. Remove a couple of the largest. You can make this a storage. Put an RCIC or RDC locker in here somewhere. Make the secondary mag reinforced. But other than that, the liner is looking relatively good here. The Bellbird's not going to help you out here as really much either here as, like I said, it blooms your signature size on your liner, which pretty much entirely compensates for the jamming coming out. This is not really going to help you as much as you think it will, and it is also a massive power drain on your liner, which is already very low on power. The decoys have been used either in the fringes when they get missiled instead of guns if you're from behind jamming, where they are expected to be real. I mean, there's some stuff you can do with decoys and jamming there, although the thing is that having decoys and jamming to confuse the enemy is worthless if you can't kill them after you confuse them, right? And that's the big takeaway there, is that you're really overinvested into this, like, confusion tactic here that you have no ability to capitalize off of it. Anyway, back to this one. Point defense is pretty nice here. We have a spread of bastions and pavises. No secondary battery on this thing means that it's going to be pretty ineffective against light ships. Not necessarily the biggest drawback. You're trading damage output for survivability here. Although I will say I do like secondary battery liners because liners have no problem carrying alternative missile defense tactics on their backs, right? With containers and chaff launchers and comms jamming and everything. Escorting, this is here's the comms jammer with a blackjack and a lighthouse for self-illume. Okay, I do like the lighthouse here because you can use it for self-illume here. 18 SDM 200s, these are act wake val. Don't do that. Nope, this should not be wake val. This should be wake seeking. Wake val will cause these to miss every single time. Act Wake Val is much better, no points, probably just a little bit of an oversight. Large DC Locker is a little bit of a rough take in a tugboat, just due to how vulnerable a tugboat is. That large DC Locker will likely get annihilated pretty quickly once this thing is actually under fire, so just be careful about that. It looks like, one thing I will say here about just looking at this, you've moved a lot of your missile defense off the liner itself onto the escort. That's a really risky thing to do because you can move all of the missile defense onto the liner without compromising the liner's effectiveness in combat, right? You've offset everything onto the escort for no real gain here, other than the fact you have to be really careful because now all of your jamming and all of your support equipment is on a super vulnerable hull, and if the enemy recognizes that, they're just going to focus this thing down and you're going to be shit out of luck when it comes to your missile defense. For the back lines of 450 liners, I recommend Helljoys, which are basically Killjoys but with an Ichi frag container, and you fire them at bombers that dump you. Basically to just annihilate them while soft killing the command Hodge. You can put the self-illume on the back on Mount 14. Keep in mind that your front is always going to be facing towards the enemy, so these backpack point defense don't really matter. Helljoys, put the chaff launcher on the liner, definitely. Helljoys should be fired at torps. No, because they go for the bombers, right? Because you time it right. And then they kill the bombers. If I'm bringing Killjoys, I'll fire those at the torpedoes. But if I bringing Helljoys, I'm firing those at the bomber. Tal's backpack is pretty okay right now. Yep, we saw a couple times in the tournament games today that Tal's backpack worked really well. So you can do that too. You get a lot of SDM 200 output. What I would do, move the Blackjack to the liner, put it on Mount 12. Move the Illuminator to the liner, put it on Mount 14. Comms Jammer, put it on Mount 13. Chaff Launcher, probably Mount 16 or Mount 11. Put some containers in the back here, and then make this escort entirely an SDM launcher creature if you want to do something like that. But the thing is, what we're running in here with missile defense is that you've offset everything to a vulnerable escort when you really didn't need to do that. Everything that you have on this escort can fit onto this liner, and this also brings me into the other point here, where the conventional hard kill tactics that you see, the flak and Pavises, are not really useful on liners. The thing is, OSP has really good point defense. Pavises and Bastions are super strong. The problem is that they have really good point defense for conventional missiles. If you're talking about hybrids, they need to get creative. And although this is going to keep them safe from a lot of conventional missiles, that's not what you typically see. And at any case, the soft kill and other creative jamming equipment and anti-missile equipment you can take on liners works just as well against conventional missiles anyway. I would recommend replacing pretty much, I would keep probably a couple of Pavises and then replace the rest of like these Bastion mounts with secondary batteries just so you're able to deal with light ships. And that's basically what I have to say about this liner. Although it is a really well-built liner, all things considered, the DC team could use some work. The Citadel CIC being there is really rough. But other than that, it's relatively solid here. Once again, move all the soft kill from the escort onto the liner. There's no reason not to have it on it. The second ship in the fleet, we have a mass driver liner here. So we're doing the mass drivers with the 450. That is a really good tactic here. The mass drivers weaken up the target for the 450 AP to finish it off. Didn't fall into the trap of trying to use a 3K mass driver fleet like a lot of people do. Do not do that. Mix frontline and backline in your ships when it comes to rails and mass drivers. That is what you want to do to become effective here. We have a bunch of reactors here to get those, of course, the power here. No sensors, don't need them. 3 mass drivers buffed with 3 E-regs gives you really solid firing time here. Gunplot center, if you need to save points, you can remove it. Not necessarily sure you need it here. Once again, we're running into the problem of putting all of these really vulnerable things in these big compartments. Never put CICs in here. The basic CIC is going to get killed immediately. Don't do this. This is a massive hitbox for something that is vital to your ship's survivability that can go into a thing with a smaller hitbox. Never put them in these big compartments here. Do the same. The other liner, once again, falls into this thing too, where the CIC is in a very vulnerable spot despite being a Citadel. Oh, wow, we had enough power to do the big cheat drive here. Very, very nice there. It gives you really nice roll speed to get those mass drivers on target. But yeah, mass driver liner, it is a cheap little asset here. 1,000 points is all you need. It's got everything it needs to do. The mass driver liner, just a couple little things I would change about this is moving the CIC, and that's actually pretty much it. Like, this thing is pretty well built for a mass driver liner. And then lastly, to round out the fleet, we have a Bloodhound Tug, double track correlated with Chaff. This is an excellent tool to have, both for the mass driver liner and for the 450 liner. But yeah, trying to speed this up a bit because I do have an ad break about to happen here, and after that I'll move on to the next batch of fleets. Taking a look at the overall comp here, this is a very, very good comp here. 450 plus Mass Driver with supporting assets that support them really well, especially the Bloodhound Tug. The only thing I would say is that the 450 liner and its escort do a complete redesign on this. Redesign the missile defense, the point defense, the secondary batteries, the backpack, the soft kill, and the damage control on this liner. The other ships in the fleet, the Mass Driver liner and the Bloodhound Tug, are really well built, and they do not need much changing at all, other than moving the CIC around a bit on the Mass Driver liner. But yep, those are the only big things there. Like I said, this is a pretty strong fleet comp here. The Mass Drivers and 450 complement each other decently well, although I will say, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, 450 plus Rails is a much better combo for OSP. Mass Driver has inflated damage numbers. Yeah, I don't know why it does, it's just weird. The thing is with Mass Driver is that you counter it the same way you do 450. You go bow onto it, whereas Rails, you counter by going broadside, which is why the Rails plus 450 works so well in combination. Mass Drivers and 450 against Axfords and BBs especially are going to be completely negated by just going bow on. It's possible that you can split these up and get crossfires, although you don't have to worry about that if you do a Rail SLO. Although that being said, Mass Drivers are still, they're still okay if you know how to position them. But, yeah, rework the 450 liner and its escort, and that's pretty much all I have to say about this one. Anyway, how many fleets do I have to do? How many fleets do I have left? It is currently 4. I probably have about an hour and a half. That should give me enough time to get through the rest of these. I have to go to a meeting at 6 o'clock. Yeah, which will give me an hour and a half an hour to prep to get ready and get there. Yeah, I should have enough time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fleets left to do. I should have enough time for that. But anyway, until then, ad break is going to run here, so I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break. I will see you all in just a bit. I believe Notes' fleet is next. We will take a look at what they have sent me after the break. I will see you all in just a minute. Fuck, did Twitch add like 2 minutes to my ad break? Are my ad's still going on? Can someone confirm that in chat right now? Because Twitch, one thing that gives me my ad timer on Twitch says that there aren't ads, and the other says I still have 2 minutes of ads. What the fuck? Ads are off? Okay, weird. Anyway, we're back to the fleet review. Up next, that was who did I just do? I'm tabbed out somewhere. I'm trying to fucking coordinate the tournament times for next weekend. Oh, gotta fucking scroll up. Okay, that was Danny's fleet. Yep, up next is Notes. 2CV, CMD back, a Fast Weave, 28 Clay plus Cope Tanto fleet. The fuck does that even mean? Oh my god, speak English. Yep, this one here. Alright, so this is one of Notes fleets here. We have a double levy build. Taking a look at the craft. 28 bombers and 16 Tontos. I believe this is one of the ones that... Correct me if I'm wrong. This looks very similar to one of the ones that they brought in the tourney, no? This is the one that they brought on... what was it? The Gold Rush one at the beginning, I think, is what they brought this on. I might be mistaken. It looks pretty similar to that one, though. 28 bombers and 16 Tonto. Yeah, it is the one. Okay. 28 bombers and 16 Tontos is a very, very impressive fighter complement for a double levy build here. We are going with the bomber maxing idea. These are torpedoes. Heiko countermeasures on the bombers, standard countermeasures on the Tontos. No coils, though, which is probably where a lot of the points are going. It did 50k. Yeah, it did pretty good in that one. It did good. But yeah, bombers with one loadout. It's just called Torp. CMD Saw, CMD Hodge. Okay, good combo here. CMD Hodge is something that people are expecting. They can soft kill it with a Killjoy. Mixed with CMD Saw, you need to self-illume to counter this one. Comms jamming, obviously, for both of these. Comms jam Killjoy, comms jam self-illume. This combo here is really strong. It forces the enemy to do both or have the capability to do both. On OSP, it's a little bit difficult because OSP often lacks the capability to do self-illume. It is becoming a bit more popular on liners now, but it is still not really too common. So yeah, this will do work. Even if they get Killjoy, this Saw should go through. They should run straight and hit. The Tontos with only one loadout as well. SDM, Jam Pods, SDM 200, and 20 mil slug. Alright, so a very, very simplified carrier version here. A very, very simplified carrier here. This is... it's simple. It's understandable. You know how to use it, but it's still effective. Torpedoes and munition count. 34 SDM 200s is a very, very good number here, especially being on Tontos. These are CMD Wake. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you not want to do Wake secondary if you're using CMD, correct? Because of weird behaviors with enemy countermeasures and forcing craft into defensive. I guess the idea here is that if it's the fighters maintaining track with the command, if they maneuver to avoid, they will lose track, which is where the Wake might come in. Wake will pop Heiko. Yeah, okay. The only thing I can see here is that might be useful. Wake does make deploy. It does... just haven't had issues yet. Okay. Maybe it got fixed and no one noticed, because I have seen some names with CMD Wake stuff happening. To be fair, Heiko is falling out of use again. Yeah, just due to command SDM 200s. They're just very useful. I haven't been run over yet, so I won't look both ways. Good job, Notes. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Anyway, how did the tournament go for you earlier today, I wonder? Nightfire, see you around. Thank you for stopping in, and thank you for sending in your fleet. Anyway, I guess this would work too, because if you lose command track with the fighters, the Wake can take over and do something maybe. The real big draw here is that you have 100 torpedoes. Holy fucking shit. Okay, how are these built? No terminals, 1.4 Gs. Ah, I see. Okay, so these go in with the countermeasures, the decoy projectors from the bombers, and they just direct fire, and you use volume, I think, to get these through. Pavises are going to chew these up, but if I'm being honest, Pavises have been really less common on liners and stuff. 100 torpedoes, though, is a lot. I thought this was the Weave version. I see. No, this is the no terminals version. Yeah. I think it goes down to 98 or something torps. That's still an impressive amount. Even if you had to increase the points by adding Weave to these, you still have an impressive amount of torpedoes in your arsenal. Anyway, you can definitely see where the points are going here. Points taken away from a lot of the craft stuff here. We do have... no, there is no decoy projector. What am I talking about? Oh, I remember Heiko countermeasure, and I think I meant decoy projector. No, there is no countermeasure here. So yeah, those straight running torpedoes are going to be easy prey for enemy hard kill. I can still see them getting effect, considering that Pavises are not really too common on liners in high numbers anymore. Typically, they rely on soft kill to avoid getting hit. The Tontos here, no coil guns for saving it points there. The STM-200s are still very effective, though. So yeah, no, you can see where all of the points went on this this carrier build here. It went away from all of these fancy stuff that you can bring with your craft and into munitions count and strike capability. On the carriers themselves, these things are pretty basic. Two deck gear lockers, flight deck traversal system on each. These are probably 1.5 each, I'm assuming. Yep, they're identical. No deck gun, no sensors, small drive, no restores. Like, these are super cheap. Oh, 2 deck gear lockers? How can I afford that? Notes, you built the fucking fleet. What are you talking about? What do you mean, how can I afford that? You built the fleet! Yeah, okay, no fancy stuff going on here. It's just mass torpedoes, mass strikes, constant hits against the enemy. I have a feeling that a little bit of weave would really help here. Notes did allude to the fact that they have a version with the weave. I think that that's probably a bit better. It definitely helps with the Pavises that liners have. But for the most part, this will start getting through. I still aura farms on my tourney team, so it's fine. Yeah, Notes was the only one on the tourney team that actually, like, contributed. No, I'm just kidding. I don't mean to insult, but, like, those tournament games, oh my god. Fascinating things happened there. Yeah, Notes in the first one did really good with the carrier. In the second one, Notes was the monitor ball that didn't fucking rush into orbit to try and kill a BB. And in the third one, what did you even do in the third one, Notes? You were, I completely forget. Oh yeah, you were one of the, no, that was Solus. It was Solus and mildly on the Greedfords, which would mean you were on the carrier Beamstone fleet, right? Oh my god, I've already fucking forgotten. Anyway, but yeah, no, I genuinely don't really have much else to say about this one. I mean, like, it's just... This one is just infinite strikes, just constantly being able to be thrown out at the enemy. The strikes are not, like, super strong or anything, but you've got so many of them that you can just keep constantly cycling your deck. Assuming that the enemy team isn't quick enough on their ASF with either fighter coverage, STM-200s, or soft kill or whatever, you're going to be doing really good with this fleet. You have so much damage output capability. 100 torpedoes is an absurd amount of damage output. But yeah. Yeah, the third match was 7. That third match, like, legitimately full stop, was one of the best matches of NEB I've ever spectated. It was a nail-biter to the end. It was really awesome. There were a ton of really interesting moments that happened there. The reactor bloom on the Axford earlier, the rocket liner backpack, the flank low with the Greedfords. Like, there was so much shit that happened in that one that it was, like... It was hard for... We had 2 casters co-casting that, and it was genuinely, like, difficult for us to keep track of what was going on. And once OSP started that late-game push at the end that won them the game, everything just devolved into chaos, and everything happened all at once. It was great. You should have seen our Discord. Oh, my God. Please tell me you recorded the comms for those games. I would pay... oh, my God. I would give so much to hear them. Yeah, anyway, not really much else I have to say about this fleet. Like, it is just a very solid double levy fleet. It's very obvious where all the points went, but those points are being invested in something that really helps you here. Yeah. Very, very nicely built here. I definitely think that the one with weave torpedoes, a bit less weave torpedoes, but weave on them would be definitely a better option here. You still have plenty of strike, even losing a couple of salvos, but still. technically notes it was your fault in the last one. The first two, it definitely wasn't your fault. You were the only one on your team doing something. But on the second one, your loss of all of your air cover is what allowed the Cosmic to just strike all those key assets with their bombers. And they just got really good damage output and really good effect on target after you just lost all your Tontos there. That was really rough. I genuinely have no idea what the fuck was going on with your Tontos there. They just refused. Like, in the previous tournament matches, we saw Coil Tontos, like, consistently locking in, doing absurd work with the Coil Guns, but in that one, they just didn't. I don't really know what happened. Yeah, who knows. Anyway, up next, who is up next? We have been sent, Turbolescu sent in Ravengelion.fleet. Flexible rail array, don't laugh, with sensors, guns, and E-War. Main role of the fleet is support fire, but thanks to the Mark 64s, it can do housekeeping duties and engage frontline if needed, alright? So a little bit of a battle rail concept here. I believe that I have seen this fleet around before. Yes, it's this one. Okay, I have seen this one around. I've seen Turbo play this one a couple of times. Curiously, I don't think I've ever seen this fleet played on a map that wasn't Solar. So there's that. But anyway, I have actually seen this one do pretty good work. So the idea here is that we have a quad TC spy beamstone here with all of the sensors and the comms jamming and everything. Bullseye, defenders, comms jamming, Pinard here. So we have a sensor boat here. It only works in 5v5. Yeah, no. I would not bring this in a 4v4. You need to really, really dedicate to either frontline. You need to dedicate to frontline 100% in a 4v4 situation. But in a 5v5 as a support, this can work. So yeah, quad TC spy destroyer here with sensors and jamming and all of the support equipment you need. And then we have 4 of these battle rail ships here. Regular drive, E-Reg, and then we have small reactor booster frontline. Nothing buffing the fire rate of the 64s, but you have enough of them that it works against small ships. Railgun, in terms of your internals. I'm assuming all of these are built the same effectively, right? 531, 531, 531. Yep, okay. DC setup is 1 small in each. A little bit skeletal, but it's fine for railstones. And the idea here is, yep, you've got 4 railstones with these Mark 64s. I do actually like this quite a lot. And then, oh, a lock that too. Very nice. With Pinard, so you can get cross tracks with the sensor escort and a gun in case you need a contest point late game. Okay, yeah. Only a 5v5 fleet. I would definitely caution you against this, bringing this in a 4v4. I will say, I do like the idea of guns on railstones. I do this with a lot of my railstone fleets. My Axford plus triple railstone, I do have Mark 61s on each of the railstones in case I need to use them to contest points late game. They do work really good. The 250s here are a little bit of an upgrade, gives you extended range and that punch-up ability a lot more than 120s do. I have seen this fleet do really good work. If positioned right on Solar, specifically Solar, you positioned this a couple times really well, where your railstones were actually in position to deny E-point with the 250s. Really, really nice positioning there. Would Battle Rail as Axford Escort work in a 4v4? It would work a lot better than this, because you'd have frontline in there as well. Although, yeah. No, it would work a lot better than this would, although I would still caution you against putting, battle rails are a very interesting technique that I don't really think are too effective. The against frontline thing that Turbo mentioned in the description, I think is only like an emergency measure if like late game if they need to. And like a frontline engagement, keep your rails in the back, keep them protected. There's no reason to get them killed, because railgun these things have what's their survivability compared to beams? Actually the same, huh? I was expecting them to be a bit weaker, but alright. But even said, you know how fast the beam on beamstones dies when under fire. Yeah. Rail backpack on Axford can be good sometimes, but still a bit niche. Yeah, you do have to micro your angle a lot if you do rail backpack Axford. The thing is with railgun turret especially is that it has like no health. It has no survivability, it gets killed instantly. Yeah. Arming missiles on all of these. VLS launcher for chaff, yep, as your decoys. Very, very limited on the hard kill, although you don't really need it all that much. Lockvet is a nice pick here, especially bringing rails, and the gun on it allows you to contest points. The 250s, if positioned correctly, are a lot of pressure on light capper assets, and can do a bit work into the front line, and the rails are an excellent support tool for the front line right now. Rail backpack has abysmal fire rate. Yeah, the railgun backpack is really niche. There's no reason not to bring just a railstone for the most part, if you're doing experts. To be honest, Battle Rail and getting shot doesn't care about its rails. Yeah, it does, because what happens is if you fly these too close to the enemy front line, any number of hits into these is just going to knock out the railgun, and probably take the rest of the ship with it pretty quickly, too, considering how skeletal these are. I have a feeling the anti-frontline stuff is, like, last-ditch effort only, just in case things go wrong and you need something to do a little bit of damage. But, yeah. Actually, you have plant control centers on you, don't you? Yes, you do, to get the power up. It's okay. It's inefficient due to the beamstone already getting diminishing returns with plant control centers. Whoa, where is... Oh, small reactor booster. Whoa, huh. Huh, okay. I guess if you want to keep the radar on as well. This fleet is not dedicated frontline, obviously. Yeah, and yeah. I think this one is useful, but very team comp dependent, right? If you get a bad team comp with this, it's not going to work. If you've got the perfect team comp to go with this, it works really well, I think. I think a lot of this is sort of like, do we have enough frontline? Do I need to be frontline? If we have enough frontline, then I can bring this, right, sort of thing. Guns are mostly anti-shuttle, anti-tug duty, right? 250s are one of the most advantageous guns that ANS has, especially with RPF, because they do double duty really good. Masked Mark 64s absolutely tear apart every single thing that OSP has. They are effective against light assets and heavy assets pretty much equally as well. It is a very, very effective gun. And the 64 is probably, in terms of like its ability to deal damage output, probably the best gun in the game if you consider that it has access to RPF. It is legitimately insanely powerful. But yes, it can pull double duty quite well. But yeah. Thank you, Turbo. Up next, what do we have next? It can also kill ships stunned by the rails. Yes, if you stun a ship with the rail with its debuffs and fires and stuff, you can finish it off with the 250s. That is a very, very good thing you can do. It also works against monitors and stuff. It can pin their armor late game if you need to deal with a damaged monitor. The 250s are definitely an upgrade late game over 120s. They are more expensive, though. So it's up to you if you have the points or want to invest the points or not. 4 more fleets, and I'm fucking losing it. Sorry, trying to find the fucking fleet. Where is it? Ooh, Philosopher X with even hotter new instant tech just dropped. This is idiots. Yeah. Video will come out eventually on what happened when these ships were brought into the game. The Solo Couch and the Idle Dork here, very fitting names. You guys just wait until these videos start coming out, because these ones are fucking peak. Anyway, it is a, thank you, Banana Peak. Yes, we finally got to a Philosopher's Fleet here. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, it's double BB here. We've invested in the drives, too, here. We're doing Raider Whiplash. Don't ask me where the fucking points for that came from. Don't worry about the VLS backpack, it's fine. Double frontline is, yeah, pretty standard for this type of thing. 1 rapid and 2 RDC lockers. Once again, no idea where the fuck the points for that came from, but, Jesus. Escape after this one, you should do a quick side quest to the most recently submitted fleet, not the suspicious Solomon build. Did you send in God Bless America? Are you fucking kidding me? Who is this? Banana. Hey, Banana. It's from a random person. Is that your alt, Banana? Whose alt is that? Banana. Anyway, taking a look at the rest of the fleet, we have a Gunplot Center. which is completely useless with the 250s. It doesn't matter. 3 ammunition elevators, and we have a nice mix load of ammo types here for some decent firing time. A little bit low, but whatever. This is double fucking BB, you know. Anyway, all in all, for what it is, it's built really well. A couple things I would change here are gunplot center, don't need it. That's 30 points of extra thing that you don't need. 250s do not need their accuracy buffed pretty much at all. VLS, this can go onto a smaller mount here, probably like one of these side mounts here. Keep in mind that a mount inherits the hitbox of the thing of the place it's mounted on, right? So this VLS has this massive hitbox now. Just be careful with that. You can shrink its hitbox by putting it in one of these smaller ones here for a bit more protection. Gunpla center, remove that, like I already said. Crank up the ammo count probably a little bit here. And if you have any extra points, maybe try and make one of them a parallax or a spyglass if possible. Those enhanced radars are going to go a long way, as Philosopher very much knows that a better radar will go a long way into helping these ships out. Anyway, spoilers for the video that's coming out fucking sometime, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's a double BV fleet, right? Your DC as well is, like, really good for this, right? 2 reinforced and a rapid is really good investment in, this type of fleet here. Pray no one brings CMD. Yeah, no comms jammer either. How much is a comms jammer? It's like 55, right? If you can swing the points for at least one comms jammer on one of them, that might be nice, but it is a secondary thing. This is double BB. This is supposed to be a fucking weird fleet anyway. Yeah. Yeah, nothing else really to say about this one. It is, one of the builds of all time. Thank you, Philosopher. Really, in terms of, like, what this fleet is, like, you did a pretty good job making this. There's not a whole lot I would actually change about this. The big ones are, you don't need the gunplot center, and you can probably move this VLS to a safer mount. But other than that, yeah, no, for what it is a very, very well-built fleet. I hate that I just said that. I said for what it is, it's a very well-built fleet. Anyway, Banana, we'll get to that fleet last. We'll get to that fleet last if we still have time. I am pretty pressed for time today, so I'm just trying to go. Anyway, up next, we have, where the fuck? Oh, God, I'm scrolled to the very bottom. Oh, for fuck's sake! Where the fuck am I? Crystal Woods sends in Micron Speedbeam.fleet. Normal and arguably viable fleet this time, I swear. Micron Speed, oh my god, fucking description. Mostly Whiplash Sprinters, Beam, there's a fucking Beam. 8 cap Sprinter fleet with, a Nat Defense Beamstone for, Intel Center. Oh my god, that's a lot of fucking words. Too bad I ain't reading them. That's a lot of words. Too bad I ain't reading them. Anyway, we can probably figure out what the fleet is just by looking at it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, what? What happened to 7? What happened to 6? Wait, what? There's 8 cap. Oh, I see what you're doing. You lead them off with 10 and then make them think that they're missing 2. I see. Okay. A little bit of psyop here. I'm noticing that these gun cappers are built in the old way that they used to be, right way back before rocket boxes were really a thing here. Ammunition elevators, whiplash, reinforced mag, basic CIC, small DC, and a rapid DC. No aux steering means that basic goes down, you have no maneuverability. Double defender, no chaff means that, yeah, you're gonna die to rocket boxes. And I get the argument, like chaff has to be on the right side of your ship in order to defend against rocket boxes, but so does defender, right? And the thing is that double defender is 100% not going to save you against rocket boxes if they get a good angle on you. Chaff might save you against rocket boxes if they get a good angle on you. And that's the argument why you typically do single defender, single chaff box. It's not that it's going to guarantee your survivability. It's that it's going to likely improve your chances that you get lucky and survive it. But anyway, these are really well-invested gun cappers here. Double Mark 62 with ammunition elevator means that these things might actually have the damage output to win consistently in those gunfights here. How much are you paying for them, though? 280 points per capper. That is... It's definitely more expensive, but it's not necessarily the worst. Taking a look at the rest of the ships here, these are all built the same, I have a feeling. No chaff launcher, no AMMs, Suddenly they get cheaper. This one is just cheaper. Why are you cheaper? Armag. Whoa, no, you're more expensive. What the fuck? 8, 9, and 10. 8 and 9 have RCICs in them. Huh. 25 points per a defender is also an investment. Yeah, that is true. Chaff, you get slightly more effectiveness for cheaper cost. Mark 62 is 1.5 RPN for double the cost. It's why people don't like bringing them. Yeah, but counter to that is for a little bit of extra points, you do end up getting a bit more favorable engagements with those gun shuttles. But yeah, it's a lot of points to guarantee, especially if you compound that for all of your cappers. It's a lot of points for an advantage that might not give you the win in the end, especially when you have other options. And then the last ship in the fleet is this Beamstone here. We are also an invested Beamstone here. Whoa! Look what we've done here with the drive and the reactor. Put the Dragonfly in the core slot and the reactor back there. 2 FPAs, micro reactor. We were looking at Bullseye Frontline. 1 large, 1 rapid gives you 2 restores. Blanket Jammer with actively cooled amplifiers. Fucking high roller here on this Beamstone, worth 700 points. Jammer as well in an Intel Center, I believe in this as well. I do know that Crystal Woods likes doing Intel Centers. For what it's worth, typically good players don't do Intel Centers because if you know what you're doing, you will be able to identify pretty much anything immediately as soon as you engage it. Intel Center is a nice buff, but at the cost of 90 points, it is absurdly rough to bring into an ANS Cap fleet. Alright. So taking a look at the fleet holistically, yes, it will work. This will be somewhat of a viable Cap fleet, not super viable though. Only 1 Beamstone is a super rough thing to have. I have a couple Cap fleets that only have a single Beamstone, but usually they have something else assisting them too. 1 Beamstone and 8 Cappers is... I mean, you've got the Cappers, and these are high-invested Cappers too. The thing is that you're investing in ships that die really quick, right? You will be able to win the gunfights against gun shuttles with the double Mark 62 ammunition elevator build here. Although without beam destroyers to sort of support you, or CLs, or missiles, or anything else that ANS has, you are going to be completely dependent on your frontline and your flex to help you. And if you're reliant on your teammates, that can be a little bit rough sometimes. All in all, if you do have good support from your teammates, this will be a good Cap fleet. The thing is that most ANF Cap fleets are built in a way that they don't necessarily need the strongest support from their other teammates in order to be effective. It's why we are seeing the massed Beamstone stuff, the cheapening of cappers, because the argument is that if you're going to lose to rocket boxes or gun cappers or MMTs anyway, why invest all these extra points into something that just dies anyway, right? And that's the that's kind of the argument for a lot of ANS capping ships here. It's also the argument for the removal of point defense on a lot of ANS Beamstones. The argument is that if I'm going to die to R2 spam, even if I put like 4 stone walls on this keystone, I'm still going to get killed by R2s if the R2 strike is done right. So why invest all that points into something that doesn't keep me alive anyway? I might as well reinvest the points into something else that might help me. If you don't YOLO all your cappers onto points, they can withstand quite a beating from 100 mil. Yes, especially these ones, and also both, like, even the cheaper ones that ANS brings. Like, they actually have a decent amount of survivability in them. But, I mean, it's certainly a choice to bring a type of fleet like this. It's very much reliant on your teammates. I'm not saying this is a bad cap fleet, it's just... it's very heavily invested in things that don't necessarily help you as much as investment in other things. And it's the reason why ANS Cap meta looks the way it is. It's because people have optimized their points investment into things that help them more than others. It's okay to invest in cappers, but always also bring cringers. Yes, with this fleet as well, you will be forced to throw these nearly 300-point ships onto cap points to take them. If you're playing on a map that has multiple neutral points, that is a very good way to get bled out of these very, very important and very, very invested assets really early. So just be careful about that. But other than that, that's really all I have to say about that one. Let's move on. Thank you, Crystal Woods, for that one. Sorry, once again, got to apologize for trying to go fast here. I am losing time. The time is flying by. Up next is Hallow with Guerrilla Warfare. This fleet was originally made to fight the CL Fight Night, but I was wondering if it could work in normal matches. Alright, multiple gun cappers here. 1, 2, and 3 gun shuttles. Multiple rockets, 1, 2, and 3 as well. 3 gun shuttles, 3 rocket shuttles. We have a torpedo, kind of like an MMT with torpedoes instead. Cruiser catcher, CMD saw. Taking a look at these, they are corkscrew with 3.4 Gs, gives you plenty of maneuverability to avoid defenders. We also have some command AMMs, some ACT AMMs, and army missiles. All right, we'll take a look at where all those are later. CMG saw, Lock, Huntress, ARR. Oh, very, very useful asset here. Torpedoes are a bit rough because they have that limited range, and with a long-range sensors thing like an MMT, that might be a bit rough. Although if you play ambushes right, they will work pretty well. We have 3 of these in the fleet too, which gives you quite a lot of torpedo damage output. And then we have a mine layer with 5 sprint mines to lay a little mine trap. Okay. You said you brought this for CL Fight Night as like a cap fleet, because the thing is with OSP cap fleets is that due to how cheap monitors and liners are, it is so easy to bring those in your cap fleet as a very, very tough thing for the enemy cap fleet to chew through, and also as a push tool if you're bringing like a 250 liner. You do have the torpedo MMTs. I question their effectiveness. You said that this was specifically built for a very specific thing, so maybe it works. But not having S2s on MMTs is rough because you lose all that range. You are forced to play defensively with MMTs when MMTs work really well offensively. Couple other things. The Ruddles are nice. If you're able to position those well, you can get nice snipes on opposing beamstones. 3 gun cappers is a little bit of a low number here, although you are invested in some other things. So it's not really too bad. And the cringe capper mine layer thing is always a nice tool to have. The lack of like liners and monitors in OSP cap fleet like this is just rough, honestly, in general. Like, it's just kind of rough for me to look at this and be like, yeah, this is a fleet that would be effective, because you get so much effectiveness out of having that liner and monitor type stuff in your cap fleets on OSP, that not having them in a cap fleet is just really rough. You did say that this was specifically built for, like, what, anti-CL night, right? It was built for the CL Fight Night. In that case, I question the logic of not bringing, like, a 450 liner or something, right? The rocket shuttles we saw in the tournament games today are pretty effective if you know how to use them. And the torpedoes as well will have no problem getting through, but, like, I feel like there are other tools that are also good against CLs, right? That would be a bit more effective. That being said, though, for what it's worth, all the ships are built really well, right? Gun campers, it's hard to go wrong with these. Basic CAC, RMAG, small DC, a little bit of investment in there, and an R drive. Your Ruddles, you use the Sun drive, yep, for rushing. Those are really well built as well. Your MMT torpedoes are a little bit interesting, but built really well. ARR plus Huntress is really strong with pinpoints, very good. R drive in that slot, and good internals. And then the mine layer is just a mine layer. You don't need this thing to be special, and you can use it as a cringe capper afterwards. Honestly, nah, I understand having an R drive in here. I was going to say Sun drive because you can get into positions quicker, but also it makes you vulnerable on cap points if you're sending this thing as an initial capper to lay a mine trap on a natural. It can be a little bit risky. I don't really have anything else to say about this one. It's very, very specifically built, I will say that. I'm not noticing, there's not like flaws with this. I'm not sure how effective the torpedo MMTs will be over S2 MMTs, but interesting tech. You'll have to rely on ambushes to make these work, but still, I can see them getting used, especially, I guess, against like CL pushes. Like, these can work But with only 3 of them, you're going to be hard-pressed to stop them. I think that for, like, anti-CL cap fleet, I think that you'd be much better off just investing in a 450 liner and then doing a bunch of cappers. Something like that. Something that you're going to be able to engage in more optimal sort of ranges. It gives you the benefit of the range. It gives you the benefit of having that punch-up ability with the 450s, right? But other than that, nothing else really to say about that one. Thank you, Hollow, for that one. We have technically 2 fleets left. We have Spy Eyes, Dr. Giggle Touch Reborn. God fucking damn it. That's, of course, what you named it. Anyway, Dr. Giggle Touch Reborn. Dr. Giggle Touch has been reborn, and this one is ready to Giggle Touch some capitals. This is a pup version that includes a Bloodhound Tug, so your brain dead teammate don't lose track at a bad time. By the way, if you do a triple TOT with this at the proper angle, it pretty much can't be soft-killed outside of trying to dodge. Ooh, we will be the judge of that. Anyway, we have a more line, 2.77k-ish of points here, with a Bloodhound Tug, as previously mentioned, double track correlated for keeping those tracks. The Moorline itself is CMD stuff here. Let's take a look at its containers. Oh, for fuck's sake, of course, that's what you named it. Anyway, CMD with Wake and Act Validation. What is Act Validation doing in there? Does Act Validation even do anything? What is this? Don't you want, like, Act Seeker in case the command in Wake fails? Or Wake Val with... Do Act Wake Val would probably be better here, right? Anyway, oh, I know what this is. It means flares can't stop you. Huh. Oh, yeah, that is true, because the Act is going to validate for the Wake then. I see. Okay, it's Wake down. It's Wake, but yeah, okay, I see. Okay, I see how it works. It's Wake, but it rejects. Yep. Okay, I see. Yeah, so it doesn't go for flares then, which it's basically CMD Wake with that can't be decoyed by flares. All right. We have a finisher. This is just a bomb finisher container. KB22's Act CMD Val, pretty standard. Rat Shot is your standard rocket box here. Short range Act, long range Act with Wake backup, pretty standard. Stage at 2 kilometers. Yep. Rat Shot B is Act ARAD Val. Interesting, a little bit of a different tactic here with your rocket boxes. Still doing the short range Act with long range Act, just different types here. ARAD Val. Nothing set to unvalidated targets, different behavior there. 2.8 km range. I'm not alright, I can see this kind of working. Wait, that's incorrect, says Spy Eye. It should be on reject. Which one? Probably the long-range secondary one should be on reject, I'm assuming, right? And the primary one is accept? The E-Act. Okay, so it should be like this. Okay, I see this working a lot better now. It's basically ARAD Val rocket box that behaves like a rocket box if it can't get an ARAD Val. 13 points for a rocket box is rough. I mean, these are the 4 sub-munition count rocket boxes with really, really expensive seekers. Like, yeah. And in any way, this one is the support container. Same seekers as the other one. CMD, Wake, and Act Val to make it immune to flares. So you say that this can't be soft-killed out of trying to dodge. What do you mean by that? Because what I'm seeing here is I can comms jam, and, well, I can comms jam move backward. I guess without, like, a Hodge or Saw backup, you can't do that, but still, if you're able to comms jam this in time, I don't think it's gonna be too consistent. I mean, I guess, like, 3 angles, right? If you TOT it right, then yeah. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. If you TOT it right, then the 3 different angles with effectively unguided boxes is very difficult to dodge. Alright, anyway, drives on the liner. We're double driving this. Long haul yard drive allows it to get on a points quick at the ends. Not seeing a deck gun, though, which means that it cannot contest points on its own late game. DC is a complex and a storage. Oh, no, complex and a large. Okay, that's still pretty good. Missile parallel interface, 2 of them. Interesting. Aren't these not worth bringing over Strike Planning Center? Strike Planning is 75, right? 70. Okay, yep, I see. That's fine then. This is plus 30. Okay, yeah, then those are a cheaper option to get it then. And you do have some spacecraft in here. These are thrusters. Ah, we're using the internal radars to get tracks for the command. I see what we're doing. And then you just use cruise TRPs for the command, and then you use your halberds and your bloodhound tug to just maintain tracks. Okay. That's pretty solid tech, actually. Only 2 halberds, though, is a little bit rough. It does mean if you lose these, you're going to be completely reliant on your teammates to do. Anyway. Yeah. Alright. Nothing else to say about this one. This is pretty solid tech here. It's completely reliant on the only soft kill you can really use against the command containers is command. The wake keeps it running straight regardless because it can't be soft killed by layers. Yeah, you just have to dodge this effectively. And if you come in at the right angle with the TOT, then yeah, it's going to be very difficult for that to work. Just dodge, by the way, and that makes the CMD containers useless. If you come in at 3 different angles with the TOT, it is possible that you eliminate the escape route for the ship that's being fired on. How fast are the containers, though? That's what I have to ask. Oh, very fast containers. Okay, so those are going to be very difficult to dodge then. It's really not... I mean, I see it's working, right? If the enemy doesn't know what they're doing and doesn't dodge properly, it all depends on the angle, yeah. If the enemy fails to dodge, they're going to get hit by the straight running containers. If they do dodge, they dodge. Doesn't seem to be very consistent. Yeah, no, it's definitely not consistent, but if you get hits, it's very difficult. Yeah, if you know what you're doing with the TOTs and angle them right, it's difficult to dodge. Orbit dodge will dodge this at any angle, really, even with, like, degraded thrusters and stuff. Because, like, if your thrusters get degraded, ask Bongi about it. Oh, Bongi got struck by this, huh? I'm sure they were very happy about that. Anyway, alright. Yeah, we still got time for Bananas Fleet. Let's, I'm calling it Bananas Fleet, because I genuinely don't know who the fuck submitted this. Banana really wants me to review it. I have no idea who this person is that submitted it. Assuming it's probably a banana ult if I had to take a guess, although I have no idea. Anyway, Salmon build, attempt not suspicious, .fleet, download the file, close out this, go into here and just drag that into the folder. Yep. Alrighty. Banana, what have you done? It was a virus, I'm sorry. It was a fleet folder. If you give... It's God Bless America. For fuck's sake, it's God Bless America. Why? I should have trusted my instincts. I should have trusted my instincts and guessed that this is what it was. Technically a virus. Yes, this is a virus. Anyway, this is a SAW S2 dump battleship. Anyway, thank you for coming to Fleet Reveal. Fucking hell, Banana. You literally got onto my fucking, like, server with an alt account to submit God Bless America. You could have done better. Like, it's a funny fleet, but come on. You could have done better. The average damage for that fleet is 45k. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. People are stupid. People don't soft kill and get killed just like Bell does. Underneath B point on Nyx. Video out at some point in the future. But I have a very large backlog of videos that I need to get through first before I do that one, but whatever. I am out of time today, unfortunately. I will not be able to do more fleet review. Levy, if you want to review the fleet, you can do it yourself. But anyway, thank you all for joining me today. We've been going for 7 hours, which is probably a bit longer. Starve go live. Who the fuck is Starve? Starve! Starve go live. Incredible. Alright, well, anyway, thank you all for joining me here today. We had a really, really good stream today. 2 really awesome tournament matches today. We had some really fun games in both of them, down to the wire in one of them, and the all-ruddle tactic was fascinating to watch. Yeah, very good matches today. We had time for fleet review. I didn't think we would. Fortunately, we did. We will see about doing fleet review in these next weekends when we do tournaments. I might not have time to do it. Well, fingers crossed that I will. But always remember, with the fleets that you submit right now, I'm always at liberty to cancel fleet review if we don't have time due to tournament stuff. So just keep that in mind. You've been warned. But anyway, I have been ScapeGT. Thank you for joining me here today for the casting and the fleet review. Always a pleasure for you all to show up. I hit 300 followers today. Fucking incredible. It's insane that I got to this point with this channel for something that pretty much started as a fucking joke. For people who don't know, both my YouTube channel and my Twitch channel started as a joke. This was a joke. This was a meme that is now becoming a lot more successful than I could have ever dreamed of. Like, what the fuck is happening? Started as a joke and got funnier. Anyway, I will end us up with one final reveal of the full body art for my new Sona, because I know that all of you wanted to see that. For people who just joined in, we had a little bit of an incident last stream where I posted work in progress art. Now I did the full body of them, and I fucked up the proportions on a lot of the body now. But whatever, this was my first attempt, and yeah, whatever. Anyway, as always, I have been ScapeGT. Thank you all for joining me, and I will see you all likely Tuesday with the Neb crew. We'll be doing something. Anyway, actually, hang on. Is there anyone I can raid? Before we do that, is there anyone I can raid? Probably not, right? It's a Sunday, right? Yep, absolutely no one was live that I know. Anyway, yep, until when I stream next, see y'all